Mike, Alright guys, I have my mic issues, headset issues, all that shit, so give me a second, I gotta figure it out. Mic check, mic, there we go. Alright, I don't know, does that Bluetooth disconnects or some whatever, it doesn't disconnect, it makes it so the volume is like 50% lower than it's supposed to be. For the untrained ear, I'd just be like, oh well, it sounds a little quiet this morning. But yeah, no. I knew something wasn't right. We're good now. Dude, listen to Biden's speech while you're waiting. Biden's speech, dude. What's happening? Where is it? YouTube? Is it over? It's only 10 minutes long?
You know, I know there's enormous fear and uncertainty and anger in the country. I understand. I know so many Americans are suffering loss of a loved one, suffering economic hardship, wondering, can I feed my family tomorrow? What's going to happen? Suffering under the weight of a generation after generation after generation of hurt inflicted on people of color, on Black, brown, and Native communities in particular. Like many of you, I know what it means to grieve. My losses are not the same as losses felt by so many. But I know what it feels like when you think you can't go on.
Golden coin. Hey man, thanks man. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Means
Pause.
to have that black hole in your chest where your grief is.
I want to say thank you, Golden. Golden coin coming through with first like. Coming through. I didn't say anything about it because my issues distract shit to me, but I love you, man. Thanks for coming through and being so cool. But you never did let me know why you wanted me to unmod you. So, for that day, what happened that day, man?
Being sucked in.
Hey, Tiki Man. Oh, thanks for the. I didn't even know this happened, so thanks for the looking out on this. What damage? Oh man, if you look at the VOD, the cop shot my car with three.
Just a few days ago marked the
3 rubber bullets.
anniversary of my son Bo's passing from cancer. And there's still
I
moments
got a
when the
dent,
pain is so
a
great, it
broken
feels
door
no different
handle,
than the
and my
day
headrest has a
I sat
gouge in
bed
it this
as he
big.
passed away.
Leather in the
But I also
STI
know
stitching.
that the best way to bear loss and
I was
pain
in my car.
is to turn it into that anger and anguish.
I live in Long
into
Beach. Yeah, dude.
purpose.
If you look at my VOD from the riots, it's
And Americans know what our
the
purpose is as a nation.
comments has the
It has to be
timestamp
guided.
for it.
It has to be guided. It's guided us from the very beginning.
Well, you didn't say you wanted to be
You know, it's been
Maimana, but
reported
you
the day
hit
that
somebody
President
out of
John F.
nowhere
Kennedy was
for no
assassinated.
reason.
Little Yolanda King came home from
I
school.
forget who it was.
and
You hit
jumped
him or
in her
timed him out. I was like, what
daddy's
the
arms
fuck's
and said,
going
"Oh,
on,
Daddy,
Golden? You never said anything.
now we're never going to get our freedom." Her daddy was reassuring, strong.
I figured you just wanted to be in mine.
brave. He said, "No, don't worry, baby. It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right." Amid the violence and fear, Dr. King, he persevered. He was driven by his dream of a nation where justice runs down like water and righteousness like a mighty
You weren't
stream.
aware of it, Golden? Did that happen? Maybe you pocket banned somebody.
Then, in 1968, hate cut him down in Memphis.
Memphis.
2 days before Dr.
Memphis High.
King was murdered,
Hello.
he gave a final Sunday sermon in Washington, where he told us that
Represent nickel.
though the arc of the moral universe is
That's my
long,
hometown for me. There's no
he said it
repping
bends
all day.
towards justice. And we know we can bend it because we have. We have to believe that still.
3 years ago, I was thinking about how to make more passive income online so that I could work from anywhere. And I was walking through Times
Be a
Square in New
live
York City
streamer.
on
You
Sunday
need some
afternoon.
overlays?
It was my
La,
first
la,
time
la.
Still. That's our purpose.
I got a text to my
It's been
car,
our
man.
purpose from the very
TB
beginning.
Moto, what's up, man?
To become a nation
Dude,
where
look at the
all men and
VOD. You'll
women
see.
are not
I was
only
filming,
created equal,
dude. I was
but they're
filming the
treated
looting,
equally.
and they
not just
opened fire
created
on my.
equal, but treated equally.
As I was driving away, they kept
To
shooting.
become a nation
Actually,
defined in Dr. King's words not only by the absence of tension, but by the presence of justice.
it broke my damn
Not
door
enough just
handle,
to-
though, dude.
Not attention, but justice. Today in America, it's hard to keep faith.
I'm just not looking forward to
Justice
deal with
is
all this
hand.
shit. I got to get to the shop,
I
and they're
know
gonna have my
that.
car for who knows how long.
You know that.
Fuck that. These cops are paying for a
Pain
rental
is
car.
raw. The pain is real. The President of the United States must be part of the solution, not the problem.
Hey,
But
Jordan,
this
what's up, baby?
president today is part of the problem and accelerates it. When he tweeted the words, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." They
No,
weren't
boy.
words of a
I was out
president.
past curfew and shit.
They
Look,
were words
hold
of a
up.
racist Miami.
Hold up. Bro, you telling me, hold up, dude. Wait one. There's a gouge out of my headrest, homie. It's leather. I'm not saying, oh, my poor leather. I'm saying that motherfucker hit my headrest hard enough to bust it open. My head was there. I was driving. You telling me the cops have the okay to shoot people while they're driving? I don't know about that one.
Police chief in the
I don't know
60s.
about that one. I wasn't looting. I
When he
wasn't in the
tweeted
fucking business with my car. I was
protesters,
in the
quote,
parking
would
lot.
have
They
been
didn't know what the
greeted
fuck I was
with
doing.
The most vicious
You
dog.
can't just shoot anybody.
When
Hell
people
no.
would have been really
I'm
hurt.
good.
End of quote.
They paying for that shit.
They weren't the words of a president. They were the kind of words Bull Connor would have used unleashing his dogs on innocent women and children. You know, the American story is a story about action and reaction. That's how history works. We can't be naive about it.
It was the cops shooting.
I wish I could
The cops
say
shot
that
3
hate
rubber
began
bullets
with
at me.
Donald Trump and will end
While I
with
was
him.
driving. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no
It
way that
didn't,
was okay.
And it won't.
Oh, man.
American
That would have hit me in
history
the
isn't a fairy
eye, and I would have just like rammed on my
guarantee
gas
happy
pedal and
ending.
freaked out and killed
The
myself.
battle
Then
for
what?
the soul of this nation has been a constant
Okay.
push and pull
Then
for
what?
more than 240 years. A tug of war between the American ideal that we're all created equal and the harsh reality.
I
that
might be able to
racism
fucking sue
has
him
long
for this
torn us
shit,
apart.
dude. I might talk to a
The
lawyer
honest
after I file a
truth
report.
is that both elements are part of the American character. Both elements.
Actually,
At our best, the American ideal wins out. But it's never a rout.
what's going on? I don't know.
It's always a fight, and the battle is never fully won. But we can't ignore the truth that we're at our best when we open our hearts.
Throwing my car? What, Jordan? You
Rather
didn't know
than
the
clench our
cops shot my
fists.
car up, man. If you look at the
Donald
VOD
Trump
from
has
the
turned this
riot,
country into a
it's
battlefield
timestamped in
riven
the
by
comments.
old resentments and fresh fears. He thinks division helps him. His narcissism has become more important than the nation's well-being that he leads. I ask every American, I mean this in the bottom of my heart, I ask every American, look at where we are now and think anew. Is this who we are? Is this who we want to be?
And the
Is this
looters
who we
ain't
want to
listening
pass
to
on
this
to our
shit.
children and our grandchildren?
I'm sure
Fear,
people are sitting in their living rooms with their
anger,
new IMAX and
finger-pointing,
Jordans on going, you know
rather
what,
than the
man?
pursuit of happiness,
He's right.
incompetence and anxiety,
Damn, I do love these Jordans.
self-absorption, selfishness? Or do we want to be the America we know we can be? The America we know in our hearts we could be and should be. Look,
Giving
I
a
look
fuck
at the
about what he's
presidency
saying right now?
as a very big job, and nobody will get it right
Is curfew 2
every
p.m.?
time. And I won't either.
It's 4 p.m. in
But I
Long
promise
Beach.
you this.
It was yesterday.
I won't traffic in fear and division. I won't fan the flames of hate. I'll seek to heal the racial wounds.
I got the
that
live
have
view
long
working,
plagued
guys,
our
by the way.
country, not use them for political
I
gain.
have another phone plan, so now that I can do the
I'll do
live
my
view
job and I
and
will
read the
take
phone, I don't have
responsibility. I
all
won't
4
blame
modems on,
others.
but I think it'll still be a lot better
I'll
in the
never
phone.
forget. I will never forget. I promise you. This job is not about me. It's about you. It's about us.
I wish I'd have had it that night.
We work not only to rebuild the nation, but to build it better than it was. We're the only nation in the world that goes through crisis and comes out better. To build a better future. That's what America does, to build a better future.
It'll be my new,
We build the future.
my new.
It may, in fact,
my
be the
newness.
most American thing to do. Build the future. We hunger for liberty, the way Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass did.
Which video?
thirst
The riot
for the
VOD,
vote.
man. The
Like Susan B. Anthony and Ella
you know,
Baker
Long Beach riot.
and John Lewis did.
one with
We
20,000
strive to
views.
explore the
Man,
stars,
come
cure
on.
disease, make an imperfect union more perfect than it's been. We may come up short, but at our best, we try. My fellow Americans, we're facing a formidable enemies.
This ain't gonna do
They
shit.
include not only the coronavirus and the terrible impact on the lives and livelihoods,
Was a waste of
but
his
also
time.
the selfishness and fear that have loomed over our national life for the
The
last 2 years.
timestamps in the comments, Jordan.
And I
I
choose
feel like
those
you're not
words
listening to me. Can you
advisedly,
not hear me
selfishness
very
and
well?
fear. Defeating those enemies requires us to do our duty, and that duty includes remembering who we should be. Who we should be.
Love you, Jordan.
We should be the America of FDR and Eisenhower, of Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr., of Jonas Salk and Neil Armstrong. We should be the America that cherishes life, liberty, and courage. And above all, we should be the America that cherishes each other, each and every one of us. You know, we're a nation in pain. We must not let our pain destroy us. We're a nation enraged, but we cannot let our rage consume us.
The stores are empty.
We're a nation that's exhausted, but we will not allow our
All the
exhaustion
easy stores
defeat
to
us.
loot are empty.
As president, it's my commitment to all of you to lead on these issues and to listen, because I truly believe in my heart of hearts we can overcome. When we stand together, finally as one America, we'll rise stronger than we were before. We'll move that arc closer to justice. We'll reach out to one another. So speak out for one another. And please, please, do what's recently been happening. Take care of one another. This is the United States of America. There's never been anything we've been unable to do when we set our mind to do it, and we've done it together.
I don't know about that. There's probably a shit ton of
Hey,
things we
are
were
you
unable
awake?
to do.
I know how hard
What are
it
you
can be.
talking about?
Sometimes just getting
There's
out of
nothing we
bed is
can't
a
do.
hassle. You feel
Nothing
tired,
at all.
fatigued, a little
Curing
lethargic.
cancer.
You don't really feel like
We're doing
getting
it.
up.
Look at this.
Together, united. That's who we are at our best.
A good pep talk, boss.
May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Pep talk. You pep me right on up. I'm ready to go clean some looter glass up. Hey, is Reggie still at the same spot? Man, his viewership done dropped to shit. Either YouTube's cut us off already, or people just tired of looking at
You know, I know
Minnesota.
there's
Just out of curiosity, I'm seeing what's going on in the world. I haven't even checked to see if there's any protests still happening. Like New York. New York still protesting. Paris. Paris protest looks a lot different, doesn't it? Yeah, they just chilling. It's like they're going to get some cookies or something. Hey man, you know what the ice cream place is? Dude, their cops are heavy duty looking though. They're like plastic set. New York.
Yep. Okay, cool.
I mean, dude, this shit pops off again tonight. I'm out there with the live view, and we are getting some crisp footage.
All right, I'll switch it when I can. All right, yep.
At least look like this guy's. Fingers crossed. Chat, where'd you go? Did I say something? 10:58. 4 minutes. It's so weird how chat does that. It'll be rolling. It'll be like, and it'll be like,
Hey, John. I'm walking down or up Lafayette. I said I'm walking up Lafayette. I have no idea. I think they went
oh shit, that's not the right Zoom. Hey, if you guys want to join the Zoom, just don't click on this link. That's not it.
Yeah, I guess. I'm at Lafayette.
I have a delay on the stream of 3 seconds, so even if you do pull your dick out, it's whatever. So come on in, boys.
Park side, something else. Okay, see you in a minute. Yeah. I'll see what I can do. Okay. All right.
Update on the STI. I still haven't had it looked at. The police weren't taking any reports yesterday. They just started taking reports today, and I called them and asked what I needed to do, and said she asked me where it happened. She didn't ask me what time it was. She asked me where. And then she asked me for my address. And I was like, yeah. I'd rather. I was like, why do you need my address? Or something. I forget. She said she wanted to send a police officer here to go like take the report. I was like, yeah, I don't live in a good neighborhood for that. How about we do something else? I meet him somewhere, so he can meet me in the. He's either gonna meet me in the parking lot, or I can go to the police station. So it's just, yeah, dude. I live in the type of neighborhood where they see cops coming to your house, they either think, A, you've done some dumb shit, or B, you're ratting somebody out. I mean, it is one or the other out here. You're fucking getting in trouble, or you're ratting. Ain't no just cops coming to your house for the hell of it. So I'd rather them not think that I'm getting in trouble, because I'm not. I'm ratting the fucking cops out is what I'm doing. So yeah, I am. I'm ratting the cops out. Fuck it, dude. What? What? Am I lose my street cred? God damn, I'm a rat now. Oh, I should never let you guys know. Oh, I should just got it fixed. Me like, yeah, I didn't tell those fools. I ain't no snitch. Fuck the police.
I'm not sure how far out that is.
How do they look at that? Am I snitch now? I bet that's, dude, it's pretty bad. The rear quarter panel is dented in. It's so bad the paint's all fucked up, and my rear door handle is broken. It doesn't even work anymore. Like, the plastic broke on it. So, and you can see a circle where it hit the door handle. And my seat, it's leather. It has STI written here behind my name and red stitching. Very nice. I've been very careful throughout the 7 years that I've had that car. I've been very careful not to like make it dirty and nasty and shit, so it still looks really nice. Yeah, they blasted right through that motherfucker. I'm more pissed off about them fucking my stitching up than anything. Like, how are they gonna fix that? Man, they're gonna have to give me a whole new seat or something. Or like, I don't know, dude. My baby got messed. That's my girlfriend. That's the closest thing I have to a girlfriend. She got molested. Whoa. He's got his finger over a microphone. It's fucking me up right now. Aye. We gotta go, bro. I don't like it. Reggie. I couldn't hear it in my left ear all of a sudden. He's holding the phone with his hand, that's why.
It is what it is.
Oh, but Reggie got that crackle.
Lose my spot. Fuck it.
Yeah, I found it right here.
Hold on, you guys. Let me put these legs up.
They're actually squishy, dude. I don't know how the hell it did so much damage, man. But I think that's the common misconception that people, or perception that people have about these, is they find one on the ground and they're like, they squish it and they're like, what? That's some pussy shit. Why are people so scared of them? Bro, if you look at my car, I ain't trying to have that shit hit me in the head. How it ripped my headset, or my headrest from my, dented it in my car, man. And when you hear them hitting the car, they don't sound like they're soft. It's like rocks hit me. Why'd you let him do that? What do you mean? He was aiming for my head for sure. They thought I was a getaway driver or something, I think. Because as soon as I saw that they were about to shoot at me, I saw them all. They literally, there was no one else in the parking lot but me, and they all had their guns pointed at me. I was like, they're about to shoot the car. They're about to shoot the car. Like a second after I said that. Felt it. But I think they might have heard me say that and didn't realize I had a live stream going. They think that I'm talking to people in the back seat like, oh shit, they're going to get us. That's what I'm guessing. They're going to get us, man. And that's why I think they shot 2 rounds at the back seat. the back door because they were trying to scare someone they thought might have been, I don't know. They were probably trying to hit the glass, actually. They were, I bet they were mad that they didn't bust my rear glass out.
We're here at the St. Paul Capitol to let the Minnesota pressures go. And the
Gotta get another car. What?
Protectors. We are
It
here,
ain't that
we are
bad.
present, and will not stand by idly
Body
watching
damage
our lives be ripped
and
away
interior
from us.
damage. Yeah, it's with this. It's a rubber bullet, but like
Hello,
the amount of damage they
everyone.
do is pretty.
Thank you all for being here today in support of the Black Lives Matter
Impressive.
revolution and seeking justice for George Floyd. Yesterday, as some of you
It
may know,
actually bounces.
a
dude.
peaceful protest at the governor's mansion
That's why
was
everybody.
forced to disperse due to reported threats by white supremacist
It's an illusion.
groups. Today, I'm asking
a new
my
STI.
white allies to join me in forming a barrier
Doesn't work like that, man.
around the peaceful protesters gathered here today to ensure our black and
That's my
brown
baby,
brothers
though,
and
dude. I
sisters' voices
traveled
can
the
be heard.
country with that
And
car.
there's a ring of protection from any police force.
My first
or
new
group
car
that is
ever.
here to silence them.
I have to have it
At
forever.
this time, I request that all of my fellow white allies please surround our fellow protesters.
Everyone I know that
Thank
sells
you.
their first new car, they always regret it. Never fails.
Hey, Ken, why you keep putting fuck KKK in the chat like over and over again? Why you keep spamming it? Why you keep repeating yourself? Don't do that shit again, man.
Oh shit, Reggie laying down the smack. They fuck Black Panthers in his chat, I dare you. Oh shit, I bet you get banned instantly for that one though.
Once you guys get to your surrounding areas so that you're in a perimeter for all of our black and
Anybody
brown
says
folks,
that,
make
it'd
sure
probably
you
be worse
stay
than saying
seated
fuck KKK
and that you're
down,
not blocking
right?
this sidewalk here in front because we still need to be able to have pedestrian traffic move
wonder-
through.
I should alt it up and say fuck Black Panthers if he bans it. Hold on, let me see if I got an alt I can switch to. I don't want to use that one. Never mind. I say it like that. They had alts that I used for crypto to because there were some cryptocurrency streamers that were scam artists and I was trying to get the word out on them in their chat and they kept banning different accounts. So I have those. I don't like using my main channel to
Hi
troll.
guys, thank you. We are so sorry for the confusion. If you could still stay as
But
close
none of
to
those
the
are
guys
signed
as
into
possible,
this
that would be
browser
great.
or
If you
haven't
could
been,
still
so it's a
remain seated,
bitch
that
to
would be
do it.
great.
We're
And
chilling.
once our white allies finish their perimeter, please feel free to scooch in so everyone can hear. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on. I gotta eat something. Facts. Who hasn't eaten today? Old. Jeez, so many people are doing this multicam shit. It's AIDS at this point. Like this looks AIDS to me. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different screens with only one audio. Let's see.
And just tell me why you're here today.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on right now. This is too much input.
I've never been more
I
exhausted
like
ever in my life because I have to, at such a young age, deal with discrimination.
I don't know where's where
racism,
at
and a
all.
lot of people
So
look at me
like
and
it
they
doesn't
tell
make
me,
any
like,
sense.
right white
It's just
privilege is not
shit
a thing.
happening.
White privilege doesn't exist. And those are the same people who look at me and they continue to bring me down. And I've been all over social media. I've
With
spent most of my time educating a
classical
lot of my
music.
peers.
This is
and
so
to see
weird,
the amount of
dude. Do
people
y'all like this?
standing
Y'all
up
go
and
watch this guy.
listening
Fuck it. I'm
and
out of here.
understanding has been like
I listened to that music for so long.
Holly Pearson. Hi, can you hear me?
What is this, dude?
I just want to make a note that there is just such a clear, and again, once again, I should not be a person speaking today, but I was able to get a queue in line, and it is a huge, appalling embarrassment that we had 45 minutes of tech issues before we were able to even hear anyone speak, let alone the public have their voice. Secondly, I would like to draw attention to the very clear opposition that when white protesters, majority white protesters in Los Angeles were protesting in Santa Monica for wearing masks and for being quarantined, the use of force was non-existent. The use of rubber bullets and the use of it's non-existent. And now you see true outrage that has been built in the fabric of our society forever, has finally come to the surface. And the use of force is so excessive, it's proving its own point and then some. And I'm going to yield my time because I truly don't actually have the right to speak here, and I want to hear from more Black voices, and I yield my time.
Next speaker, please.
Is T. T, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Y'all need to keep George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery's out of your mouth. When you don't address the 600 plus people that the LAPD has murdered here with zero accountability, even when found out of policy, in the case of Grishario Mack and Albert Moore Dorsey, those officers are still on the job. How dare you? How dare you even talk about change and how you want to reform things? You guys this is unacceptable. And you descended upon peaceful protesters with elders and children there. You ambushed us with rubber bullets, batons, and spray. Okay? You guys ambushed us. There were children there. And Chief Moore absolutely needs to be fired.
This is great.
Lack of leadership and accountability. He's blaming the protesters. He's blaming the protesters for George Floyd's death. Are you kidding me? There are 600 people that have been murdered by LAPD, and y'all sit there complicit. Zelalem Inouyentu, Keisha Michael, Marquinton Sandlin, AJ Weber, Jesse Romero, who is 14, Eric Rivera, Waukesha Wilson, Anthony Vargas, John Horton, Dennis Todd Rogers, Albert Ramon Dorsey, Kenneth Ross Jr., Christian
Is she going through the whole list?
Kenneth Ross Jr., Christopher DeAndre
We're gonna be here a
Mitchell,
while.
Brother Africa, Kenny Watkins. You talk about violence, the violence is by your pigs, not us. Stop with your empty words. We need to hold these people accountable for their misconduct and their violence. Chief Moore needs to be fired. That concludes my comment.
This is epic.
And
the next speaker, George.
Do you ever see all them getting roasted?
George Gruenauer.
I think these are called like.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah. I just want to thank the chief of police for wasting everybody's time in this greatest time of need. I think he absolutely should be fired. The commissioner, all of you should be doing your job and making sure that this man no longer shows up. We need to defund the police department immediately. We need to find ways to create community-based system. We don't need these people anymore killing our folks in the streets, killing Black and brown people. This man can't even look at us while we're talking, while the community speaks. He's just looking down at his fucking phone, texting, doing whatever the fuck. Yeah, look at me, motherfucker. I'm talking to you.
Damn.
We're tired of your shit. You're over here hitting and running protesters. We got it all on tape. You're over here shooting at media people that are just minding their own business too.
Yeah.
We got it all, baby, and we're still recording you.
Yeah, we are.
We need to get rid
Who
of
is this
this
guy?
man. We need to get rid of these fucking pigs And that's all I gotta say.
I
We
wanna-
need to hear more from the community. Stop wasting our time, Chief of Police, and stop killing us.
Look at me. That was
Okay, the next
epic.
speaker, Jocelyn Tucker. Jocelyn Tucker.
These are just like callers for the.
Yes, can you
Get
hear
2
me?
minutes to talk.
Yes,
Where's this?
please go ahead.
How do you?
Good morning, everyone. This is embarrassingly my first time attending or participating in a police commission meeting. I do know those who have been participating week after week or month after month for years. Your words are falling on deaf ears because it's all flowery and nice to hear, but they're meaningless.
Yo,
When
somebody
you
join
say
my Zoom.
violence
Y'all
does
stop being
not
scared.
solve anything, I disagree because I wholeheartedly, with every fiber in my being, believe that had not there been this violence, we would not be sitting here right now talking about what we're talking about. Chief, I'm embarrassed to
Anybody.
say on live TV that the blood of George Floyd falls on the head of the looters is embarrassing. It's appalling. I get it. It was your knee-jerk reaction. But if that's your knee-jerk reaction, then you're not in the right job. I think you need to seriously consider resigning and allowing somebody who's better suited for this position to take over. Commissioners, you really need to look at someone who's more able to handle what's going on in our community, in our society, and does not continually blame the persecuted for the problems of the society. It really was embarrassing to hear you say that and then try to clean it up and apologize, but too late. The words were already out. It was already spoken. It was recorded. It was heard. So please do your city that you love so much a favor. Step down and allow somebody else who's better suited that can do a better job for our city take over and do the job. Thank you.
Next.
The next speaker is Zach Sherwin. Zach Sherwin, go ahead, please.
All right. You know, I hope people who are hearing Chief Moore talk for the first time today and hearing these commissioners speak with all this
Alright,
grave
bong hit.
concern and
What am I
distress
taking this
visible
for?
on their faces and audible in their voices. You know, there's this greater context for these remarks, and Chief, your words do ring so hollow. Hearing you say the name George Floyd and express all this sentiment when you have not prosecuted Ryan Lee and Martin Robles for the killing of Grishario Mack in your own city, those are names that deserve to be just as infamous as Derek Chauvin's. This commission found them out of policy, and you haven't done anything about it. Nor have you acted in the killings of so many black and brown men.
I don't know,
Eric Rivera,
Jordan.
Albert Ramon Dorsey, Keith Bursey, Kenny Watkins, Ezel Ford, Brendan Glenn, Jesse Romero, Waukesha Wilson, on and on and on. How dare you, Chief Moore? I'm quoting you from before because I typed it as you said it. We will investigate each complaint, and I promise to hold accountable anyone who violates our policy or commits misconduct. You sure haven't set a great precedent of that with the way you've handled Lee and Robles in the murder of Grishario Mack. Shame on you. It's us holding ourselves accountable, you said about this moment. Damn your soul, Chief Moore. Commissioners, this is your moment. I am absolutely sickened by what this police department has done. That video of the SUV alone should just precipitate an apocalypse for this department. Moore, get out of your office. You know you fucked up. That thing you said about George Floyd on TV, too late. You don't get to take it back. Commissioners, this is your chance to do something. Steve Soberoff, be as furious about what this police department that you're tasked with overseeing, be as furious as what's going on with them as you are about the tech on this disgrace of a Zoom meeting. Commissioners, this is your time to do something. Chief Moore, shame on you. Shame on you. That concludes my remarks.
The next speaker is Samantha Gillen. Samantha Gillen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Samantha Gillen. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I want to second everybody who has spoken before me. And I also want to say that I've been to the protests downtown. The police force is completely militarized down there. I was at a protest yesterday.
Yeah, the motherfuckers act like
and there were hundreds
Iraq
and hundreds
or some
of cops, Humvees, army clad people storming these protests of peaceful demonstration. And I just think that's unacceptable. People are scared. We don't need more violence from you guys. And that's all. I'll yield my time.
The next speaker, Laura Espinosa. Laura Espinosa, please go ahead.
Hi, I was born and raised in East LA, and I'm very concerned about the militarization of my town. I think it's great that you're reviewing policy and have set deadlines for June to present reports, but we keep hearing go home and vote, but we aren't hearing immediate, tangible solutions to calm the masses at this time. You have influence and a responsibility to attain prosecution of all of George Floyd's killers and all other murderous cops that the people before me mentioned. Please help us lower the federal standards so we can bring criminal charges against cops who murder our people. Help us limit immunity so we can hold accountable those who allow bad cops to continue abusing our communities. Help us create a national database of officers who commit bad acts. Currently, a cop can murder someone and be fired and go to a different town and still be cops. Please help us with your influence and give us immediate, tangible solutions. That's it.
The next speaker, Jorge Echavarria. Jorge Echavarria, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to say that you should all be ashamed of yourselves. You took 45 minutes to
Hey.
make comments that
Better.
don't mean anything.
How
I want to second that if you all
Yeah, we
really
get that
take
right.
your job seriously,
doing, man?
you will fire this man.
Germany in the house.
He will not hold anybody accountable up to this point, as
chat bot's
evidenced
not
by all
working,
the violence
man.
at the protests caused by all the police officers. And I would like to give my time to another Black community member. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Lexi Underwood.
You better be black, Lexi. He said black.
Hi. I am a 16-year-old young Black woman.
Okay.
And I just want to
Don't
propose
sound like
a
it, but it's cool.
question. Do you know the trauma behind watching countless Black men and women be killed by racist police officers? I chose to exercise my First Amendment right as an American citizen, along with hundreds of other people, to stand in solidarity
Curfew 6 to
to end
6.
the systematic
Raleigh
racism
County.
that is in this country. As we yelled the names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, police officers laughed at us. They laughed in our faces. They shot at just countless peaceful protesters. Your officers were the ones that were being violent with us. There were children in the crowd. There were elderly women and men in the crowd. I saw people ducking behind cars. People were running. And you are seriously going to sit here and say that it is our fault that an innocent Black man was suffocated to death? You should all be ashamed of yourselves. I'm 16 years old and I know more than all of you. The fact that I can speak up about this type of shit and you guys are in what, your 50s and can't even bring justice to all the countless Black men and women that have been killed. This has been a fight for as long as since the beginning of time. You all said this when Trayvon Martin was killed. You said this when Eric Garner was killed. You've been saying this for years. So what are you going to do now? What are you going to do? Is this just going to be a thing that you pass over? This is just a simple conversation that you have, and then everything goes back to normal? You should all be incredibly ashamed of yourselves. I'm done. Thank you.
The next speaker, Margaret Oakley. Margaret Oakley, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm
Dude.
live streaming this on Instagram, and I have about a dozen people that I've contributed. So these are.
I bet that she's got dozens of people's questions. And she's self-promoting. Good for her. Good job. That's actually really smart. I should get on there. Bro, Damn, I fucking lost my. That threw me off. Oh well, fuck it.
Collective comments I want to public. What steps are you taking to actually regain any sense of this trust? We're deeply concerned with the attack on the First Amendment rights. What steps are you taking to protect peaceful protesters? Racial bias is incredibly strong in the policing of these protests.
Are they gonna answer anything?
What
How does this
steps are you
work?
taking to guard against racial bias today? Today, we just got an alert, 6 p.m. curfew today. Accountability and excessive force. There needs to be transparency. We need completely independent review boards for any and all injuries or deaths resulting from actions by on or off-duty officers. And the people's budget. How are you working toward community care and nonviolent social protection? That hasn't even been addressed. And curfew times have been announced with very little notice. People don't have time to get home. There was a sense of entrapment last night in downtown LA. None of this is being addressed. Please do better. Thank you.
The next speaker, Colleen Goldberg. Colleen Goldberg, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for holding this meeting and adjusting the agenda to address the current climate we are in. I appreciate the intention of the statements made by Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Goldsmith, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Soberoff, and Chief of Police Moore, but they are empty and meaningless without actual programs that are proven to reduce police violence. Furthermore, how can you justify your intentions and words are true and meaningful when there have been 0 convictions against any LAPD officers under the DA, Jackie Lacey, since she took office in 2013? I appreciate that Chief of Police Moore's job is to protect his officers, and I can only imagine the fear each police officer faces not every day, but this past week, when the public is rightfully outraged. But that does not
I
take
do
into
like
account
Bernie
the
Sanders
purpose
for
of
a
the
second
police
when his
force,
green
to
screen was fucking.
protect and serve the public. Black Americans are disproportionately hurt by the police, not served. I yield my time to a person of color.
The next speaker, Naomi Z. Naomi Z. Go ahead.
They really know what color everybody is before they pick them.
Naomi Z. Okay, 1 moment. I'll call the next speaker, Ethan Krisman.
Ethan's not black, is he?
Ethan Krisman.
Let's see.
Okay.
Give it a moment, Madam Secretary. There could be a tech problem.
Go ahead.
I know I'd feel kind of weird if he's like, I'm gonna give my time to a black person. They put it on me, and I'm like,
and I see what's going on. I can only think of my students. I'm also a white
guys.
American, so I'm not going to take too much time.
Also white
but I have
American.
questions for this commission. That if you are taking what you guys are saying to us seriously, that you'll write these questions
Oh
down. And
right,
seriously consider them.
welfare corps. Man.
So you
That's
mentioned
what I was thinking,
in
dude. Like if
the
the
hour and a half
plastic
of
part of
time,
this would have hit me in the
that we
eye
took
socket or
before we
something.
heard from the community about retraining police.
I think I might have a case,
How
dude.
exactly
Just
are you guys going to do that,
because
and how will that be made
this is gonna be a
transparent to the
bitch to
public?
deal with, dude. It's just
Because
not about
what
my
I
car getting
see
damaged. I
is
gotta
police are trained to follow orders
leave my
as
car with
opposed
them
to
and
doing what's
you know
right.
that shit,
And
whatever.
following orders, and I'm a history teacher, has led to some of the darkest chapters in human history. I don't need to go through the laundry list. Plenty of other people can take their time.
I'm also a little less
Maybe you can
trustworthy of
start with
police
this.
now. I'm
If and very likely when Officer Chauvin in Minneapolis is acquitted, what is LAPD's plan for what's going to happen then? Because we saw what happened with Rodney King in 1992, and that only happened after after the police officers were acquitted. We're seeing this now, and he hasn't even been brought to trial. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
so just to give you an idea what the cops would have seen.
Naomi Z.
This is
Are
what the
you-
cops.
There, Naomi Z.
Whoa,
The next
There's like
speaker,
this.
John Zirolnik.
they've probably been like this.
John.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. My name's John Zwolnik. I live and work in Los Angeles.
So they
I
would have
own
seen all
property
this
in
going
Los
on.
Angeles.
Because I was
Never come to a
pointing
police
at them, going,
commission
"Oh shit,
meeting
they're about to
before.
shoot
I
the
took
car.
time
They're about
off
to shoot the
work
car."
today to come
You
because
can't tell it's a
I'm
fucking
horrified
microphone
about
and a
what I've been
phone.
seeing over
Like I don't
the
have a
last
black
week,
phone. I
and I
picked something
wanted
bright
to
on
hear some
purpose. It's
explanation
matte,
and
so
see
it's
some
easy
leadership.
to spot. I would think with flashlights
I'm
shooting at
disappointed.
me.
I managed to get into
They're
this
gonna shoot the
meeting.
car.
First of all, I should say shame on the LAPD officers who have
I'm not
formed
with a
the
little bitty
lines
ass
to keep the
S8 with no
community
I'm
out
like
of
I'm
this
very
meeting.
apparent with
That
it.
is despicable. Commissioners, I appreciate your words, but I don't know what to make of it when it's the year 2020 and you're talking about studies and reports. At this moment, our words must be extra pretty, is the message that you're sending. And it's a little horrifying. And this commission may be operating in good faith, but ineffectively. This commission may be intentionally covering up for the corrupt entity that is the LAPD. I don't know which, and I don't actually believe it matters because the results are the same. You're not helping, commissioners. In fact, you're failing this city. We can't have business as usual anymore. Please, for once, be leaders.
What do you
Thank
put his mask on for?
Okay, the next speaker is the initial
What the hell is he
CA.
doing? Weirdo.
CA.
Yes, hi, Caroline Anderson is my name. I know that you're having a tough one there, Sheriff. I do want to thank you for one thing. You referred to rubber bullets as less lethal. I think that is very important to reinforce that rubber bullets are less lethal. People are being injured by these. They're intended to be shot down on the ground, and police officers are shooting them directly at people, as well as
Heads.
tear gas during a
I
pandemic
got proof
that
of that
affects the
shit.
respiratory
We're
system,
going.
which I've not heard
We
addressed
might have
yet
something
this
here,
time.
boys. I might be the only person in LA County that got shot at on the inside of his car and it gashed his headrest, and he was live streaming it. I might actually have something a lawyer would want to talk to me about
I would prefer a sheriff
before I even
never
fuck with the
had those
cops.
thoughts to begin with.
Before I even
So
give them
with that,
any
I will cede my
information,
time
I
to
should
other
talk to a
members of the
lawyer.
community. Thank you so much.
Actually, now that I'm watching this,
The next speaker. One moment, please.
yep, I should at least get lawyer's advice on this
Madam
shit.
Chair, I just wanted to ask the secretary.
They don't
if
have any
we
information on me at all
protocol
yet,
for,
so
identifying the speakers in the queue so they could be ready. So we may want to.
The next three speakers, yes, Madam Secretary, if you could give people just a little bit advance warning, call the next three people in queue, so
What
that they
happened?
know that they should be
did
ready.
Okay, the next three speakers.
Did you see
Dog,
the night where I got
Michael
shot up by
Williams,
the police? We're just watching right now them talk to the police commission and everything about everything that's going on here in
Diane
LA.
Foster. One moment.
But I was just referring
Vidal,
to
go
them
ahead.
popping off at me and what we're gonna do about it.
Hi, my name is Zolma. I'm sorry about the Z-Dog thing. I was just messing around. You know, I do appreciate your words, guys. And I heard the chief of police apologize. And I'm listening to you guys. And I'm here to listen to
I definitely got some PTSD from it. It's like
listening. And I see you guys.
I've never been shot at by cops
and
before.
The problem is that
Like
there's only
there's
one
something
thing
there. There's some
that
kind
needs
of
to
like
happen
a
right
newfound animosity I have.
The
So
first thing that should happen is arrest the 4 cops. Can we get some
Cops
claps
are fucking
over
up.
here? Like, I know that America right now, me telling you this is saying, yes, finally somebody said it. Arrest the 4 freaking cops, period. Period. You want the nation to stop protesting? Arrest the 4 cops. Charge them with, I don't give a shit if it's petty,
That's
whatever
true.
the fuck.
Why don't they just
Charge these bitches with something. I don't give a
something?
fuck
Yeah.
what it is.
Why aren't they getting a
Arrest all these
misdemeanor at
bitches.
least?
Arrest the bad cops. Fire any motherfucker
Facts.
that kills. Number 1, charge that major. You can see it in the New York Times. You can see that all 4 of them held him down. One of them was watching. Okay? There's a picture. If you screenshot it, you watch the 8-minute video in the New York Times, you can see the whole incident of George Floyd. Now,
Oh,
defunding
dude.
the police. Yes,
Go to
man,
that
we haven't
VOD,
paid
man.
our rent in forever.
Read the
starving out
comments. Go
here.
to the
We're on
VOD.
food
Read the
stamps,
comments. You'll
EDD.
find it.
We need that money redistributed to help the homeless. The cops are too many. They almost shot me in the face the other day that I went to the protest. A
Why does he
cop
keep putting his
pointed
fucking
the
mask
rubber bullet
on?
gun to my face while I was in a moving vehicle.
This
because
guy's
my
pissing
Uber
me
driver
off,
was black.
man.
What the fuck? I was a peaceful protester. I left at
It's so
3:30
he
when they
can
started shooting
talk,
us
I
at Trader
think.
Joe's. WTF? Let us leave.
He's talking to somebody else and not listening to
It's
her.
not us looting. I haven't looted for shit. All the decent people left at 3:30.
Got himself muted talking to somebody. He's like on the
Speaker,
phone or
Michael
some shit right
Williams.
now. Yeah, man, I'm here listening to these dumb motherfuckers, these citizens. I don't know. I gotta be here, man. I'll be on the course at 3, dude. Don't worry about the curfew. You know we get to play some golf.
Diane Foster, please.
Hi, hello. I want to make this quick. I'm very upset by everything, so apologize for my streakiness. I want to quickly empathize with all of you and your experience. Your job is full of complexities and challenges, and I'm sure you feel like you're constantly failing, especially on a call like this, as people keep reminding you. That said, you should be ashamed of your efforts, and people not respecting you is a real problem. You are more effective when people respect you, and you will earn that respect with very needed changes and implementations of policies. I am, for the record, calling for the resignation of the police chief. And for me, I would personally like to see more representation of people of color on this commission. And I'm going to yield my time to people who need this time more than I do. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers.
Dude, somebody needs to bring up the
Blake
fact that he's got that dumbass
Danchik,
mask on.
Beth Corzo, and Molly Ware.
Somebody needs to say it. Come on.
Blake, go ahead.
You guys can hear me?
Please,
Yes.
please, Blake.
So I think, like everything else that's been said, one of the other big things here is that for our police chief, I am a resident in Los Angeles. I work in the film industry. Something I hold very dear. It's my income. It's my livelihood. And it's also a very dangerous job. I've thanked many of your officers that have been helping there with us when we're out in downtown LA shooting, doing whatever for various jobs and all that. But those same cops can't go home at the end of the day or go do something else and then go kill innocent people. I overheard your reports earlier, police chief, about some of the incidents that have happened in the last couple of days. And it blows my mind that out of 4 or 5 incidents, all of them needed gunfire when you guys
They're
also
using
carry
Zoom.
tasers. There are plenty of ways you can still make your point without having to go to a lethal effort. And one of the other things that really pisses me off is everyone says, we need to make this place better for the kids. We need to change the life for our children and everything. And I don't know if you guys can see every square on this board right now, but I can. And you being responsible as a police chief with so many deaths of
You can see
African-American
all
men
100
and
zooms,
women,
I think.
I mean, you might as well basically look at Commissioner Bonner right now and tell him that his kids' lives don't matter to you, because one day they're going to be as old as him and they're going to be abused by the police if something doesn't happen. So respectfully, I think you need to lose your job, and we need some change in LA, and we will defund the police. You can rest assured on that. Thank you.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to use my time to read from a report from the 2015 Say Her Name report, authored by Kimberly Crenshaw and Adrian J. Ritchie. I want to lift up the lives of women who were brutalized at the hands of Los Angeles police officers. Alicia Thomas on July 22nd, 2012. Alicia Thomas, who's a Los Angeles, California mother, dropped off her 2 children, aged 3 and 12, at a Los Angeles police station because she felt she was unable to care for them. In response, LAPD officers came to Thomas's apartment and arrested her for child abandonment. Officer Mary O'Callahan was caught on tape repeatedly kicking Thomas as she attempted to arrest her and move her into the police vehicle. Thomas lost consciousness in the back of the police vehicle, went into cardiac arrest, and was pronounced dead at the hospital shortly after. Sonia Taylor, December 16th, 1993. Los Angeles, California police officers shot 27-year-old Sonia Taylor on a rooftop parking lot where she had parked her car. Taylor was a college graduate and a church choir member. In 1997, the city agreed to a $2.45 million settlement for an event that could have been avoided. This is 1993. I'm running out of time. There's one more name I'm going to read. Margaret Laverne Mitchell, May 21st, 1999. Margaret Mitchell was shot dead by an LAPD police officer on the streets where she lived. Mitchell was well known in the area. She was walking away from the officers who then shot her in the back. The officers later then claimed that Mitchell, who was 54 years old, weighed 102 pounds, lunged at them with a screwdriver, causing them to fear their lives. The shooting was found to have violated LAPD rules, but the officer who shot Mitchell was acquitted of all criminal charges.
Time is up. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Molly Ware. Molly Ware, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to speak really quickly. I'm calling for the resignation of Police Chief Moore because it's clear that your priorities are to protect your police force and not the people of Los Angeles. And I'm going to give the rest of my time to my partner who is sitting right here, who is Black.
Hi, my name is Andrew Allen. I'm a non-binary Black person living here in Los Angeles. I just wanted to say that part of the issue here seems to me that our concept of what the police are. Right, you've talked about, having special training to avoid discrimination, how to de-escalate, yada, yada, yada. But to me, it mostly sounds like you are talking about measures to reel back what the instinct of these officers is, which is to use unnecessary force, which begs the question, who are the people that you are hiring in the first place? And why do they think that the job of the cops is to hurt people? That's my question, okay? Why does it seem to me that all you're talking about is you're talking about this almost uncontrollable force of violence that you're doing your best to say, oh, please don't dial it back. Try and tone it down a little bit, right? Why is that the way it is? Why is that our concept of what the police are? If the job is to protect the community, then why do you have to do so much work to get them not to kill people, okay? So that's my question for you. And that's not something you need to answer right now. That's something you need to think about. If this is how we think police are, if this is what we think police do, if people look at this footage, watch people being brutalized by the police in the street, who do you think are going to sign up to be the police in the future, right? If this is what we think the police are, if we watch all these footage of the protests of police officers out in the street macing people, tear gassing people, beating people, then the people who sign up to be police officers are going to be the people who want to beat, mace, and tear gas people. And that cycle is going to repeat itself forever. And that is how it's been repeating itself forever, which is why we need to defund and abolish the police as they have presently existed in order to cut the cycle off at the pass and address these problems head on. Thank you.
I would also like to say really quickly that Police Chief Moore was directly behind the lines of the police at the May 30th protest. He was calling the shots.
Madam Secretary, we have to go. We have a lot of people in queue. I have to hold everybody to the 2 minutes. Madam Secretary, the next speaker, please.
The next three speakers, Victoria Gaines, Irene Farr, and Andrew Jorgensen. Victoria Gaines, go ahead, please. Victoria Gaines.
Please give it a moment just to be sure if the speaker's there.
I'm here. I'm sorry, I was muted.
That's fine. Please proceed.
My name is Victoria Gaines. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm a transfer resident. And it ashames me that in the city that I call my home, that my friends, my family, my loved ones have to be at fear, afraid of the police officers that are meant to protect us. We are waiting and begging for leaders. It is time for you to stand up and do a better job. And I can't say that any further dollars should be going to the police at all. I can't say that I support any police actions that I have witnessed this weekend, the brutalization of so many people, namely Black people, not just people of color, but Black people. Does LA want peace Or does LAPD want power? That's the question that I have for you. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Irene Farr, please.
Hi, my name is Irene Farr. I have lived and grown up in LA, and I'm a UCLA urban planning graduate student. I'm committed to justice. Today, I call on each of you to say their names before the end of this call. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Sean Reed, Tony McDade, Rushario Mack, Kenneth Ross Jr., Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner. Say their names, do your homework, and learn who the people you and your fellow police workers have killed. If you don't have the time or capacity to do so, there is no space for you to serve the public. Commissioners, I call on you to recognize the ways in which you have and are actively supporting and engaging in policies that have killed Black people. You are responsible for everything that has unfolded before us. Chief Moore, telling us stories that you feel justify your violence is not acceptable. Your story is not enough. We don't want to hear your narrative. We want you to listen to the stories of Black people, the stories that you have worked to codify for generations. I have no choice but to advocate for the defunding of the police. That's all. Thank you.
The next speaker, Andrew Jorgensen. Go ahead. Andrew Jorgensen.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I'm calling from my husband's line. My name is Laura Dominguez, and I'm a longtime resident of Koreatown and a historian speaking in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. The National Guard is in our neighborhood. The trauma is real and it's generational. We are living in a military state while the city of Los Angeles deflects its role in the murders of more than 600 of our residents. We are watching LAPD escalate its attacks on Black people, on peaceful protesters, and of members of the press before our own eyes. And our leadership is deliberately missing the point of these actions, that Black and brown people are fighting for their lives in a system that was always designed to strangle them. We cannot forget that the history of policing in the US is directly linked to the preservation of slavery in the 19th century. Chief Moore, your words last night were unconscionable. You should be fired. We need to rethink the entire paradigm of law enforcement, care, and services in our city, starting with new leadership. And I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker, Madam Secretary.
The next three speakers, Cicely Benjener, Casey Kaufman, and Lily Weiner. Cicely Benjener, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm a proud resident of Los Angeles, and my parents and grandparents came to Los Angeles in 1908. So we've been in Los Angeles 112 years as a family. We've lived through many iterations of many police chiefs, many police forces, and up to the current one. And my most vivid memory is of the notorious Daryl Gates. So I will give you credit that the current chief, you are an improvement over the last one. But I am concerned about whether we replace this chief. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Bonner's comments about, changing the culture of the police as an organization. So sometimes the head can be great or the head can be awful, and the followers don't necessarily follow what the head is doing. So I would like to see the commission focus on creating that culture within the police. And then for Chief of Police, since you mentioned prayer, I am a prayerful person as well. And out of the overflow of a heart is what a man speaks. So if you misspoke, you really do need to go within your heart if you are a believer and understand why those words came out of your mouth. And I yield my time to my fellow citizens.
Casey Kaufman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, so we are on IG Live and we've accumulated a bunch of questions, but I just want to say first how embarrassing the ineptitude of this particular Zoom meeting is. We call for the resignation of the police chief Moore, who clearly doesn't understand or give a shit about this public. And I'm a white person. I would prefer to extend questions to you guys rather than state my perspective. We want to know how you are qualifying the mayor's budget versus the people's budget. If the mayor is supposed to represent us, and why isn't anyone listening to us anymore? How are the budgetary funds being reallocated from the funding of the police to serve Black and brown communities? What does it take for police to be prosecuted for their murders, the murders of 600 people plus since Jackie Lacey has been elected? Will you be using people's videos to pursue police brutality, excess force, and wrongful arrests? And these curfews, how do you qualify these? Why are you announcing curfew 45 minutes before it is enforced? Why are you unnecessarily arresting people in a pandemic, packing jails full of people in close proximity during a viral pandemic?
I got good footage, y'all.
Panic on the public.
They shot at me.
Why are police preventing people from leaving before a curfew and then forcing them to go
Actually
on
might have
buses to
footage
Long
at the
Beach to get citations? Protest safety. If you are claiming peace, why are you shooting pandemic and ensuing panic on the public? Why are police preventing people from leaving before a curfew and then forcing them to go on buses to Long Beach to get citations?
What? What? I didn't know they did that.
Panic on the public. Why are police preventing people from leaving before a curfew and then forcing them to go on buses to Long Beach to get citations?
That's interesting.
Cats, Paula Minor, and
Actually, let me
from leaving before a curfew and then
Just gonna
forcing them to go on
fast
buses
her.
to Long Beach to get citations. Protest safety. If you are claiming peace, why are you shooting people with rubber bullets directly in the face? Why are you using military force on civilians? What will it take to get a cop fired and to stay fired? Because clearly murder isn't the line. I yield my time to other people.
Lily Weiner. Lily.
Lives matter. Yeah, but I mean,
Next three speakers: Kate Katz.
oh, and
Paula
somebody
Weiner,
asked
and Britt
earlier
Madam Secretary, before we move on, Lily Weiner never came to the screen. Did she go offline? Oh, there she is.
about more whites being shot, but the thing
Hi,
is,
this
if
is
you
my name
look,
is Ryan Eliopoulos. I'm a resident of CD4, and I also speak for Lily Weiner, also a resident of CD4. We stand with Black Lives Matter. There's plenty of things to be enraged about when it comes
if you
to
look at those
LAPD. They
stats,
killed more than 610 people based on 10-year-old data. I'm sure it's many more than that
unknown
now.
race
The
is
point not
actually the
completely atonal concern
highest
about civil unrest,
of
as Chief
any
Mike
of
Morris put
them.
it. What the citizens are actually concerned about is the
That's a
constant
weird.
escalation of police violence and the
The
curtailing
bar
of First
graph looks
Amendment
weird
rights.
because
This
of
is
that.
civil unrest by
What the fuck does
definition,
that
and Chief
mean?
Moore should resign. The department has a long history of racist violence in the city and a virtually non-existent history of winning back community
They
trust.
call them black
Mayor Garcetti's
people, they,
erratic curfew setting, coupled
whatever
with
they
shutting
want
down
or
public
something,
transit, must
maybe.
only be seen as a naked attempt to trap protesters in the streets and to make mass arrests easier. Within this context, the fact that the LA City Council has irresponsibly and undemocratically decided that the
I'll
LAPD
bring
will
that
be taking
chart
$3
up,
billion of the city's
actually.
budget this year, while all other city departments are starved of funding, is appalling. This is legally and disproportionately choking the life out of communities of color in LA on a macro scale. In light of this, when the department can't even set up an adequate IT interface for a meeting like this one today, with the staggering amount of funding
You
have,
just gotta
how on earth
keep
is anyone
living,
supposed to trust
man.
you to solve the infinitely more complex problem of
LIVIN.
systemic racism? The incompetence is beyond parody. As a concerned citizen, know that this is an issue that affects everyone. The LAPD should be demilitarized and defunded for the health and benefit of black communities, communities of color, and all LA communities. Excess crackdowns on alleged looters and rioters comes at
How'd it get
enormous
so
expense
far
to the civil and
behind?
constitutional rights of every citizen, and at the direct expense of, and bodily harm and the lives of black people and communities of color. We're seeing an unprecedented rise of police control in all of our major cities, and that is against everything the city of LA
Hey,
is supposed
Riz.
to stand for. I yield the rest of my time.
The next three speakers: Kate Katz, Paula Minor, and Britt Spindler. Kate Katz, go ahead.
Good morning. I don't envy any of you right now today. What I am listening to
I was able to go
in this
1.5
discussion
when it's
is
live.
a community that is in deep trauma. And I am afraid that you have doubled down on that today with this commission.
Okay.
So I am asking for a public statement on how you plan to fix the trauma
How
that
am
you
I
have
going
inflicted once again
faster?
on a very sensitive and broken and abused population.
Okay. Anyway, the dude, Rizzo, yeah.
I have direct questions that
The
I would like
headrest,
public
the
answers to
rear
at
quarter
some
panel,
point
and the
from
door
this
handle.
commission in a
There
public
might be one other
statement.
hit somewhere
How
else that I haven't
are
found
you
yet, but
planning to commit
those
to
are
the
the three I
changes that you
found.
were talking about? And I'm
It's pretty
speaking
bad,
personally
actually.
to you, Chief, as you made in your statement this morning that you're
They
working on
went through the
this.
leather and the
I'm
stitching.
also asking for answers from
Dented,
the department on
dented
how
metal.
they plan
Oh,
to commit to these changes.
broke the
And I'm
plastic on the
also
handle
asking that of this commission to answer that question.
completely. It doesn't work anymore.
Many citizens are also fearing retaliation for making complaints against bad cops. Can this department ensure
I kind of
safety of
am
citizens
actually,
who flag
dude.
bad
When they were like, "What's your
officers?
address?" I'm like, "What do you mean?
Right now,
What,
even coming
why
forward
do
to
you
address
know my
these
address?"
issues that we've been talking
Oh, we need to
about
send a
appears
cop there
that
to get
it's a substantial risk.
the report. I was like, "Yeah,
Can this
no, not here.
commission
What
actually
is what
guarantee
is
the
somewhere
safety
else?"
of the citizens who are trying to hold their own police department
That's real talk, though.
accountable?
We're still a little nervous
We had a
to speak
speaker,
up.
Laura Espinoza, who spoke earlier today. She made beautiful points. If you're recording this, I highly recommend you go back, listen to her points, highlight what she's asking for, and focus on those changes. Public trust
I
is
was actually
required to have
helping, dude. I was
successful
getting people
relationships
not
with
to
the
want to fucking
community,
loot.
and that trust is
I
broken.
got proof of it. They were throwing
And
drinks
we
at my
as the
car and
public are
shit,
left
telling me to
short-handed
leave,
in this
threatening me.
relationship.
More, the dude said,
Unfortunately,
knock
we
me
had no
out and
other
shit.
option
Like,
but to
I was like,
request
fuck
the
you. I'm the
defunding of
good
your
guy.
department.
Like,
Thank
people were
you. I
flipping
yield
me
the floor.
off. They should, dude. I should not only get paid. I should get a special key to the city.
Paula Miner?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Paula Miner with Black Lives Matter. First, Chief Moore,
Right.
your words last
I'm an
night
outstanding
as
citizen.
the leader of LAPD, your philosophy, your thoughts, and your words are important. What you
They
said
hit me
was
too,
a
actually,
travesty
dude.
and unacceptable.
Doesn't hurt. It
And
was still
it
sore
does not
yesterday, but
allow you to be the example that we expect officers
it was
should
just a little
follow.
red.
If you're the leader, what you think and say is important. You cannot always back out and apologize out of things that you say. You are the leader of supposedly 10,000 people, and this is what you reflect. You should definitely resign. You should leave. You say things in public that you think sound good. You're always painting a PR picture. You implied to the public that you had wanted to meet with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter representatives have attended every commission meeting since you have been chief. You have never invited us to meet with you. Even when you have meetings in the Black community, even when you met with the Black clergy,
You can barely see it.
never invited Black Lives Matter. Yesterday on camera, you tell the reporter that you want to meet
You
with
can see
Patrice
if I hit the big
Cullors,
screen.
Black Lives Matter founder. And she said, why? You already know what our demands are.
There.
You already know
There.
what changes need to be made. You and this
Right, I got it.
commission have been hearing what needs to change.
Still sore-
Stop
it's still
lying.
sore.
Hold officers accountable for their murders and their
But
brutality of Black
That's
people.
after
Stop
blowing a
signing off
hole
on
into
false
my
police
back,
reports,
my
like
my
in the case
headrest,
of
dude.
Rosario
It
Mack,
bounced
where
off my
an
headrest and hit me in the
autopsy
back.
and eyewitness reports totally
Ow.
contradicted the fake
Oh, dude.
police and coroner's report. As long as law enforcement like you continue to lie, practice racially biased actions
What?
such as stop
No,
and
what do
frisk,
you mean the
putting the names
looters?
of
No,
Black
the
people
cops,
falsely into
dude.
the gang
The cops
database,
shot me
and
with
never holding
these,
officers
man.
accountable, as in the case of
They
the
shot me in the
Rosario Mack,
car.
Albert Ramon Dorsey, and other
You didn't see it, man. God damn it! None of y'all have seen the goddamn shit.
You need
How
to
have
go.
none of
Next speaker,
Grizzle?
please.
Next
I'm
speaker
gonna have to
is
demote
Britt
you if you don't go look right now.
Spindler. Britt Spindler, go ahead.
That was 2 days ago.
Britt Spindler.
Where you been, man? You alright? You been locked up or something? What's going on? The timestamps
Why
in the
don't we
comments,
recall that
man.
person and try and move on to the next person?
The next speaker was the next three speakers are Greg Katz.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Spindler?
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Spindler. I live in Eagle Rock, CD 14. The first step to correcting your misdeeds, the heinous actions of the LAPD, is listening to the public. But that is not enough. You have to act. You cannot just let the public's ears or the public's words fall on deaf ears. And Chief Moore, your response is not enough. I could see the rest of you commissioners, as you were listening to Chief Moore give his statement, the shame in your faces as you recognize that his statements were not enough. You could see and you could hear that he was blaming our community's actions for the actions and the violence of the police. And you're ashamed. You're ashamed of these actions. And you
Oh,
need to
I fell
act
off the
on that.
bike twice.
Chief, you need to resign.
Busted my.
Commission, you need to act
fuck is
on
going on?
that. He needs to be out. You have lied about the way that the National Guard is acting in our communities. You have said that the National Guard is only sitting at places that were vandalized. I witnessed this in Garcetti's press conference the other day, and I've seen the National Guard patrolling. The Guard is walking around. They were stationed in the Palisades. Nothing has happened in the Palisades. This is in
Fell off the bike twice, and then I drove around to different places.
disgusting. The words that you said about George
I should,
Moore,
maybe I should make an
Floyd.
edit of it.
Black Lives Matter. Capital cannot be valued over Black lives. And can each of you say that? Can each of you say that Black Lives Matter without knowing in your hearts that you're lying? Because if you cannot, you do not deserve a position in our city.
You are not suited
I knew
to
most of
serve
the
our
mods
public.
disappeared in that stream.
We demand more. We are
Y'all
scared
just disappeared after
and we are vulnerable.
when all the
And
shit was
police are
popping
not
off. Y'all were
protecting us.
MIA.
Thank you. I yield my time.
I noticed that. Did notice that.
The next three
To find some
speakers,
new mods.
Eli Henry, Greg
Wasn't some of
Katz,
them late
and
night
Tyler
mods.
Moore.
Y'all used
Eli
to be
Henry,
late
go
night
ahead.
mods. I don't know what happened to you.
Hi,
Oh, you got a new
can you hear
job.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
I think that's what happened.
My
Everybody
question
got new jobs.
is, what have you learned? This is to Chief Moore and to all of the
Everybody got new
members of the
jobs,
LAPD that may be
man.
missing.
Hey, quit your
Earlier,
job. Be a
Chief
mod.
Moore, you said that you had to increase the military or the police presence to quell these protests. But from the get-go, you came ready for war.
A little what?
These peaceful protesters, they were doing nothing. And the police came ready,
Cat
just
cam.
in all of the military equipment they've been given, passed down, which is its own issue. They came ready. They were looking for this. You know, and I want you to say, you know, you talk about the idea of ending this protest. I don't think anybody here doesn't believe that you have the resources, the manpower, and the equipment to end a protest, but it goes a lot bigger than that. It has nothing to do. It goes larger than George Floyd. That's not what this is about anymore. This is about systemic racism. Now, you can show up, you can bring everyone, you can beat up as many protesters as you like, but it's not going to stop unless we make some deep changes. Now, there's only so much I can say. I'm just pissed. I know everyone's pissed, and I see some of you are pissed, but it's not enough.
He likes the
Listen
microphone.
to the demands from the Black Lives Matter activists. Thank you.
The next speaker, Greg Katz, go ahead, please.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm a business owner and homeowner in the city of Los Angeles. This is my first time speaking at a LAPD commission meeting. I want to express my grave concern over Chief Moore's comments last night, blaming protesters for the death of George Floyd. Chief Moore's comments, his attempt to walk them back later, did not diminish his obvious sincerity when he made his remarks. Chief Moore should be censured by the police commission for his comments, and he should be replaced as chief. As you well know, if there's no trust between the LAPD and Angelenos, the community cannot be safely and effectively policed. And after days of his officers using violence against nonviolent protesters, Chief Moore's comments finished off the trust at this time of crisis. I'd also like to add that the inaccessibility of today's meeting to the public was not only a Brown Act violation, but also a sad comment on the lack of the police
Oh
accountability.
yeah,
in Los
I just
Angeles.
had
I'll vote
random
on these
people. That was
issues,
what's so
but I
scary
hope the
about it,
commission
homie.
will hold the chief and
There's just a bunch
department
of
accountable at the
randos
same time.
telling me where to
Thank you.
go. Like,
Next
I don't know if I
speaker,
should be doing
Tyler
this.
Moore. Tyler Moore, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Tyler Moore. I'm a white male living in Studio City. Will you
Because it could have been
advocate for
anybody trying to get my
defunding the
plate so they could follow me
LAPD
home or
and
some
more
shit.
funding
You know?
towards affordable housing, education, and public services?
Jack.
Will you, the
What's up, man?
LAPD, take that hit in your income, in your employees' income, to make sure our society in Southern California, the biggest city down here, is going to be taken care of?
Live stream
Chief,
deliver. I can check,
why are you
bro.
so familiar with the injuries to the police, but you failed to mention the innumerable injuries to these protesters?
Why is this
I
such a
yield the rest of my
bitch
time
just to
because there's
fucking
nothing
take a
else more to
tab
say
out
than
and
that.
resize this shit? The second time it's been stupid.
The next
Sorry.
three
That
speakers,
annoys me. That
Megan
annoys me
Nuringer,
too.
Matthew Pardue, and Brandon Benoit. Megan
Actually is
Nuringer, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I would just like to say why the police who are here to so-called protect and serve are covering up their badge numbers and not putting their body cams on during these protests. I would like to know what you are doing to wipe out white supremacy in your own department. I want to know if you're taking accountability for white supremacist cops inside your own departments and what you are doing to actually wipe out white supremacy. We know that police departments across the country have white supremacists who are signing up to be police officers. If you want to stop the destruction and violence and brutality in Black communities, it starts with your own departments. And if you can answer for how you're being accountable to ending that right now in your departments and what you will be doing in the future, that would go a long way to your communities to start instilling trust. And I yield the rest of my time.
Matthew Pardue, go ahead. Matthew Pardue, go ahead, please.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I want to start by saying that I stand with Black Lives Matter, and I'm calling today to express major
That's
concern
Hollywood.
with Chief Moore and the policing mentality as a whole with LAPD. I'm calling for Chief Moore to be fired.
Should we
as
go?
well. First of all, what Chief Moore said
Wanna go to
yesterday was a
Hollywood?
disgrace to our community.
What do we got here? I just found this dude.
So as you guys see, we're pretty much cornered in right now on this one position to the front of us, military to the back of us, military behind us, and police in front of us. I still have not been able to link up with Eva. They have her blocked off, a block away. Hopefully we get together soon.
I'm the live stream finding master, dog. I thought you knew. That's why you asked. He's got 2 people watching him, homies. Y'all show some love. The Talk O Tuesday podcast, 17 subs. Show some love, y'all. He's out there fucking doing something. Ain't nobody. It's a little blurry, but hey, he's out there. He's live streaming. He's got his stream up.
Hey, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, it's not for your photo op. Back it up.
Baby, come back. Who else we got? None of the big names that I... What in the hell, bro? Let's find a better one.
I'm gonna grab Eva. Right here in the corner.
I think we got another one.
All right, Eva finally got through.
They're freezing up though. I'm their only viewer. That's disabled. Man, get your face out the phone. Do it. That's it. He's the only one. He's all we got. He's gone. Bro.
There we go. Thank you.
though. God dang it. Oh, wait.
No peace. No peace. No peace. Police. No peace.
Oh, he's now going to be using Streamlabs though. But I've never seen that overlay before.
No peace. No peace. George Floyd. George Floyd. George Floyd. No peace. No peace. No peace. Now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. No peace. No peace. No peace.
Most people don't realize that 480p is DVD quality, which isn't bad. Oh, he's actually going to try a different... he's trying to pop it down. He might be... Dude, he seems to know what the hell's going on. He'll be right back. Oh! Oh, better. Better. Is it...
Bob, make sure that you're going to the comments and clicking on them when they pop up, please.
Is that good? Did he... God dang it. It seems to be less glitchy though. Less... He made it. Is he using StreamYards? Oh, he's using StreamYards. Can you decrease your bitrate of StreamYards? I don't even know.
Can you hold this real quick?
That's how he reads the comments. They have to come up on the screen, I think. I see now, for whatever reason, because he's using StreamYards. This is a trip, dude. I've never seen him use StreamYards to stream the Riot. And he's got somebody else controlling, I think, what comments pop up on the screen. Or it's auto.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can lower it. Who does all StreamYard? Man, if I'd have just used StreamYards, I'd know.
As you see, we have people handing out waters, handing out kits, whatever you need. It's all peace, they're all love here, baby.
Let me see if it lowered. I can refresh and check. No. Still trying to push out 720, so he doesn't have enough bits to cover this amount of space, is what's happening. So that's why it looks like shit. If he shrank his canvas up, he'd have, like, the bits would be more efficient, kind of. Like the other day when my shit was at 1080p, it wasn't supposed to be. That was a glitch in the Matrix. I was supposed to see 720 when we were out in the riots, and it would have looked better had it been. I think it was due to using a variable resolution stream key. So notice how he isn't getting anywhere near the traction that older channels get. If I were to go to that protest right now, the channel would literally explode. We'd have probably over 150 people in here or some shit. But I thought that me going in there and commenting and liking his shit, I didn't do anything. Wait, how was his channel? Oh no. I just want to, this is episode 50 of this, guys. He's been, that's why. That's it. They're only helping old channels. They're recommending this like crazy if we get out in this shit. Hey man, I feel sorry for you guys starting a new channel now. I know what it's like in there. I've been that guy right there where it's like, no matter what, you're not recommended. And is YouTube doing something to us, helping us out now? Finally, now that old timers have all jumped ship to go to Twitch, it's a new breed of YouTubers. That's us. We don't care so much about the ad revenue. I thought we had something there. But see, I'm gonna watch him and see how he does. I like doing that with the really smaller ones. Like he has less than 20 subs right now.
Showing solidarity with this right now. There's like 10,000 even youth out here, and this is youth led. What does this make you feel like having the youth leading this, and what's it make you feel like for the future?
It makes me have hope. It makes me have hope that they have voices and they're not afraid to let them be heard.
Do you live in Minneapolis?
I live right here in St. Paul.
St. Paul? How has this situation made you feel with this last week?
Very scared, especially with our president not backing us up and
Gold.
police everywhere. You can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
But hopefully we're here to make a change. Thank you for being here.
For sure.
What's it?
Can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
And you have these youth. There is the change that people talk about. What can you say, like one way that you want to see that makes sure that your youth don't
I think I
have
need to
deal
make my
with whatever it is that you don't want them to deal with?
my corner thing different. So it's the name John Doe 1980. Like his is Unicorn Riot. It needs to be John Doe 1980. That way on any of my videos it'll be free promotion. It's a really good idea. They might do that. You gotta do that.
I don't know. I guess let's just go take a walk. Can you all talk about the sign real quick? Why will there be no back to normal?
We can't go back to normal. This is a revolution. It should be changing people from the heart, from their inside out.
Yeah. Normal in this country is Black lives dying. And at the hands of our government and of our institutions, and we can't go back to that. Yeah.
Anything to add?
They said it well.
Yeah. As white folks right here, there's
Bro,
allyship, there's
you know I'm not a cat, bro.
What does it mean to you?
Yeah. I mean, for me, being an ally looks like amplifying Black voices, amplifying people of color, being here and doing the work, but not just being here, but actually putting my words to actions and giving to communities of color. Like I said, amplifying voices and narratives that aren't normal, like we were talking about, that have been silenced and that need to be, voiced.
Can I say, as a Black man, we need more allies and accomplices who actually will bridge the gap and take the majority of the weight of educating and having the hard conversations with white folk. White folk come to me, ask me to educate them, ask them why things are the way that's exhausting. And you'll see Black folk are exhausted. They might get a little irritated because they keep having the same conversations. And so allies are those that are saying, hey, don't go to him, come to me, I'll educate you, I'll help you, and then we'll actually go do something on their behalf and not expect them to tell us what to do.
Yeah. I would just say to the white people who are maybe taking the back seat right now and hoping that we go back to normal and just kind of trying to blanket this all until they're comfortable to come out of their shells again. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not going to go back to normal. And we're going to keep standing up to make change until they get on board and join us in making that change because it's necessary.
So windy all of a sudden. Everything just blew. You retrieved the signs, all right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. When it comes to this uprising right now that we have, that's now hit across the nation, even internationally. A lot of times in the past, the uprisings have sort of petered out, or they've sort of died down after the repression from the government, and they haven't really picked up and really actually implemented the change that they were starting to do. Is there any ways you all can see to make lasting change here from this week of uprising?
Yeah, that's why I put revolution on here, because I think that this is creating a revolution amongst people, amongst white people. It's making them check themselves. It's causing them to take a break from normal life to recognize their privilege, and you see people writing essays, you see people coming out and saying something because Black people are demanding it, and that's important, and not to say it out of pressure, but to say it, you know, when you're ready, when you've actually done the reconciling within yourself to and come out to protest, like when it's actually authentic, because I think this is a revolution, and it's huge, and let's let it be that. Let's not go back to normal.
and I'll say it's all about our spheres of influence. So I can only control those that I'm in contact with, and so I need to make sure I'm pressing the envelope with those that I'm in relationship with, and we keep having the conversation. If everyone does that, then there's a ripple effect.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, it's a continuation of education. First thing that white people can do that I've learned is do your inner work. And it's going to be a lifelong thing. It's not going to just be like, oh, I'm going to read one book and then I'm good. It's like, keep reading books by black authors. Keep watching documentaries. Keep
What am I want to read a book
talking to your
for?
black friends and your brown friends and your people of color. And
What you reading for?
educate the other white people.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Cool. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Name the movie. You get 5,000 dough. No, you gotta do it in 5 seconds though. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I got a 3-second delay though. 1, 2, 3. Nobody got it. Dumb and Dumber. Hey, at least we were cheap. Normal's fine. The official Susie Harry crotch. Holy shit, that's a first. That's like.
The police need to stop
Are you related?
perpetuating anti-blackness, and we need to defund the system and fuck the system.
Black Lives Matter all day, every day. You know,
That's it. That's about it. All this is youth led. Like, you see all this?
Yeah.
There's like nobody here who's like over the age of 40, 50. You know, this is what it's about.
What's that mean to you? There's 10,000 people out here, so maybe it's at least 5.
Wow. I know, but like you see, like this is what it's about. Like, people are here peacefully. Like, nobody's here causing destruction. And
It's
I'm
too
saying, like,
bright outside. You can't loot and broad. Wait, you can if it's Long Beach and Santa Monica, but normally you can't do that.
Can I have one of those waters too? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
You're doing that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're doing it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the time. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Man, he knows he's doing good. He's at 74,000 subs, which you fucking don't have to give him a pep talk over here. He's near 100K. He's right around the corner from a 100K plaque. He's right home stretch.
Yes.
Hey, keep doing what you're doing, man. You better. Because I like it. It's sweet, endearing. It's just, man, he knows by now. Hey, what? I'll know once I hit 10K, probably. I still know. Be real with it. Being hyper realistic. It's hyper realistic. How can you be more than realistic? Normal is normal.
Okay, if I squeeze right between you all? Yeah, I'm safe.
It's fine unless your normal is
If you are being interviewed by media, please stay safe. Please, if you care about your identity being known, please make sure that you let it known to them that you do not want your identity out there. If you have a mask, wear one. If you don't, we are providing.
like, because there's some cultures where their normal is fucked up. More than ours. I haven't been to those countries, so I can't speak on it in particular, but I've been to Romania. And Romania was a little sketch. It was a little like, here's the thing with Romania. And they got cops there that look like SWAT. And they will beat your ass with the batons, like riot style, if they want to. I was filming one once in a store, and my girl was like, yeah, don't do that. I was like, oh, whatever, man, I can film. She told me about it earlier, and she was like, yeah, that's one of those dudes. I was like, oh shit. And he was actually saying something to me too. I didn't know what he was saying. He was in Romanian train station, actually going to Hungary, across the street from it, getting cigarettes or some shit. Anyway, those, I don't know what their normal is though. It's not nice though. It sucks.
Clear the walkway.
And they have racism too, man. They got gypsies there. And, like, gypsy is a race. It's not just a bunch of people that steal shit, you know, like people think. They're, the old school gypsies in Romania are like Native Americans. They were the first to have textiles, and they were the history of Romania. And they're looked down on like Aborigines in Australia because, you know, some of them did turn into jackasses and whatever. Start going to other countries and stealing, doing fucked up child labor shit, making the kids work. They're not all like that. It's like all Americans, not like the bad people that these people are. Like, oh man, not everybody needs to change that much in regards to this stuff. Like a select few of dumbasses in America. Tennessee's got a ton of them though. I say that because that's where I'm from. Tennessee is chock full of racist assholes.
They call us nigger, a scornful term for a black or dark-skinned person. Though I have an education, they still treat me and call me names as if I don't. Profiling us in classifications based on our racial...
I can barely even tell she's black. I'm just being real with it.
I'm gonna make a quick clarification. I'm African-American by proud blood relation. We make up 43 million of America's population. Yet we are portrayed as irritations and abominations.
She looks like Hawaiian.
Of who we really are. We are united. Bonded by the persecution of our people. Beaten down to elevate the white steeple. We were made slaves in a foreign land.
I want to see the really black people get up there, like the.
Constantly that got tanned by the scorching sun. We heard families intentionally torn apart.
Maybe even some with African accents.
May our cries form beautiful black art, filling the void that our history books repeatedly ignore. So we are strong. In a land where we are hosed and gunned down, we marched on. Where injustices were addressed until we pushed for progress, losing our own lives in defense of our future for our brown kings and queens. Ooh, I'm shaking, y'all. I'm shaking. This is empowering. This is empowering.
That's adrenaline, baby. Empowering.
Yet years later, we are still in bondage. Racism runs the system, puppeteering hurt on its victims. A country reaping the symptoms, all while claiming Christian, screaming all lives matter, but George, Ahmaud, and Rihanna have no mention.
Give someone the authority or power to do something. Makes someone stronger and more confident. I don't think it's making her more confident.
Is repeating regardless of the emancipation.
Freaking out a little bit.
Americans aren't the only ones involved in this equation. Did you know? 1 in 4 Hispanic Latinos experience discrimination. There you go. Laws authorize local police to check the immigration status of anyone they deem suspect of being in the U.S. and people cannot object. What is that? Say it louder. What is that? What is that? Did you know that Asian Americans were required to score at least 140 points higher than whites on standardized testing?
What?
What?
What did she say? Yeah, I don't even believe you right now. Everyone's like, what are you talking about? Anyway. What did she even say? 145 on what?
Can anyone tell me why the declaration for this
Gotta slow it down.
still states that indigenous people are savages? Tell me why that we are labeled as 3/5 of a person by a document that's supposed to represent the masses.
Why does she expect everybody to know what the fuck she's talking about? I don't know what the hell that means. I'm not trying to decipher a riddle right now. What is this, Malcolm X? mean, nothing's changed yet, homie.
I will always grieve with you. Lord knows the pain and suffering you're going through. But all my life, I hope to honor all the innocent lives lost. What we do today can make or break the next life cost. Mine. So today, I take a stand. I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired of being angry. I'm tired of feeling defenseless. I'm tired of our voices being silent and silenced. I'm tired of having another picture on a shirt.
She's not a good face for it. I'm sorry. She just doesn't even look black. We need some black people up here, really, really black people, to make my heart cringe, like feel the yearning. I need to see a dude that's done some time up there. Had to deal with a public defender that didn't give a fuck about him. He had to do way more than the other dude that was white on the same charges. It was in the same pod as him. That kind of story, you know what I mean? Like, this is she's been taking this shit. Wrote a whole speech and shit. She's been up for fucking 3 nights writing this thing. The same shit everybody else is saying. I want some real shit. You ain't been through shit, bitch. You ain't fucking had no police brutality. You fucking look like you already been through college, graduated, and they paid for it probably.
I will not stand for unjustified behavior towards my people, and because of this, I promise to always say his name on 3.
Man, this is some bullshit right now, dude. You don't see any of the brothers out there. No, there's like a couple. Hey, I'm looking at this like these white people, man. Tiptoeing in my Jordans. Hey, dog. Hey. Let me play a new Xbox. That's just clean. I'm starting to hate black people. She's not really black though, man. I mean, she's half, and you can just tell she was kind of. She didn't grow up in the hood. She was eating good. She was getting good at exercise. Her parents are probably looking out for her all the time. She's a very small percentage. And that's if you want to consider her to be African American. Because she's got a percentage of it in her. I don't know about that either, really. What does the percentage need to be? Are they considered? Is it we can do this like Native Americans now, where if you're a certain percentage, you don't get the Native American pay or benefits? I don't know what the percentage is, but I think they probably do have the same thing with African American. They wouldn't like that. What? The Afro chick?
Can you repeat after me, please?
Oh, they are pretty much young and experienced people.
Can you repeat after me, please? Mama,
I don't know, it's like 300 that time. Same as usual, everyone forget in a few months. Probably. Hey, what's up, Muslim? Don't want to hear reasons? Not really, I didn't want to hear her very much. Or these chances they do. Like this is some.
Made the system for themselves. So now we cleaning off the shelves. All right, thank you. Listen.
Welcome to the Doe Show.
Donald, can't you see what your hate? No, let me. What your hate has done to me. Enabling racist left and right. So hand in hand we must fight. I am here because I am sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Where the thugs at?
No, you don't need no repeat. Just hear me right now. I am tired of shedding tears for
It's a school.
Name here. I am tired of wondering whether or not today is the day my name will make headlines. I am tired. I will not walk in fear, for I know God protects his people. I will not allow this situation to deter me from enjoying my life and living it to its utmost fullest. I will not perceive my identity as a threat. I will not stop until justice is achieved. I will fight. Say it again. I will fight. Say it again. I condemn violence of all kinds. It is a completely hollow statement because it presumes that all violence is created equal and exists in a vacuum outside of the systemic
Getting excited out there,
of
man.
power. Now, the best way I can explain that is by using my homeboy, Tupac. Every day, I'm standing outside trying to sing my way in. We are hungry. Please let us in. We are hungry. Please let us in.
What was that?
After a week, that song is going to change to, we are hungry and we need some food. We are hungry and we need some food. And a few weeks later, it's going to say, give me some food or I'm breaking down the door.
What song is that?
Shut it in your face. And we are here right now saying, I am picking the lock. I am coming through the door and I am blasting it wide open. The vilification of black demonstration is rooted in white
How so? Make yourself more of a slave. How so?
Taking a knee was peaceful. Raising a fist in solidarity was peaceful. Marching the streets from Selma
I'm tired of listening to speech.
and this nation's capital was peaceful. Their issue is not how we protest, it is why we are protesting and what we are protesting. Let it be clear. And our message is not to protect black men. Hear me. It is to protect black bodies. All of them.
I dig him for his footage, man. Actually, you gotta give him that like. Oh shit! This really helped his algorithm out. This triple affect the algorithm. Boom.
Because it's justice for Gabrielle Nevarez, Ara Roser, Michelle Casso, Alexia Christian, Yvette Smith, Sandra Bland,
Boom.
Breonna Taylor.
Dude, his views instantly went up when I did those things.
Lakeith Lincoln,
By 20
not
people.
just black, cisgendered men. Now, if there's one thing that you take from this, y'all need to research where your tax dollars
When there is no food, what will they do? They definitely made the food city on their ass. Oh, they're gonna sell the food they stole to each other. One person's got a bunch of bread, the other one's got a bunch of meat.
The spread of this infectious diseases such as COVID-19 gets 0.0% of the budget. Whoa. Planning and economic development, which provides equal access to housing and other opportunities to ensure all of us have safe, stable housing and living wages, gets only $82,000, not enough to make up even 0.1 of a percentile. The Human Rights Equal Economic Opportunity Department, it receives only 1.2% of the budget, and this comes. Within this department is the Police Civilian Internal Affairs Review Commission. That should tell you something. Now let me tell you.
How much did the rest get? I need a comparison here. Did he give a comparison? Shit, my bad.
Of the general fund budget. That is $105 million out of a budget of $320 million.
Give us money!
To improve health and safety in all St. Paul neighborhoods by reducing gun violence, reducing crime through policing, when in reality, 90% 93 million of this budget is spent on unspecified employee services. Oh man. And homicide rates.
Dude, I need to be that dude that just does dumb shit. Oh man!
Not only do we need systemic
Live stream the whole thing,
we need a complete
like Carl.
overhaul of every single
I think I could do it. And then all of a sudden be that dude too. Just start screaming, and then chill back out. Dude, I could definitely do this kind of shit. I've been live streaming long enough to handle it, I think. You gotta snap to it though, you know what I'm saying?
Not grounded in law enforcement. Yes. We do not need more police to prevent
The glasses would
more
help.
resources. Now before I leave, I want to leave you with a few ways we can make sure our voice here today are heard. First, please take part in the 2020 census. It is in the first census in America. Black people were considered 3/5 a person. In 2010,
What? See, that's what I'm not getting.
3.9 million were omitted. The census ensures that we're provided with money for infrastructure, Pell Grants, student loans, and Section 8. It also ensures that we are properly represented in the House and Electoral College.
Yeah, that number he's talking about. 3 point.
Come on. Vote! Police agencies do not create the laws that they enforce. Let that be clear. We need to elect people who will hold not only our police accountable, but our senators accountable, our representatives accountable, and the President of the United States accountable. Use your voice to get this totalitarian, racist Tito out of office.
Tito. Racist Tito? Mosquito? I don't know what he said. It sounded like racist Tito. Right?
We can't exercise. We can't go for a run. We can't go to church. We cannot walk home with Skittles in Arizona. We cannot take out our wallets in public. We cannot play loud music. We cannot sleep. We cannot play cops and robbers with toy guns. We cannot even lawfully carry a weapon. We cannot break down our car on the public road. We cannot hold a hairbrush, leave your own bachelor's party. We cannot breathe. And we cannot live. Proverbs 14:31 says, whoever oppresses the poor insults their maker, but helping the poor honors him. Quote that. One more time. Come on, one more time. I got another one. Romans 13:19. The commandments and whatever other command they may be are summed up in this one commandment. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Might as well.
But that's where they finish.
Yeah, but some people are crazy.
Love does not harm to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law. What do you hear? I
I'm
said
the one.
love is the fulfillment of law, not law and order. Love. So no, there is no going back to normal after this. No! I demand that society takes their knee out of our necks so that we as a people finally, after 400 years of the same doggone thing, will be able to breathe.
It ain't gonna happen though. It ain't gonna happen. You know why? Because there's still gonna be ghettos, there's still gonna be projects, there's still gonna be low income housing, food stamp. Like, I'm not saying the programs themselves existing is the problem, but there's still gonna be poverty, man. Like, this isn't gonna fix shit. Like, poverty-stricken areas are route with crime, and the cops can't fucking handle it.
Into a chant. This
correctly. Because, anyway, live in fucking a place like Orange Mound or Newark, New Jersey ghetto or some shit, and deal with those fucking criminals every day with how they try to, like, they're all trying to get away with shit up until the second that they're handcuffed, dude. So it's like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that these cops are all innocent, but all the deaths might not be innocent. Just because a black man died to a cop doesn't mean that motherfucker was innocent. Let's not forget that shit. I mean, because they're like, oh, black deaths, cops. I mean, they do have guns. A lot more likely to have a gun illegally than a white person is. Am I wrong? Yeah, more guns are probably registered to white people. It doesn't mean that more white people have guns. Or the people that register the guns are way less likely to actually fire on someone in dumb shit, in haste. Because, like, that gun's registered to you. I need her to shut the fuck up. I don't need to hear this. I need to hear that. Like, what are you're wasting my time with this chanting shit, bitch. Does anybody want to hear that? Here, I'll put her on super low. Okay, she's done. I've been hearing that shit for 5-6 days now.
We're going to play some music. Please, please, please remain seated.
Why?
While we wait for our next speaker, we're going to let one of our previous speakers say a little bit more. Hi, good. When I was here, my brother talked.
Did I say something that was said someone?
It popped up to
Oh
my
no.
mind that
Oh no, man! I've been to shit. Supported black people.
at the end of the day, you're going to throw those posters away.
Hey Max, good morning. Hey, there's
The police department's going to try to sweep this under the rug.
Simon's on here.
So when it's all said and done, what are you going to do?
I'm not gonna be swept under the rug, dude.
He's gone. What are you going to do? When it's a Tuesday again next week, are you going to post a black picture? When it's another Monday and you see someone get pulled over, what are you going to do? Because listen, when it's all said and done, we've seen what happens. We've seen what happens. We cannot let George's name die. Say his name! George Floyd! 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 Say his name!
How you doing today?
The police department should have it written on their walls. They should never ever be able to forget what happened on May 25th. We need to keep that name in their heads. They should have nightmares about George. They should see his face when he was screaming for air. He said, I can't breathe! I can't breathe! That's what he said for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So when it's all said and done, what are you gonna do? Like my sister said, there's people going about.
Yeah, he was actually having a heart attack, I think, and that's why he couldn't breathe. He wasn't getting choked. Because I heard he died from a heart attack. Yeah, that makes sense though. If your heart's not get like, if your heart's starting to have issues and it's unable to pump blood to your lungs quickly enough, then you'll feel like you're out of breath. I've had it happen to me before. It feels just like you can't breathe. Like you can't catch your breath. It's like, what's happening? It's fucking crazy. It's scary too. Very scary. And luckily it happened to me the worst at the hospital. So I knew if I like knocked out on the floor there that they would have me on a table pretty quickly. Hey, I'm glad you're doing good, Annie. Doing pretty good, chilling. I'm thinking about doing a police report today, but I don't know if I feel like it. I might need to talk to a lawyer first. Since like this is actually at coverage and they're shooting at me and Ruby's dead though. Who's dead? The second medical examination came out and said it's a homicide. Prove it wasn't staged. And he sat up in the ambulance and said, now take me to the safe. Where's the proof that he sat up in the hospital, in the ambulance? They got video evidence of that.
Okay, we're gonna start our 5 minutes of silence once everyone is seated.
5 minutes of silence. Well, I guess that's my cue to go. Happened in Hollywood.
All of these buildings are already boarded up. They're already boarded up in preparation for today.
As one person watched.
Trader Joe's. Everything is boarded up.
I found him today. I think I'm his 18th sub, y'all. Oh, he's at 19. I got another sub. Sweet. He's using StreamYards.
As you see, people, nothing but peace. Nothing but love.
I think my comment will come up on the screen. Let me see.
If you guys are blacking out today, make sure you still share this stuff. All right, this stuff that we need to see because it's not stuff that they'll see they'll show on the news. All right. If you see anything like this, post it, repost it, tweet,
I
Instagram,
shot it.
all of that.
Yeah, these.
Today is not the time to be silent.
They messed the car up.
Today is not the time to be muted. I understand the movement for the music industry, but that's not for us, yo.
They put a hole in the headrest, dented the quarter panel, and broke my rear door handle.
We are not voiceless. We
While I
have
was
voices.
trying to
We are
drive
just
away.
not heard.
So they shot right in my head.
Use your voice and be heard.
And I think I need to talk to a lawyer about it. But if you go to the Riot VOD for Long Beach on my channel, then and go down to the comment section, someone put the time. One dude put the time that shows like the whole time I was at CVS, because I had interactions with multiple looters in the parking lot at CVS before the cop shot at me. So I was like, I was trying to deter people from wanting to loot by filming them and shit. But you watch the whole thing, you'll see that.
They're not going to post people giving out free water.
All they cared about was
post people giving out free
fucking my
snacks.
car up, man. They were trying to bust my windows out, I think.
This is what we need to see. This is what we need to see. You see, the cameraman is set up right in front of them, meaning he's not seeing it. The cameraman is set up right in front of the people giving out water and snacks. That means he's not seeing it. He's not showing that part. That's in the background. That's why we're here, y'all.
I can't believe YouTube's not
We're
recommending this
now on
dude.
Hollywood and Vine.
He made his
right here on
channel
the Hollywood Strip.
in May though, so
Right here on the Hollywood Strip, y'all. You see all the stars on the
I tried to give him advice early on his resolution, but since he's using StreamYards, I'm not sure if he's able to lower it. The 720 is too high for his bit rate. I'm saying hopefully it may have been staged even to start all this crap. I mean, you could be right, man. It could, but I mean, staged to the point where a cop's probably going to do life in prison.
Yeah.
That cop's gonna, like, something's gonna happen. Like, you can't go back into public again. At least he's gonna have to be protective custody. You have to be a totally different person, probably.
We're
Right?
black, but I don't want, they're saying, protest supposed to not stand out from the crowd, In the case hip hop off, you don't want to be What'd you say, Eva? Look at this. Giving out water to the people.
We out here.
It's all love, y'all. Hey, we out here. Get it popping. No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. No justice.
Hey, Jim Buckingham.
No justice.
All is well. I'm glad to hear it, man.
When do we want it? What do we want?
They're not writing in your towns
What do
yet.
we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Say his name. 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 No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. No justice. No racist. What do we want? When do we want it?
So
What do we
let me see if
want?
there's another camera angle of
When
this
do we
Hollywood
want it?
stuff.
What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want? When do we want it? Say his name. Say
Oh
his
shit, we got a
name.
good. Okay, I got
Say
y'all.
his
Hold
name.
on, I got y'all.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his
Hollywood,
name.
you saw Tony.
Say his name.
Oh shit. Oh, yeah.
It's just growing in size, correct, Scott?
It's incredible. This is a 3-block radius. I want to come out of this shot and show you, and it's just about all the way around the entire block. So tilt up then, Jamie. We'll see him come around the corner right there, and then Hollywood Boulevard and Vine. And as we come and we open up, we're going to come down towards Gower, if you're familiar
That's them right
with
there.
Hollywood. You're going to see on the bottom of your screen. Now look, now as we go down to the left, go down Gower, and go all the way down Gower for me. It thins out a little bit, but this was the front of the line, and they're going to hit the end of the line. Keep going to the left, and you're going to see there are still some people marching there. So open up out of this shot, and there is a row of people all the way around. You see the wide shot here, that entire block.
Damn, it's popping off
So
early,
the
dude.
size of the crowd just seems to be exponentially growing very, very quickly. And there's another one over on Santa Monica Boulevard. Not quite as big as this one as far as we know, but it's sort of out of our view at the moment.
Dude,
But,
tonight might be the
certainly
night
a
that
huge
the live view
response
comes
here, today in Hollywood.
Okay. All right, Scott, thank you very much. And as that crowd goes, we also see a crowd growing right now in Grand Park. That's in downtown Los Angeles, and Carlos Grande has been there for a little while now. And Carlos, what's been the mood at your location?
This has been a very peaceful protest. This has been going on for several hours, probably around 11 a.m. or so, and you can see behind me, the crowd is now starting to move away, but throughout the morning, throughout the last few hours, there have been speeches, people have been getting down, kneeling, they've been praying, but everything has been extremely peaceful. Right now, the crowd is moving. They've decided to move away from City Hall. You can see City Hall right there that's protected by LAPD officers as well as the National Guard. The protesters have been here for several hours, but now they're moving, heading south, and now they're heading right on First. So they seem to be heading west on First
You're
Street.
welcome.
You may be able to see them out there in the distance. Not sure exactly where they're
Mike
going to
and
go,
Kat.
but again, thousands of people here, several thousand people. But again, it's been very peaceful, all sticking to the message that they want to change the system, that they're outraged at the death of George Floyd. So what they're trying to do now is walk down the streets of downtown Los Angeles, and they're heading right there to the corner of First Street, and we're waiting to see where they go. But again, this has been a very peaceful demonstration, very peaceful protest. Nothing that we've seen so far. People have been bringing water, offering free food. So it's been a very peaceful protest. And as you can see, they're now crossing the street, and they're heading south on First Street. So they're going to be heading south on First Street through downtown Los Angeles. We're waiting to see where they go from here. But again, you can see the size of this crowd, several thousand people. Back to you.
Carlos, as this crowd continues to grow, do you get any impression that once curfew hits, they're going to go ahead and disperse? Do you think maybe that's the reason it's starting earlier today?
You know, I don't want to guess if they're going to start to disperse. It seems like right now
I just remember Simon
they
was on
just
screen.
want to keep it going for a little bit. They're marching down the street. I mean, there's still some people here that seem to be leaving here at Grant Park, but it's very few. The majority of the group is taking part in this march down through the streets of downtown Los Angeles. So obviously, if you're heading to downtown Los Angeles, expect it to be a traffic mess because people are now taking over some of the streets here around City Hall, the
Long
Los
Beach
Angeles
needs to set
Police
off
Department
again. I'll go
headquarters.
outside.
That's the federal courthouse there.
I'm right here, ready.
On the right. So they're
Action
now
News,
going through
John
the
Doe.
streets, and this is going to be a while because again, there's thousands of people here
It's
in
gonna
the
be better
streets.
this time, boys.
Thanks
And
much.
if it's
And if there
not, I'll
is
come
a
back home and
silver lining
reset
to
shit.
the safer at home order with COVID, you don't have the general traffic
no, I
that you
won't have to.
would on just
I fixed
a
it so I can sign on the
random
phone. We're good.
June
All right.
3rd. Here at
I have a new
1
phone
o'clock in
line.
the
I have two
afternoon.
phones now.
So
I have AT&T.
this is a special edition of Eyewitness
AT&T has
News.
5G
Ellen
here. I
Leyva
didn't know
is
that.
now here. I'm Philip Palmer, and we've been covering several protests around Southern California.
Certainly have. You made a good point. You know, everybody seems to be starting earlier
For my
today, and
chat
perhaps it is
phone.
because of the curfews, but nevertheless, it's
5G.
really a pleasure to be able to cover stories
I always
like
know
this
whether or
and
not my
give everybody
stream is up.
a platform to, you know, they're sharing their voice. They're going out there. They're
I
making
got
all this
Verizon
effort to go out there
for
with
the
their
bag now,
signs and
for the live
peacefully
view.
walk. They're certainly getting their message out, and we're happy that we
I
can
forgot you could
help
use
with that
just,
along. So we're going to check in with Scott Rife. It appears to be that
one SIM card.
Scott, you
So
tell
I
us what's
popped
going
in
on.
my Verizon SIM card that has unlimited,
Fine, that vehicle
unthrottled
stopped
data.
there. Looks like it want to be a part of the protest, and that man got out with a bullhorn. And when that happened, as we open up out of the shot, this portion of the march stopped in the intersection and split off
thanks.
from the other
I'll
part.
be-
So we
for
have
sure be
like
careful.
4
Thanks,
or
guys.
5 different groups,
yeah, we're
probably
safe.
1,000 or more people in each at a lot of the corners.
That's
This
just
one,
popped off in Long
Hollywood
Beach,
and
yeah.
Vine, but at Sunset in Vine, there's a large group there as well. So we understand that they're going to have a wide perimeter, that the protesters who put this all together, if there is a plan, it's for them to march through Hollywood, have a wide perimeter throughout all of Hollywood, and then eventually come down to the Hollywood division of the LAPD on Wilcox south of Sunset. LAPD is prepared for that. We understand they're not going to allow them actually onto the division there, that division of Hollywood division of the Los Angeles Police Department. They have 150 police officers there to protect it. But it looks like at this point in time, if there is some sense of a plan, that's going to be it. But once these cars got stranded in the intersection, we got somebody up on the roof of the vehicle with a bullhorn. They stopped here, and there's probably 5 or 6 intersections
I feel
similar
like I
to
should
this
shower real fast.
right now in the Hollywood
Fresh
area.
and clean for the new.
Just 100. It's interesting that you
I don't
chose
really need a shave, do I?
150 officers that are not going to let the
Am I good without a
protesters go
shave?
somewhere. That just seems like almost an insurmountable task if the protesters decide they don't want to be stopped. But right now, again, the one thing that we've noticed throughout all of the protests is how peaceful they are.
Well,
It's
I
in
come down to
mass,
Sunset, Gene.
but there are a lot of people out there at multiple locations. One of them is Manhattan Beach. We
Dude,
had
I gotta go
a
shower. I'll be
protest
right back.
in Northridge, and you saw at Cal
don't-
State University Northridge, there were a lot of people sitting down,
can't really do
kind
anything.
of bleeding into an intersection. But here we are in Manhattan Beach, and we're looking there at the Strand, and it looks as if you've got just people walking down the Strand. So another protest, peaceful march, walking right next to the beach, where people might normally be out jogging and riding their bikes.
I'm gonna get clean real
and,
fast. I'm not gonna worry about shaving. So it's not gonna be
heading to the
take me
beach.
long.
Now
Ooh, National
you've got
Guard.
an empty beach, and the
I
Strand
was in the
filled with
military, so my showers are like,
You know, it's
I'm
wonderful
outta
to
here.
see all these
Be right back.
protests popping up in every little pocket of our area. You know, it's and all so far been peaceful. On the left-hand side of the screen, I don't know if what we're seeing there. Those
That's
cars.
the National Guard.
Okay.
So Scott Rife may be able to explain to us if the protesters have now reached a turning point.
Well, it's very dynamic, and the National Guard has moved off of Highland down to Sunset and Vine. The crowd was headed westbound on Sunset. They got to Vine, and if you see that line of National Guard soldiers, but as we open up out of the shot and you tilt up, you're going to see a battalion of LAPD units on the top of your screen, and that line that went down Hollywood Boulevard and then came south on Gower and then came back westbound on Sunset. There they are right there, and it looks like the LAPD has stopped them. And then a little bit further, open up out of your shot and come back towards us, Jamie, please. You see the National Guard. So the National Guard, when we first got here, were only deployed on Highland or off of Highland on Hollywood Boulevard by the Kodak Theater. They have moved them around. And you know what really happens is these are the confrontation points. And you hope that it stays peaceful when this happens. But when the crowd is goes in a certain direction and they're not allowed to continue, you see that they get aggravated. And that has been some of the boiling points from some of the marches that we have seen over the last few days. Now, we certainly hope that's not the case today. We really, really do. But you can tell right now there are some areas of Hollywood that the LAPD, using the National Guard, is trying to control. They may be trying to push everyone into the same area. I'm not sure what the strategy is. I can only make an assumption based on what I see. But they've deployed here on Sunset at Vine, and they're forcing the crowd to go southbound there. So tilt back up, and you'll get a sense of how big the crowd is. And this is just a fraction of it as you tilt up past the patrol cars there, Jamie. And they are still rounding the corner, and another line there of LAPD officers. So open up for a moment, just so, and go down the street there. I just want to give you a sense of how many people are coming down that street there. That is traveling Sunset westbound. That continues for several blocks. Just open up all the way and show them the size of the crowd, if you would. And then all the way down that street there. So that really gives you an idea of how many people the LAPD has to try and control, if you will. And it's going to be challenging if this doesn't remain peaceful.
Scott, which area are they trying to keep the crowd from going into?
I wish I knew. At first, they only had the National Guard closing off Hollywood Boulevard at Highland, you know, by the Kodak Theater there. But just within the last couple of moments, they mobilized the LAPD and the National Guard to this corner, which is Sunset and Vine. Now, there's another group way off to the, well, they turned northbound. I can see them now. They're northbound on Highland away from Santa Monica Boulevard. They're probably a half a mile to the west of what you're looking at right now, and they're probably less than half the size of this crowd. But I'm not certain where the LAPD is deciding to set their lines, where they're setting up and why. You know, from my perspective, I don't know what they know, and I don't really have the information to make those decisions. It doesn't make any sense from here that they allowed them to march through this area a few moments ago, and now they're not. But then again, I don't have the information that they have.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we have to remember is that the protesters are trying to get their message out. And right now, what you're looking at with National Guard, you'll see multiple people there with cameras. So what end up happens is several people go right up next to whatever line it might be, whether it's LAPD or National Guard. They will stage their moment right there. You see people flying flags. You've seen people stage the George Floyd death, where there was a knee on top of a person, and it's done right in front of the forces, whether they be National Guard or LAPD, and that's the moment that they're looking for. They want to get the message out. They don't want the confrontation. The organizers of the protests don't want the confrontation. They want the message out. And so when you're sitting here looking at that particular shot, you could almost see all of the cameras jumping out to try to get pictures of the guardsmen, to get pictures of the protesters.
And that makes a lot of sense because everybody has a cell phone, everybody has a voice on social media, and you know it's a good way to do it. Look at this.
Well, and look at the distance between police and protesters. There is that distance. It is very tense right now because, and for the protesters, they don't know who among them has the same mindset that they have.
Exactly.
You have 1,000 people with 1,000 different personalities, and it can be tense because the officers, I can't see from this shot, might pull the batons. Yesterday, in an attempt to diffuse some of the situations, officers would holster the batons, so to speak. They would put them away, just trying to give the proper tone to the relationship with the protesters. But there are far more protesters here today than there are officers.
And quite often we see the protesters themselves, demonstrators, getting in front of the rest of the crowd and, you know, having to calm them down or just to get them like stand back a little bit. So you have people within their own community trying to keep a handle on it and keep it peaceful.
So Scott Reif is above it in Air 7HD, and we see these officers, Scott, but there are other officers that we don't see that are very close to what's going on, yes?
Yeah, there are more. There are other units standing by to come into this area if they have to. You know, I think the key word is restraint, and the LAPD tries their best to use that, and as long as the crowd doesn't force on them trying to move through these lines, then everything seems to go just fine. But on Saturday over on 3rd Street, we had a line similar to this, And then all of a sudden, everyone started to try and push back the police, and that's when things really made a turn, unfortunately. We don't see that here today so far, though. It seems like those protesters right there aren't agitated. The ones on Saturday at Pan Pacific Park were really agitated, throwing things at the police, pushing the police officers. We see the lines that have been set up today here in Hollywood by the officials, by the National Guard, by the LAPD. They've been observed by the protesters. So that's encouraging so far this afternoon. Everything has been very peaceful, and it doesn't look like anybody's trying to really press the issue.
See many people taking the knee. Looks like they might be on the move now, Scott. Maybe they realize, okay, we're not going to get past.
Well, you know what I saw, Ellen? If you can zoom in, Jamie, but not go there seems to be a protester and officer just walking away right now. He had a sheet in his hand, and he just went into the crowd. He's got the hand up. See, and the officer was actually pointing to him that direction.
Okay.
So he seemed to be a person that was involved with the protest, communicating with police, and I think police were telling him where he could go because the officer pointed. It was right in Jamie's shot. He pointed down that street, and immediately that person started walking down the middle of the street with his hand up with, it looked as if maybe a map book or something, and he walked down there and everybody began to follow. So maybe it was just a need to communicate where they were allowed to go.
And that was very effective because you see everybody complying and leaving that area and continuing on their march because the march is the message. And the more coverage they can get, the better.
Yeah, it's interesting the way they splinter off. They come into these groups, and you know, it's really hard to show you everything, but I just give you a little bit of an idea. And open up out of your shot, Jamie, right, was for a minute, and come pretty wide, and then go to the right, and then you see this little surface street right there. You see several people there. Now tilt up that street, go all the way up that street, and we're going to go all the way back up to Hollywood Boulevard, and there you see another group. So originally we had 2 groups. Now we have 4, 5, maybe even 6, and we have a lot of people filling in to street corners trying to find out which group they're going to go to. So, I mean, I think we're looking not just at 1,000, but in the tens of thousands of people now. As you look out the window, you see all sorts of groups positioned to try and join one of these 4 groups. I also see one of the off-ramps from the 101 freeway shut down, and actually it looks like several. So come, where are you, Jamie? Come towards us. And I want to show the folks the 101 freeway. It's going to be right down below us as you continue towards us on the Hollywood freeway at Hollywood Boulevard. Keep coming. I know it seems like you're not going to run into anything. But right there you see the LAPD. They've shut down the 101 freeway southbound transition to getting on Hollywood Boulevard westbound. And one of the reasons may be as we open up out of the shot and come back to the crowd, we'll be looking west. They may be trying to stop that traffic from continuing westbound into the crowd. As this crowd grows bigger, they really would prefer not to have vehicles just trying to get through, hit this crowd. So they're trying to control this as well by shutting down some of the off-ramps from the 101 freeway. Looks like Santa Monica Boulevard and Hollywood Boulevard that I just showed you are closed. But it's phenomenal. You know, I've covered a lot of protests, and I don't think I've seen one as spread out in groups, large groups, like we're seeing here today. There's 4 or 5 of them, and then it seems like almost every street corner you look at, there's another group trying to figure out who they're going to hook up with as far as the groups. And if our information is correct, they'll all come together sometime this afternoon at the Hollywood division of the LAPD over on Wilcox.
Wow, that's going to be quite a crowd. You know,
well, I wonder, Scott, as you talk about breaking or closing those off-ramps, the people who are here at this protest right now came together earlier today. What you're also doing, along with keeping people safe by not having cars driving through that area off the freeway, would you think that maybe that's an idea to keep people who are just wanting to join this late in the game from getting down in there? These people are here to protest, and they've been here all morning, and it's been peaceful, and you're also eliminating outside influences from being able to drive into the area and join the party late.
That could be. I mean, it could be a double-edged sword. At one point, you just don't want too many people coming in here late, as you mentioned. On the other hand, I think the LAPD wants people to have the ability to come out and protest. Like I'm looking at the 101 freeway, and the Gower off-ramp is open. So you could get off on Gower, you could park, and you could join this group. The Highland off-ramp is open. I just think because this crowd and this march of people here has been on Hollywood Boulevard, they just decided to stop that westbound flow in case the crowd gets so big that it blocks traffic altogether. It's quite phenomenal how many groups we have out here and how big the crowd has gotten. We took a look at it, I think at about, I don't know, 11:30 or so. It was supposed to start at 12, and there might have been 100, 150, and then it went to 1,000 in like 15 or 20 minutes, and then it just exploded after that. I had heard a moment ago that the other group that's a little smaller than this one, or one of the other 4 groups, is on La Brea. Now, we're almost here at Hollywood Boulevard in the 101, so that's a long ways away over to La Brea. You know, that might be a mile and a half or so. So if they're all going to come together, they're certainly going to do a lot of walking. There's no question about that.
Wow. I guess it makes sense to close off to traffic because once the cars are in there, they're trapped.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a big traffic mess as well behind the crowds.
And a lot of off-ramps are open for people to come down and join this march. It doesn't look like they're really saying, hey, you started a little late, we're not going to let you in. That could be the mentality, but I don't see it. If that was the case, they'd get the CHP to just shut down all of the off-ramps, and they haven't done that.
Well, you know, after hearing from George Floyd's brother yesterday and the message that they wanted to get out about peaceful demonstrations and to honor the memory of George Floyd, you know, maybe that's changed a little bit of the climate of some of these protesters. Who knows?
You can certainly hope.
Marches, yeah.
I just keep getting struck when we talk about the size of this protest. This is Tuesday. And if this was a work day, can you imagine the impact to just the general commute through Los Angeles would be if we weren't in the middle of COVID, with everybody basically staying home, although starting to reopen things. What a extra punch that has been for many small business owners.
Exactly. And, you know, you talk about people wanting to finally go out to dinner in dining restaurants. You know, well, a lot of people just stayed home, and you can't blame them, and especially the curfews. You know, you don't really have much of a choice.
For sure.
So, yeah, it seems like it was so long ago, and it really wasn't that long ago, but just so much has happened since then. Yeah, it's a strange thing what time has been for a lot of people. Say time's going really fast, even though I'm not doing anything. I'm home. I'm home.
So we're in special coverage of several protests around Southern California. Scott Rife has been above this protest for some time, and it's really, you look at that particular street, the protest, peace march to demand justice for George Floyd, but that is a part of this. And it is really hard to grasp how many people are there because that's just part of it. They have, and Scott, we talked about splinter groups. This is not really splintering. They just went different directions, and it's multiple large groups, but are part of one protest.
Exactly, and they all started together. That's why it seemed like there might have been a little confusion amongst those that were actually putting this protest on and the marchers going in different directions. But this is an interesting shot as they turn back southbound off of Hollywood Boulevard. I want to open up, Jamie, and then I want you to pan to the left and look down Sunset. And as we look at Sunset, you're going to see some of the authorities are set up, and you're going to see that grouping once again at Sunset, and I believe that's Highland, no, excuse me, it's Vine, where the National Guard has set up, and then a lot of police officers. That gives you an idea. There's another group there coming down towards the 101 freeway, but just keep tilting up on that street. And I wanted to give folks an idea of the resources that law enforcement does have here. They haven't needed that, but they did close this down. You see, that's where we had that large group a moment ago. And then as we tilt up, this is on Sunset. At Sunset and Vine, there we have the National Guard standing by. So we do have, if we come back towards us and almost right underneath us, we have that group marching. And then they are being joined by the other group that was on Hollywood Boulevard, headed eastbound towards the 101. So those two may come together. There's two more major groups out here. And when they do all get together, it's going to be massive. It's going to be a sea of people in one area. If that does happen, and as I mentioned earlier, we believe the plan for the marchers is to end up at the Hollywood division of the LAPD.
Scott, one thing I think of is if you're just going to the Hollywood division of LAPD, that's not like there's an arena or a field or a grand park there. Where would this many people, they would just be packed into the streets and surrounding streets?
They would be. It would be really difficult to have what you would think of as a big rally in front of the LAPD Hollywood division, because it's not that big of a division. It's not like the headquarters in downtown, and there are just streets around it. And when you start talking about having tens of thousands of people possibly all around that division, it's going to be interesting to see how the crowd will interact. Come right down below us, Jamie. Now, this has happened a couple times, and it's really been challenging for law enforcement. You can almost be straight down when you get to the 101 freeway. The crowd from time to time, as we've seen in the past, I'll go back to the entrance of the 101, has gotten onto the freeway. And you see that CHP is there. They have several units. They do not want this crowd on the freeway, that is for sure. When that happens, it's dangerous for the motorists, and it's obviously dangerous for the protesters. There's not a lot of traffic on the 101. It's wide open, so people are traveling at a high rate of speed. But right now, at least right underneath us, they have marched by and over the 101, but fortunately not onto it. And then let's just follow this line. We're going to have to break for fuel here in a moment. But come up fairly quickly for me, Jamie, and tilt up. And then when you see the crowd bend around to the right, go ahead and follow that street. So we're on Sunset. Now follow that street all the way to the right, and you see a line of people there. And we're going to follow that all the way up to Hollywood Boulevard. Just keep going, if you would, and a little quickly. And then there's Hollywood Boulevard. Now come on down Hollywood Boulevard, and it's just a line of people as far as we can see until we go to the left and follow that row, if you would, until we lose the people along Hollywood Boulevard. So that gives you an idea. I mean, that's probably well over a mile of people stacked up, and this is one of 4 groups. So we are getting to the point where we're seeing a size of a crowd like we had, on the Women's Day after Donald Trump was elected president. I don't know if you remember that, but that was one of the biggest crowds I've seen in Los Angeles ever, and that was in downtown. And some of the May Day parades out of MacArthur Park into downtown. This is rivaling that. We're starting to see that many people.
Wow, it'll be interesting to see when they merge and where they go and what happens.
Well, Scott, we're going to let you go get fuel, but Carl Schmidt is on the ground, and Carl, I'm just getting word that you're on the ground, so can you tell us where you are? Are you part of this group?
Okay, copy.
I heard the crowds, they have taken to surface streets. They went right down my street. I'm currently standing at the corner of Curzon and Sunset here in Hollywood, but a very large crowd that moved through here just moments, just standing back watching. Again, just like yesterday when I was covering it on Sunset, very peaceful. They are now all heading west on Sunset Boulevard, back up towards Crescent Heights and Sunset area, but quite remarkable to be in my apartment working and hearing the noise. I mean, the helicopters and sirens have been going constantly, but suddenly to hear that thunder of voices coming down my neighborhood street was something else. There actually, if I come back up here, there's still a few last remaining people making their way down Curzon, and I'm guessing that they will join the crowd on Sunset. But it is interesting that it is coming off the main roads, off the freeways. I know that we mentioned that they were on the 101 just a moment ago, but they have all really splintered out and are now taking sort of surface streets.
Interesting, Carl. Yeah, it must have been a strange sight, Carl. Suddenly protesters outside your house. Have you? I know that you can. You're friendly. You can talk to some of them and find out perhaps if there's a plan and where they're going. I give you that mission.
Oh, thanks, Alan. Well,
You're
let's
welcome.
see. I've got a few people coming down here towards. Hey guys, we're live with ABC at the moment, KBC. So, how long have you guys been walking with everybody?
Well, I live down the street, so I'm trying to catch up.
So you heard the noise as well on your street, or were you already part of it?
I was watching it on the news. I was just waiting for them to get by my crib so I could be a part of the movement.
And do you know where the general direction is?
I don't.
Okay.
We're trying to catch up right now.
All right. Okay. Well, good luck. Stay safe. Keep it peaceful.
Thank you.
Well, you get an A for effort, Carl.
There you go. So thank you, Alan. But it is interesting. I mean, a lot of us, it's one thing to be seeing it on Sunset Boulevard and Hollywood Boulevard and all these main roads, but when you suddenly hear the noise coming down, you know, a leafy green street here in Hollywood, it catches you off guard. And as that young lady just said, you know, she was watching it on television, heard the noise, and she's joined in. But yes, I will tell you, there's got to be at least 600-700 people in that group. And as I stand here on the corner of Curzon and Sunset, they are all heading westbound on Sunset.
Okay, Carl. Thank you very much. So Carl and Scott have been talking about the protest in Hollywood. The shot that you're looking at on your left is downtown with Grand Park. There are thousands of people in Hollywood, and then you have a lot of people in Grand Park. We saw a moment ago through this shot, a lot of people had taken a knee, and then they all stood back up. This seems to be more of a traditional protest where you'd have people gather, and if you've ever been to Grand Park, you know that there's plenty of room there, and you'll hear speakers, you'll see people. And the one thing that you might miss with some of the shots, you heard Carl and that woman that he was talking to, and then you see this shot, we're not hearing what's going on at these protests. And the one thing that you need to remember is we keep saying peaceful protests, and they are. That does not mean they're not emotional. There is a simmer of emotions there where there is much confrontation. When you talked about the noise, when Carl talked about the noise outside of his house, there are chants, there's yelling, there's name calling, there's profanity. There's not violence, and that's what makes it peaceful, and that's what we want. And so that is a lot of credit to the protesters, and it is also a lot of credit to LAPD that both sides have let each other be.
Exactly.
And when we say peaceful, that is non-violent. It is definitely an emotional protest. And you can see there in Grand Park, it almost looks as if there's a speaker there. We just can't see off who is in front and has their attention.
Yeah, and I think we have Rob Hayes on the ground. Is he in Grand Park or?
He's in Hollywood.
Oh, Hollywood. Okay, sorry.
Is that audio good if I hold it here?
It is good. We can hear you now, Rob. You are on the air. What do you have going on?
Hey guys, we're at the corner of Hollywood and Vine right here. And I just want to tell you, we're here about a half hour ago. This was a mass of people. The marchers, the protesters had come down this way. They had stopped at this intersection, and it was a very impressive sight, to be honest with you. There had to be thousands of people there, very peaceful. We ran into a car came over here. They're handing out water to all the protesters, so there is a lot of support for the people who are turning up here. And it's been a challenge trying to catch up with them. These marchers are moving. They're on the move. And so they're kind of like, they just moved east down Hollywood a short time ago, so you guys are following them, obviously, using Air 7. But we show up, they keep moving. Fortunately, we got here, they stopped.
Sorry guys, I went in and shaved.
And it's just a message of support that a lot of the people here in the city are giving to this movement.
Of that, Rob, thank you. We're going to.
This is in case there's riots. I got the riot shirt on.
And go to Brea, where Tony Cabrera is
Don't shoot me, I'm
with a
happy.
protest there. Tony?
Hi, Ellen. Yes, you were talking about emotions, and emotions are so strong here as hundreds have turned out to Burt Street and Brea Boulevard. This is the heart of Brea. There's a lot of restaurants down this way, the movie theater, the mall's not too far from this area. This is the heart of it, and people have come from near and far to make their voices heard. I do want to point out a group of people here that I found out that a group of 10 pastors from about 10 churches in Brea, I think they're all right here. A diverse group of pastors came earlier to pray, and let me just talk to you first. Why was it so important for you to do that and to be here?
Well, we needed to show a presence of God out here, to let people know that God is not dead. He did not leave the earth. His spirit fills this whole place, and we just wanted to be out here as a presence for anyone who is hurting, who is sick, who just needs prayer. So we're here.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And we move on along here to other pastors along this area. We've been chatting with a few of you, but what is it like for you to be here and to show your support and to see your city, the people of your city here too?
Well, it's great to be here because we certainly want to balance out the fact that justice needs to be served. It's a value that matters to God, and at the same time, we want our city to be a safe place. There is no better integrated, racially diverse group than the churches of Brea, and I'm so proud to be a part of it for such a time as this. And we are finding ways to seek unity, and we hope that translates to everybody here on these corners.
That was great, and he mentioned it. I don't see my camera went this way, but thank you so much. As we talk to just a number of different people here on the corner, and I want to talk to this woman here on the floor that you encourage people.
Maybe it's probably gonna happen here tomorrow.
What were you encouraging people to do?
If we don't have any justice, we're not going to have
I'm ready
any
if it
peace.
does. I'm ready if it happens today. I'm going.
I need us to stay calm and peaceful. I understand what's going on and how quickly these protests can turn, and we're all here for one peaceful reason, and that is for justice. So I want everyone to keep remembering, no matter the instigator, let's keep it peaceful, let's keep it to the point, and let's keep it for the justice.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And it has been. Are you with him? Okay. Can I talk to him? This is one of the youngest demonstrators here. What is it like for you to be here and to be with all the people around you?
Very, very nice.
Yeah? Is it cool to look around and see everybody supporting each other?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's your name?
Ren.
Yeah? All right. Thank you so much. Well, there you go. Here again on the corner of Brea and Birch, where people had just come out. We didn't know what to expect. This is one of the smaller towns in Orange County, but sure enough, hundreds of people are here. As far as the police presence, we saw a couple of police cruisers nearby, but they were just kind of driving by. They aren't set up in a visible spot, at least. But so far, so good here. And as they were all telling us, they're here to peacefully make that statement. So we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. Well, we want to take you right now to Houston, where there is a giant demonstration, protest, march happening there. Right now, more than 20,000 people are in downtown Houston for a march, of course, honoring George Floyd, and Houston being his hometown. This march started at 3 p.m. Houston time. At Discovery Green, and then we'll move to City Hall for that rally. It's organized by Houston entertainers. It will include Floyd's family, some of whom are flying in to attend this ceremony. Crowds have gathered in advance of this march, as you can see there, and they can be heard chanting for peace. And even Joel Osteen, that Lakewood Church pastor, is going to be leading a prayer with members of Floyd's family.
Well, and when we first saw the shot, it struck me as Hollywood because of the size of the crowd. And but you can tell, again, it's such a connection for George Floyd because he had been from there just before going to Minneapolis, where he wanted to restart his life, to move to Minnesota and start things anew after having lived in Houston. So clearly Houston is going to be deeply moved by what happened. But that is quite the sight. And again, as you mentioned, the chanting, and you can hear their voices all the way across several time zones.
Yes, and I guess officials have urged those attending this march to have their voices heard while demonstrating peacefully. And of course, they said any violence, of course, is being discouraged. But just before the start of the march, City of Houston sent out an alert for the public to report any suspicious behavior, because they want this to be a peaceful demonstration in honor of George Floyd, with his family in attendance who've asked it to be, have your voices heard, yell, speak loudly, do whatever you need to do, but keep his honor.
Right, and they were making the point because there was some vandalism there Friday night. But it's been amazing and quite moving, actually, the active nature of the Floyd family, trying to make sure that people understand what they want here. And I think if you look at what's happening here in LA and you look at what's happening in Houston and for the most part around the country, that message, that word is being heard. His family is being heard.
Mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, urging people to wear masks and social distance as much as possible. He also said, quote, "This is a salute to George and an acknowledgement that he should not have died the way he did. I hope people will honor George and not deface his name and his memory."
I will say that it is an interesting dynamic, and it does make the police and the law enforcement's job very difficult for everyone to be wearing masks. It is an odd sensation and feeling when a typical protest 10 years ago, everybody would be out there and only the people causing harm would be wearing masks to conceal their identity. But officials are encouraging people to wear masks, and it is a very odd feeling, especially when you've got all of that emotion going around and there's so much anger and at the same time, peace. So it's a very emotional time, and you really have an interesting element there when you're talking about what law enforcement has to do with most everyone wearing masks.
Exactly.
For their own safety. Now, this is Grand Park, again, I do believe.
Yep.
Yes, downtown. And you can see, again, this is very similar to what was happening in Hollywood. If you see the police line on the steps, they are letting the protesters gather, but their presence is telling them where they can't go. And that has really been effective so far, it seems like, with LAPD and all of the law enforcement, whether it's in Brea or here, to allow the protesters to protest.
Right.
But just let them know. And there's been as much communication as possible. You can't come here.
You can even tell by the language, the body language of the officers, you know, it's a relaxed mode right now. And hopefully it'll stay that way. They're allowing these protesters, demonstrators to march and do what they need to do.
And it is interesting if you can see in this shot kind of the dynamic as to what happens. See, now everybody they knelt down, but then there are those who are closer to the law enforcement line. And in many cases, there's that's when some of the anger is thrown at the police officers, but it does look like in this circumstance anyway, that they had a leader of a moment of silence, very possibly, for what's going on. We just aren't able to hear that, but Carlos Granda will be able to tell us more about that once we get a chance to talk with him.
We have a very special guest on the phone right now with us. We have Sweet Alice Harris, of course, community organizer based in Watts, Los Angeles, founder and executive director of Parents of Watts, a local youth outreach group. And Sweet Alice.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness, it's nice to hear your voice. And how are you doing through all of this? And what are you going through?
Well, we've gone through this before, and I've been working on it 54 years, and it is paying off now. We are in Watts, but you would think we was out here in Hollywood. Nothing is happening here that's emotional, wrong. We're not breaking in anything. You know, we're not fighting nobody. We're just shopping and going home.
Yeah, but your hoodlums are coming to the other cities, though.
What you know, the work that you've done for
they might not be
54
fucking your shit up, but they're fucking our shit up.
Does it make you, in a sense, swell with pride when you see so many people gathering to get their message out? They're emotional. They want their voices heard, but they're not violent. How does that make you feel when you see something so massive all across the country?
As long as it's not violent. Two wrongs don't make a right. As long as it's not violent. You can always show your hurt, your sorrow, but you don't have to be wrong doing that. And that's what I have been teaching for 54 years, and it's paying off.
25.
You don't do that in Watts.
25,
no,
47.
we don't do that in Watts. We don't do it in Compton.
All about the Benjamins, baby.
And wherever I go, they won't do it. Because we just don't do that.
What you trying to say, bro?
We love one another.
You in my
we
neighborhood?
help one another. But we're not going to hurt nobody. Ain't no need of me telling you it's all right to break in your house when I don't want you to break in my house. If I don't want you to take from me, I can't take from you.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. Let's stop doing the wrong and let's keep doing the right thing. Keep letting people know.
There's poverty still. Poverty is not going away.
Talking to the police officers, we know how they are.
It's
not all of them.
You already know.
Not all of them is bad now because I work with some
everybody's
of
gonna
them.
get out of the system. Start getting back to work. Be happy because the country's opening back up.
And you can see what happens.
Oh, buddy.
But what we got to do is.
How long?
We got to train, and I asked one of the officers.
I want to be optimistic about the whole thing, but I mean,
send me somebody here at the
this is a revolving door.
where we are teaching the young people. We just got through teaching 32
Until the power
young men,
changes, the people that are in power change.
extension technicians.
It's going to change.
My husband carried them to Sacramento. They took the state test, and every one of them passed it. And now they're working with the fire department. And they got in on time when they needed them for these fires. I asked the police.
Because of this, man.
Send me a
I was at it with. I didn't have a mask on the entire time I was out there. I didn't have a mask on.
Young men
I just didn't feel like it. And you know what?
About the test, because every time one take a test, he don't pass it. Not that they don't want to be police officers, they can't pass the test.
I'm gonna die in 2 weeks now, probably.
I asked them.
I'm gonna wear the mask for now on when I go out. If I go to any business or anything, but
teach the young men.
they don't want to hang up on their homie because they're age.
And they become police officers. It's bad to send a police officer.
Is she only 54 though? Because
they say what? A black neighborhood.
if she's only 54, she sounds like she's like 70.
If you go there, they're gonna kill you.
84.
And that's the first place they send him. And what you think he coming in for? He coming in because he's scared and he got his gun on his hand. And the first thing you say, he gonna
they
shoot
don't know
you.
what to do,
we know
bro.
that.
They're so
We see it. But they won't help us.
ma'am,
We
yeah,
got to send me a teacher.
Then we gotta go.
And like the fire department that did. Send me a teacher. And let's train some of these young black men just coming
Ratings are
out of
probably
college
up though. They probably just
how to
showed
pass
something
that
like
test.
people
It
are
ain't 'cause they
they're
don't
retaining
know-
views.
won't
So
pass
like,
the test.
keep her on, keep her
They
on.
just don't let them pass the test, and I know that. I know that. Don't let them pass the test. We got to stop that.
I think it'd be wonderful to have officers patrol the areas where they grew up and where they were raised, and they have the empathy and they know what's happening in that community.
Yeah, they will stop anything going on. They will stop it.
Exactly.
You wouldn't have, they
Sweet
wouldn't have
Alice
to worry
Harris.
about
I'm looking
that,
her up.
because they got to hold their job up.
You must have been beating
Well,
activists
Sweet Alice,
for
I think your
54
words will be heard, and they have been heard, and they've been heard for 54 years.
Yeah,
so
like,
thank
so
you so
you must
much
be
for
in our
joining us and trying to give us a little bit of a perspective and hope. I mean, every community in the country wants their police officers to come from their
86.
community.
I was so
I think her
close, dude.
idea
She's 86. I
is
said
spectacular,
85.
And I would hope that it takes off, and hopefully
I know my voices, boys.
they will get a teacher.
Everybody loves Sweet Alice.
Yes, they do.
1934.
Appreciate her.
From
All right, well, we are looking at
Gadsden,
downtown. This is a Grand
Alabama.
Park where another
Now
demonstration.
residing in
and
Watts,
this has been
California.
quite, maybe perhaps somebody is
Who's
speaking. It
Hefty?
looks like perhaps there are some speakers
She's
there.
got
We
some
don't
good
we don't
cooking.
know. We don't have
Down
the
home
audio
Southern
quite yet,
cooking.
but
man.
so far it's just been a
Gotta get her on the
gathering
show.
at Grand Park.
Well, I'm just going to pass along
You're on
one
the cooking
little thing
show.
real quick. Just sent to me from my wife who's watching at home. Says, Sweet Alice is a beautiful human. And she says, keep doing what you do. I don't know if Sweet Alice is still listening. But I think her words matter to a lot of people.
Yep.
And it's just wonderful to hear that you know, we know that.
Yeah.
She is a sweet human being, and I hope that she heard us loud and clear.
I hope so too.
Well, newscopters up over Manhattan Beach. We see the park, the protest going on at Grand Park there in downtown Los Angeles. We saw this protest that was on the Strand. And it does look like it's still kind of on the Strand if you've ever been through Manhattan
Sweet
Beach
Alice
or Muscle
Harris.
Beach area. There's the very extended bike paths. So it does kind of look like that might be the bike path there that is connected to the Strand. So they can kind of keep moving along.
There you go.
But it doesn't actually. No,
They got off the Strand and now
they're just on one of the streets. But they will be able to navigate pretty easily back over to the Strand, which is just there to your left. It's kind of washed out with the sand there. But again, another protest here in Southern California.
Definitely more visibility along this area as opposed to the Strand. So perhaps that was want to get their maximum message out that they can. Don't know how many numbers are there, but it's quite a few numbers in Manhattan Beach.
Well, and we're not sure where they might be going either. That's not nearly the size there that we saw, at some of the other places. But I think it's just interesting how here on a Tuesday, and by the way, I said June 3rd earlier, it's June 2nd.
Oh, okay.
Another note from the wife. But there's so many gatherings. There were multiple 4 or 5 groups in Hollywood.
The other reporters, his
They were,
side chick.
Populated throughout
He's
Hollywood,
like, it's the
all
wife
trying
again.
to get to the
God,
Hollywood
she's always
division
fucking
of
bothering me.
LAPD.
Can't wait to go to the
But then
hotel
you
this
look at
afternoon.
Grand Grand Park, and then you look at Manhattan Beach. We have Tony Cabrera in Brea. We've got other parks as well. Monrovia. They're gathering all over Southern California here at the beginning of June to show what they want to say peacefully.
And we saw Riverside yesterday, multiple places, and it's
They know
nice
each other
to
for a
see
long
all the
time,
different
man.
crowds popping up in different neighborhoods, and they don't
Right
have to
outside your
travel
house.
far.
Go
They can
outside
in
and
their
wave
own
at the camera,
communities,
dude.
And they can march peacefully and
Wave at us.
do
Hurry
their
up.
demonstrations.
Put a red shirt on.
We are looking
Everything
at,
red.
on the left-hand side is the Grand Park
That's the only
in
way we're
downtown
guaranteed
Los
to spot
Angeles.
you.
On the right-hand side is Manhattan Beach. And we're going to check back in Hollywood soon.
Yeah,
as
you know,
soon as we can.
I got a viewer. I
But
won't
can
say
we go
his
to Tony
name.
Cabrera?
He tries to tell me that green is the
Let's do
easiest
that.
color
He's in
for the
Brea.
human eye to spot.
Hi, yes.
He's
So
gotta be
just
trolling
moments
you,
ago,
dude,
this
right?
gentleman here was gathered with a big group right here. They were listening. And can you summarize what you were telling the crowd?
Put green on that fucking crowd. Ain't nobody
I
gonna
was
see.
telling the crowd a little bit of a background about myself, where I come from and what I represent. And I was protesting in LA, I was protesting in Long Beach, and then yesterday I was in Anaheim.
I don't remember you.
And my
I don't-
word to
I don't
these
remember you.
people of Brea, because I'm a resident of Brea, I live right down the street. My word to these people was that let's keep this city safe. Even if you have family members from other cities, whether it's Fullerton, Anaheim, LA, Inglewood, Huntington Beach, whatever that is, let's keep it small. Let's stay a community. We're strength in numbers. So we might as well do what we can within our community to make a change, and I feel like this is the perfect way to do it. If we're peacefully protesting, no matter what the police say, if they say it's an unlawful protest, if they say that we're breaking the law because of curfew, let's get out here early and let's just be strength in numbers and be as strong as we possibly can.
And as we look around through our live pictures here, and we're seeing such a diverse crowd out here.
Correct.
That is being peaceful. That is doing exactly what you're saying. What does that do for you emotionally?
Emotionally, it's very powerful, man, because I had a cousin that was murdered in LA 7 years ago by police. He was unarmed as well, and it's one thing what people forget is that we all react to stuff.
What do you mean?
All situations are different. If I
Green is
wake
not
up in the
for
middle of the
seeing,
night
dude.
and I stub my
What's that do to
toe,
computer
my reaction
vision?
might be a
Green
quick
is
reaction.
it.
I might curse, I might get
What does that
upset.
mean?
If I'm on
Hot
a
pink?
road and I'm
Hot pink
driving
might be
and
spotted
somebody
first,
cuts
but I
me
think
off, my initial reaction might be a middle finger, or I might take
because
that
of
reaction further and chase them down the
humankind in
street.
history,
But you
our
gotta
eye
be able
is
to bottle
trained
your
to see red
emotions
first.
when
That's a given.
when it gets hectic like this. You got to be able to conform under pressure.
Green is the
Perform
easiest
under
on the
pressure,
eye.
you know.
It's the
We
most
all talk
relaxing. It
about
doesn't hurt
things
the
haven't
eyeball.
been
That's
the
why
same since Kobe Bryant
monitors were
passed away
originally
in March.
green.
And Kobe was one person that
Computers.
never folded under
Man,
pressure. And
don't
I'm
get
I'm
me
a
started on
Kobe
this
fan,
again.
but
We already talked about
I'm not
this.
even a Kobe fan, but I respect his game, and he's one person that never folded under pressure. And we got to take after that and all do the same.
Hey, there you go. That's
you just
awesome
had to
words
be
right
in
there. Thank you
chat.
so much for sharing, and
appreciate
obviously inspiring to the crowd here. They were cheering after he
thing
made
takes
those words. So
forever to
thank you so
load,
much.
bro.
Thank you.
We're here in Brea at the corner of Breach
I
and
appreciate you as well for letting me to
Let's
get my
get this.
word out, and also for you being out here, putting your life on the line as well, being in front of these people and trying to get the good side of the media out there. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, man. That means a lot. That really does.
All right.
People in
Yeah,
our industry
thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, he
There you
touched
go,
him.
guys.
He just got the corona.
We're on the corner of Birch and
touched him.
Brea. Back to you.
Okay. Tony, thanks much.
Would you have to touch him?
Now we want to go to Rob Hayes. As you, again, look downtown there on the left.
Is he
Rob
crying?
Hayes is on the right. And again, kind of shows you how many people are out there on a Tuesday. Rob, you might have some tough times hearing this, but go ahead.
Yeah, Hollywood and Vine right here. You can see a large crowd of people. The protesters have moved back in this direction. They are marching peacefully. Just about 2 minutes ago, maybe a minute ago, we just saw a long string of LAPD cars, probably a couple dozen at least, that were code 3 with the sirens going. But the protesters let them move through, and now the protesters are marching through the intersection here quite peacefully. They're chanting, and they're moving at a nice pace here and doing what they've been doing for most of the day today, which is just peacefully protesting. I'm going to take a look down the
Rob,
down Hollywood here.
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, it is. I hear you, yeah.
The question I have is, are they just, you were at this intersection earlier, so they've gone past it, turned around, and now they're going back? Or am I confused?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to express the last time you took us live. They're moving. There's not a whole lot of standing around. So whenever we show up at a spot where we think they are, they've already moved past. So we've set up camp here at Hollywood and Vine, And this is at least the probably third or fourth time that they've marched through this intersection. And take a look at the site. I mean, you guys obviously are watching this through Air 7 and through all the other cameras that we have, but this is a massive crowd.
It's going to pop off here tomorrow, I bet.
Thousands of people, and they are moving peacefully through the streets here with their message.
My goodness, that does look like a big crowd.
Because a lot of people in Long Beach don't have cars to go to
What's been
this.
the emotion for you there, Rob, when
they're going to want to do
come
something
by?
too,
Have
man.
they been confrontational with you, or do they just move right on by and just keep going?
Lots of blacks here.
Yeah, no confrontations at
Love
all.
black
These
people
people have
here.
been very, very friendly. They've left us alone for the most part today. We had a little issue yesterday. It was small.
That's kind of what I like about
nothing
Long
really
Beach.
worth
It reminds me
pointing
of
out.
Memphis in that
But
way.
today it's been a joy to be here, and it's really encouraging because if you take a look at this crowd, this is a rainbow of faces here. I mean, this is a really good subsection of Los Angeles here marching together to get their message out.
Even kids out there today with their parents, it's really, it's nice to see that.
It really is. And, you know, there have been a few traffic issues where an intersection has been shut down for a short period of time or a stretch of Hollywood. But you hear the horns. You know, it seems like a lot of these people aren't honking in frustration. They're honking in support.
Yeah.
Certainly is.
And then you see a lot of, it's almost as if the people in the cars are they may not have intended to show up and be a part of a protest, but once they're there,
why not?
They're showing support with honking of horns. I've heard chanting out of windows, and not angry. They're just trying to let their emotions get out. But Rob, thanks very much.
Yeah.
I'm sure oh, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, you know, this stretch of Hollywood Boulevard is obviously closed down because of the march, but if we take a look over here at Vine, you'll see traffic's being held up. But the folks are just sitting there. You can hear them honking. You know, I think they're not frustrated. They're just sitting there waiting for the crowd to go by and I guess enjoying the sight.
Yeah, look, how can you fault these people? You know, they're doing something definitely valuable to our society, and, you know, if you're in a car and inconvenience for a little while, you know, so be it.
I think Carlos Granda is standing by, we're told, downtown. So, you know, you have, oh, it's just his shot. So we have, again, we have the people who are on the move there at Hollywood and Vine, and they've been going back and forth, like Rob Hayes was mentioning. And then you have the other, which is more of a traditional rally. That is in Grand Park. And one of the things you see in that shot is the same thing that you've seen on almost all of these parades. Look at all the water there in the forefront. There's, generally speaking, at each of these gatherings, you'll see people handing out water, giving out food if necessary, trying to be of assistance to their fellow protesters around.
I have this thing
in many cases, there will be a place where they've just set up shop with cases of water. And today, especially, as hot as it is out there.
Yeah, good point. And
Zoom,
this
I
particular
pay
one
for
in
this
Grand
shit,
Park looks like
and
perhaps they're listening
you
to a
still
speaker.
suck.
I see a person in a yellow shirt up there at the base of the stairs. So perhaps they're having some rally, speakers rally the crowd like they did in Brea, as Tony was mentioning. That gentleman spoke to the crowd. But look at the crowd. It is just immense in Hollywood, and that line just goes back as far as you can see.
And, you know, in that circumstance, they really haven't had much of a speaker. But you're right. A lot of times these speakers, it's more impromptu. Somebody will grab a bullhorn and they'll hop up, and it can get so loud. You hear all the horn honking in Hollywood, and I'm sure it's the same at Grand Park there. It's hard to communicate to that many people because a bullhorn is not that effective when it's a mile-long protest march. Maybe it's a little better when you're all in Grand Park and listening. But that's also one of the difficulties with some of these marches is, you know, they didn't know where they were going. They just, when Carl was talking to that woman, she didn't know where she was going. She just wanted to be part. And it's hard to communicate to everybody where this is going. So it does seem like they're just going back and forth through that intersection and just having a long march.
Yeah. Well, you are watching Eyewitness News, special
And it's holding
edition.
at
We are just
4,000
covering some
bits.
breaking news. Not really breaking news. It's been going on for a few days, but we are wanting to give voice to these people who are demonstrating, and they go out and take their day, and they carry signs and they walk for miles, and we're trying to be relay their voice.
That's on one Verizon
And I'm getting
card.
word that Carlos
They used
Grande
to only
is
be able to
standing
hold
by,
about
and he's
1,000
been able
bits.
to
This is
kind of go
over
around,
bit
talk to
rate,
some people, and find
so
out a
it's-
little bit
I
more
don't know,
about
it
what's
should
going
be
on there in Grand Park. Carlos?
Well, this is actually a very peaceful, almost very quiet protest right now. You almost can't hear anything. They, in the front over there, way in the back, they do have a couple of people with, as you said, bullhorns, but where we are, we can not even hear what they're saying. But you can hear the crowd occasionally chanting, which is what they're doing now. They'll occasionally respond to the person speaking. But again, this has been very peaceful, very quiet. It started hours ago. Then the crowd all left. They actually started a march through downtown Los Angeles, went through downtown Los Angeles for several blocks, and then turned around and came right back here again. And that's where they've been here. And again, it's been very quiet, very peaceful. There's some people here that are bringing water and snacks for people who might need it. And you can hear them chanting right now. But again, very quiet, very peaceful here. In the background, you can see the LAPD and the steps of City Hall, and they have barricades in front. So they're being kept on this side of the park, not blocking the street as they did before the march when they were blocking the street. Now the street is open, and that's the way it's been here. It's been like this for already about another hour since they returned from their march. But again, very organized. It's not a huge number of people. As you can see, Grand Park is only about half full. And it's been just right now they're kneeling again, which they've been doing occasionally. They'll kneel, then they'll stand up, and then you'll hear some more speeches, then they'll kneel. And that's pretty much what's been going on the afternoon. But again, very organized. It seems like, even though it doesn't appear that there's anyone organizing it, it seems as if people are just doing this on their own. They're being very respectful. They're being just trying to get their message out. And right now they're being very quiet as they're kneeling, but they want to get their message out, and they want to show what they're here for. This is what they're here for, to get their message of that they're angry at what happened. They don't want it to happen again. Obviously, they want to get that message out, but again, not causing any problems.
Message one more
Nothing at all.
time.
It seems to be very peaceful protest here. Back to you.
Of demonstration,
Four was
but
my limit.
the same message, you know. Philip, we've been seeing an endless stream of people on Hollywood Boulevard. It's been incredible to watch.
And it just
Was
seems
she
to
making
not
fun of him?
end. I think as interesting as it was to see Air 7 HD above the scene, and you could see a mile apart, two large groups, it's almost more impressive from the camera where Rob is, because you can just see no end.
Exactly.
And it's just at least a mile of people simply walking. Impeding traffic, getting the message out. It's like a parade.
It truly is.
I would ask Rob Hayes if he's standing by to hear us. It's kind of a mood of a parade where he was saying people are greeting him and saying hello as he comes by. But it's a sea of people, Rob.
Philip, I'm telling you right now, where we're standing, you cannot see the end of this protest. They've been marching down this street this way for probably at least 15 minutes straight. So this is a massive crowd of people that have showed up here. And when you're talking about the people coming by, they give us smiles,
Bikini Cat.
they're waving at us. I mean, this is truly like an uplifting event. I don't want to sound sappy or anything, but I mean, if you look at the faces on a lot of these people,
And
they have
Florida?
smiles, and they're here, trying to support
appreciate
a
your
cause
kind
that's very
words.
important to them.
Y'all got them
Well,
bugs,
and
bro.
we are now 3 hours
Florida's
into
scary.
the
It's like
parade
all-
gathering. When it started,
Florida's
it was
like
about
the
11:30 when it
Australia
started this
of,
morning,
the
and we
United
have done
States.
nothing but show images of
Y'all
people
actually have gators,
exercising
too,
their
like
constitutional
Australia.
right to protest, free speech. We
Yeah,
have
everybody
yet
knows
at
Australia's
this
known
point
as having a
seen
bunch of
any
weird,
kind of
crazy,
splinter
poisonous
groups
bugs.
get off of the topic and cause any kind of problems or
Florida.
issues.
Come out
We
to
ran into
California,
that
boy.
yesterday
It's everywhere.
afternoon and
Come on.
early evening. But
Have it.
that, I think, Rob, it is not being sappy. It is being an observer of what you're seeing. And it is remarkably different that today has turned into this massive show of protest without any secondary message coming out.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I mean, it's very heartening to see the city of Los Angeles coalescing like this, and like I said earlier, you look here, and this is like if you.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The media is, they just keep saying the same shit over and over. Off to you, Chuck. Say what I said now. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean, Bill. Same thing you said. And Sarah, your turn. Copy and go now. Yeah, I want them to be like, I don't know, man. I don't think so, Chuck. Like the way I see it. And then Barb will be like, well, if but they're all just like, everybody loves us. Fuck that. Fucking media, dude.
People are mobilizing. They're protesting peacefully. They're letting the world know that they've had enough, that they're fed up. They want to see change.
Have some
so
different
this is a
opinions every
different
now
tenor,
and then.
a different tone, and this gives us lots of hope and optimism moving forward.
They're all giving a script.
What do you think is different from the weekend to now? Is it the protesters themselves policing themselves, not accepting things that don't line up with their message?
It's not nighttime.
Well, I think what's different now is that I think the weekend we had raw emotion and anger was spilling over and people didn't know how to respond. I think time gives people an opportunity to make sense out of what they've seen and to organize and to mobilize and to figure out how do we bring together a multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-age, multi-gender coalition to say we're tired of seeing Black lives being innocently lost. So I think people are now seeing that collective action can lead to change.
We are seeing certainly that, a rainbow of people out on the streets today. And how much do you think the message from George Floyd's
how are you going to take all these people out of poverty and get them to stop
in
selling crack?
Changing the tone of these demonstrations?
Y'all act like they're
I think
all whitewashed like you, brother.
George Floyd's brother definitely helped, but I think people were already tired and fed up and frustrated with the kinds of police brutality that has unfortunately caused havoc before George Floyd. And we just hope we don't have to see the same situation happen again with another life lost. So I think the more voices that stand out, that speak up, that say we can mobilize, we can find a way to be the change that we would like to be, is how I think we ultimately reach our goals here. So I'm encouraged, I'm optimistic. I just hope that we sustain
looting
these
just
efforts.
proves it.
And
furthermore.
Professor, Dr. Howard, you're a professor of education, so you're dealing with college kids all the time.
How many Black people become doctors?
What's this generation like compared to 40 years ago, 30 years ago?
And
are they
how
different?
could we make it
Does
higher?
social media help them, hurt them? What do you see?
Granted, they do need to decrease the fucking money and go into the lobbyists
and shit. They use technology to leverage their voice.
The waste of money.
They are able to mobilize in ways we could never imagine. And I think part of what happens with young people is that they're impatient. They want to see immediate reaction. They don't see the long picture. They want to see results now. And I have to admire that about them because I think they oftentimes think that we want to push these issues down the line. Let's talk about it later. We'll address it 6 months from now. We'll resolve it a year from now. I think this generation of young people typically is going to serve as a catalyst for the change that we want to see.
Funds are going to try to help Black people to do better in
played a vital part of that because they're the ones who are willing to push the envelope to let us know that, you know what, we can be the change.
I agree with you. I see it even with my own daughters, college-age girls and a little bit postgraduate. But I feel like they're more
Black people aren't normally
evolved
going to college,
than in the past. I feel like they know more and they see the reality that, the color of your skin should not make a damn bit of difference. Pardon my damn.
No, absolutely.
The colleges can't
but I think that's what they're pushing us to recognize, that they want us to form a human coalition to understand that oppression to any group affects folks everywhere. It's not just about racial justice. It's about gender justice. It's about justice for all the other groups who are undocumented, folks who are suffering economic depravity. And so I think young people see that in different ways, and I have to admire them. They're smarter than us, whether we don't like to admit it or not. They're more resourceful than us, and they have a sense of urgency that you have to, applaud them for.
Well, I have a 20-year-old, and I will never admit to him that he's smarter than me, but I don't know that would work well. But he has taught me a lot through this right now, Dr. Howard. And
every level?
And how do you teach a young person with, as Bruce Springsteen said, 57 channels and nothing on? So much information is so readily at their fingertips, and they are impatient. But how do you teach them that some things will require some time? And again, I'm not trying to say, oh, we need patience, let's put this off. Do you see what I'm saying with that question?
Absolutely. I've got 4 kids myself in their 20s, and I'll admit they're all smarter than I was at that same age. They're not smarter than me now, but they're smarter than
there
I
you
was
go.
at that time.
Qualifier.
But I think we have to find the happy medium. I think what we have to let them know is that, yes, there is a desire for some immediate change to happen right away, and we have to push that. But at the same time, we also have to understand the big picture. We're in a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so we have to help the younger generation meet us halfway to say that we've been through this before. We've seen challenges, we've seen struggles, but we can find a way to begin to put their urgency into action. But it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. And I think once we find that happy medium is when we'll start to see the kind of change that we know is ultimately going to happen, that we need to happen, because our young people will insist on nothing less than that.
Do you think we're getting closer to that finish line of the marathon?
You know, that's a great question. This last couple of days has been encouraging to me on a number of reasons, on a number of levels, because we've seen such a wide range of people come together. Typically, we've seen only people of color who have been leading these marches. To see the kinds of representation of white people and Asian American people and Latinx people and African American people all fighting for the same cause is something that I don't know that we've seen in a long time. So I want to be hopeful, but I want to be cautiously hopeful that while we're making progress and that finish line might be coming up soon, that if we take our foot off the gas, we can find ourselves right back to where we were 10 years, 15 years prior.
Well, the one thing, Dr. Howard, I think all of us here as parents, because since we've talked about this as parents, the one thing that I think we could all agree with is I never want my son to stop speaking. I don't want him to not have this moment where he's getting his voice out, whether it's social media or his friends or his gatherings, because if he sees wrong, I think this generation will say that's wrong much more than maybe some of the generations in the past.
That's right. Dr. King's famous quote says, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I think too many women and men have stood and fought and unfortunately died tirelessly so that we would have the opportunity to speak our voice. And so you're spot on. We want our children to speak their voices. We want them to act responsibly. We want them to care deeply about justice, about humanity, and about the inclusion of all populations. So we want to encourage those voices. We want to lift those voices up, but we also have to make sure that we, the older generations, are not letting them down, to make sure we're doing our part in this struggle as well.
That's a wonderful message, and I'm glad to know that you are, with our kids of today's generation at UCLA, and it's wonderful to know that. And I hope that you stay safe, and we appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us. You speak to these young people on a daily basis, and mine won't talk to me, but but thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Tyrone Howard, a professor of education.
It's not really funny, is it?
I think he just hits it spot on. And Ellen, you brought it up
probably
too.
The reason he's not
the impatience of this generation can be a good thing. It can be a good thing.
Yeah, my daughters have taught me a lot about that sort of thing. I think they're much more in the know, and the pulse of what's happening with young people, and it's inspiring to see that. But look at the crowd in downtown. It's certainly grown.
They've moved out of Grand Park. So whereas Carlos Granda had seen so many people almost at a rally, there's the shot where they were, and then we juxtapose to this, where now they have moved out into the streets, and it doesn't look like they're
the reverb in their
on
voice.
the move so much that the Hollywood group is,
the wall.
but they have certainly
I'm
at
all the way up
least
so you can really hear it.
moved out of the park.
Yeah. Speaking of on the move, we're going to go back to Hollywood and Rob Hayes and see if that crowd is still going by. Yep. Rob, how's it going there? It's amazing.
Why do they have echo in their voice when they have the best quality stuff in the? Is that what y'all want?
Here's
You
Jamie.
guys want to hear the wall behind me?
Down the street.
I can do that for you.
It's still coming. There is no end to this stream of people marching on the streets here. They're heading westbound on Hollywood Boulevard right now. We're at Hollywood and Vine, and this is it's one of these sights that's really hard to believe when you stand here and you're surrounded by this, I guess, sea of humanity right now. It's just people chanting, people holding signs, Black Lives Matter, I can't breathe, no justice, no peace. I mean, you just take a look around here, and it is a very, very peaceful, very uplifting moment here.
I feel moved. It's a really wonderful thing to see, and I just can't help but get a little emotional about this.
Well, Rob, I don't know if you were able to hear Dr. Howard when he was speaking just a moment ago, but one of the things he said was one of the things that you had mentioned a moment ago, that he was saying how this protest, this era is different in that you really see the human race coming together. It's not, one group of people protesting a thing. It is everyone gathering together for a common cause.
I agree, yeah. Wholeheartedly, I agree wholeheartedly. The mix of people here is amazing. It's as if, you took a slice of LA and they all turned out. And it's a really big slice of LA, let me tell you.
We have been a haul now. Hey,
yeah, I'd love to get an estimate on the crowd size.
The horns haven't stopped, and the crowd hasn't stopped. And are you at least starting to see the end of the line there, Rob?
Yeah, take a look at that, Philip and Ellen. Finally, it's unbelievable. I mean, how long have we been talking to you here at Hollywood and Vine? And finally, just a steady stream of people is finally, it looks like we may see the end there.
Incredible.
We see the end, but it's certainly not. There's certainly hundreds of people in your camera shots, and it's just remarkable.
And on the left-hand side, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I was going to say, also keep in mind, just because this may be the end of the march at this point, this march is continuing down Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, they've been walking by you for at least 20 minutes now, right?
At least, yeah, a solid 20 minutes, I would think. But yeah, and it's not hit or miss. It is a steady stream of people.
Right. Yeah, earlier there were two large groups in Hollywood. I wonder if they've merged into one. We'll find that out shortly. On the left-hand side of your screen, by the way, that is downtown, where they seem to be. They're still standing still, but we'll have to see if they get on the move too.
Well, it sounds like Chris Christie is in Air 7 above the downtown LA shot, if I'm correct on. Oh, he's in Hollywood. So we have Chris in Hollywood. So the shot on your left is downtown. And yes, they moved out of Grand Park, but there's thousands of people there. Chris, we talked to Rob Hayes just a second ago. 20 minutes, 30 minutes easily of a solid stream of people. What's the perspective like for you from Air 7?
Okay, so this is shaping up to be really something that we have not seen in the last few days. First of all, the crowds are much larger. We're talking about 3,000 people in this shot here at a minimum, maybe 4. And this is going to be near Sunset Boulevard and Highland Avenue, where they are marching several city blocks long here through the city of Hollywood. Again, that's Sunset Boulevard on the right side of your screen. If we pan up to Hollywood Boulevard, there's a separate group of several thousand strong as well, and they are at Hollywood and Cahuenga. Both groups marching in this direction. Eventually, LAPD's goal, and they have actually had conversations with the organizers, is to converge these two groups over towards Wilcox at LAPD's Hollywood division. They have prepared at the station to receive these groups within a block of the station. They're not going to get right to the front door, but they are going to allow them to protest at one spot. As we get closer to curfew time, you can see them rounding the corner here at Sunset and Orange Drive. Again, both of these groups, several thousand strong, eventually expected to meet up over at LAPD's Hollywood division. But the mood down there is so peaceful. It is jubilant. It is a beautiful thing to see, obviously, and something really to behold from up here in Air 7 HD, guys.
And how far are they from that Wilcox Hollywood PD?
Great question. They seem to be doing a little bit of a loop here. They're going to make the left. So I'm not sure what route they're going to take to get to Hollywood Division, but the station's over at Wilcox. So they, I imagine, are going to be guided by LAPD at some point towards that direction. No telling on when they'll actually make it over there, though.
It is a remarkable logistic achievement if they can get all of these people in these multiple groups to arrive in one location. And especially, Chris, there's not a confrontation when they come upon a line of officers. There's really communication.
Without this stream,
and
you
then
have no
direction.
That's been
it's so
the
much
name
better
of the
here
game.
Than that with it.
And you could just tell, that the mood has changed since the original protests that we started seeing on Thursday, on Friday, and over the weekend, of course. Now, there were various elements within those protests over the weekend. Everybody here seems to be playing by the rules, marching very orderly, very peacefully with their signs, chanting. making their voices heard and gathering in huge numbers. And what you don't see in the shot is a lot of PD presence. They are here, they are standing by, they're within a few blocks just in case they are needed to control the crowd control. If something goes sideways, God forbid somebody in there is up to no good. If there are agitators that branch off and cause any kind of trouble, just in case. The LAPD seems to have used the last 48 to 72 hours to really mobilize their forces and strategically manage these crowds without getting in their face, without a lot of show of force. They've been able to use communication as a diplomatic move.
And Chris, we heard from Dr. Tyrone Howard of UCLA, and he was saying, you know, Saturday it was still very raw, a lot of hurt emotion, and now it seems to be like people have taken a bit of a pause, perhaps listened to George Floyd's family, and now they still want to get their message across, and it's stronger than ever if you look at this crowd.
Yeah, and I experienced that this morning as I was walking through my own neighborhood nearby in Venice. There was a very large protest in Venice down Abbot Kinney Boulevard, and the mood again was downright festive. Everybody was happy to be there. It was so well organized. And LAPD, a lot of motor officers over there, they were participating, not participating, but interacting with the crowd and really kind of enjoying the moment and just standing by just in case they were needed. It wasn't a matter of controlling the crowd. It was just a matter of keeping things orderly and basically just directing traffic. And that seems to be what we're seeing here, but just a much larger scale over here in Hollywood. Again, as I mentioned, if you combine the two crowds on Sunset now turning on to Orange Drive here and the crowd over on Hollywood Boulevard, I would estimate we're talking close to 7,000 or 8,000 people here.
Well, there seem to be, I don't want to say a funnel of sorts, but are you starting to notice that people are gathering in ideas to where they're going? Because, I mean, we talked with, Carl Schmidt talked to somebody that she didn't know where she was going. She just wanted to be a part of it. But as I'm looking from your shot, it does look like most people are on this street, and then when you pan over to the other group, they're kind of staying on that group. Do you think there seems to be a plan in place to keep moving them?
To answer your question, and to be quite honest, I'm not sure. However, I should also add that the two groups that we're talking about are just two of several other groups in the Hollywood area. So we're probably dealing with about three or four groups total. The other ones, I imagine, are a little bit smaller than this, only from my vantage point. But if you combine all of them, we're talking about just a humongous crowd. So we're talking about more than just these two that hopefully, if all works out well, in fact, I'm looking at another group here. Rob, if actually no, over here off my front left at about 11 o'clock, just to give you an example, down a few blocks, that's going to be Santa Monica Boulevard. This is a separate group marching down Santa Monica Boulevard, and they are also very peaceful, and I would say at least several hundred strong as they make their way just past of Las Palmas Avenue. So we see these other groups, aside from those two very large ones, ultimately these handful of groups will end up hopefully at the police station.
And to speak to what you're saying, I don't know if we can do this kind of directing from the set, but if you could see the people in downtown Los Angeles, your shot with that many people combined with what we're seeing in downtown Los Angeles, which is just a sea of humanity as well, Utah, and then you also remember there's a protest going on in Brea, there's Monrovia, there's Hollywood we've been talking about, and then what we saw in Houston. So the number of people that are away from their home today, showing what they feel and they want to express. You know, we caught up, Chris, we're talking about, 7,000, 8,000 people in Hollywood, and then the thousands of people that are in downtown. There it is, there's the shot there on the left, which you can't see, but just for people to know, it's tens of 20,000 people across the city in the area that are out protesting today.
Not to mention, I understand there's a very large crowd in the South Bay over in Manhattan Beach right now as well. They started during the noon hour, and they are growing over there. It doesn't hurt if you're looking to organize a protest or any large gathering it doesn't hurt that everybody's off of work. I mean, the city is
There's no
the
traffic
city's come
issue
to
to
a
speak
halt.
of.
We're in the middle of a pandemic. It's worth reminding people that the life has come to a halt in the last several months, and just when it was beginning to wake up and businesses were starting to open up, many businesses have now shut right back down as we deal with these curfews. As you walk through any of our neighborhoods here in the city of Los Angeles, many blocks are basically boarded up completely, and everybody's got the day off of work. So why not come out and make your voice heard? And you know, that's what I think what we're seeing here when you have so many people that have the free time. I think this is the result.
And Scott, I hadn't, you know, I've been so paying attention to the actual demonstration that I forgot to see if people are wearing masks. Have you been able to notice anything? I mean, you're far up there, but I'm curious.
Yeah, you know, it's sporadic. I would say we had a lot of mask compliance over the weekend, or you know, whether it's masks or face coverings or what have you. I think as the days have drawn on, I would say maybe a little bit fewer than we were seeing. So that's not the most encouraging thing in terms of the virus. I will say a lot of people are wearing masks, but I think the compliance has been gradually fewer depending on the crowd and depending on the neighborhood. But it's still jarring to see this many people so close together, considering we've been living in a world where we've been avoiding each other at all costs for the last several months. It's been an incredible thing to see over the last several days from my vantage point.
It certainly has, and I meant to say Chris, not Scott. You know that.
Well, you might see a lot of masks, but you don't see 6 feet separating everybody.
No,
There's certainly, yeah, no, the
sure.
distance is certainly not there. But some crowds a little bit thinner than others, and they have a little more room and a little less breathing on top of each other. But as you saw over on Sunset and up on Hollywood, I mean, that's how you know it's a lot of people. I mean, you're talking about several city blocks jam-packed. You can't even see the pavement. The asphalt is invisible with this crowd, with those other two crowds. So you're right. Virtually no distance, as a matter of fact. It might as well be Lollapalooza down there.
And the contrast to the left side of your screen in downtown, where everyone is taking a knee right now, and it seems to be a very quiet, peaceful. Well, they got up again. Right? They looked, turned around, and then they were up again. But.
Well, they're sitting down. Yeah, they're still either sitting or kneeling. Many of them right now. They're in the street, and it looks like. Maybe somebody fell off their bike and someone helped pick them up. They're on the Hollywood shot from Chris.
Were you live
so
at?
it's remarkable, and I hate to even have forgotten the Manhattan Beach protest, which we saw all of those people walking. So Chris brought that one up, but it is truly amazing. And in Orange County, with Tony Cabrera, we saw them in Brea. So there are patches of these protests all over the area. Inland Empire, I'm sure we haven't seen them yet, but likely they are there as well. And at this point, still not one single report of any arrests needing to be made, any damage to any property. And when you think of the remarkable size and the volume of people out today, I think it speaks to what Dr. Howard was saying, that people have had 5 days to start to decompress and understand why they're out there, and the anger element of it has been replaced to a degree with just an understanding of what they're trying to get out. The emotions are less raw, the emotions are still very real.
And the change that has to happen. We're going to check with Tony Cabrera, because as you mentioned, down in Brea, another demonstration happening, and you've been talking to some pretty interesting people, Tony.
I definitely have. It's been a really interesting experience out here in Brea, because we're on the corner of Brea and Birch. This is the major intersection in Brea. It's a small town here in Southern California in Orange County, but look across the street. Every corner has a number of people that are out here peacefully protesting. It is emotional. They are speaking the words that they want to get out there, and police. They do have a slight presence as compared to other protests. You can see at the movie theater across the way, there's a few officers there. On the outskirts. You're not going to see them in the middle of all of this. There was a really cool moment just a little bit ago when a huge semi-truck just came by and was honking his horn in support, and everybody cheered. And we're meeting a lot of people here, including Joseph. Joseph is a longtime resident of Brea, and you were talking to me about the Brea bubble. Can you describe that?
So when you talk about the Brea bubble, at least in this city, you know, we tend to be a more conservative city, but a conservative doesn't mean we're not willing to listen to others' perspectives. So I think when this went out, people in the community were a little scared about what that means to, you know, burst the Brea bubble, but that wasn't the case at all. People were here peacefully protesting.
Now, I've talked to a few people who said that they're surprised that a protest is happening in Brea instead of like some of the towns that are nearby it, because maybe is it that Brea bubble? Is the bubble bursting in this moment?
I would say that at this moment, people are open and willing to listen to each other, right? Because I think in the end of this, we all got to listen and communicate to each other, and listening is the hardest thing, and I think this is what this community is crying for, is for listening ears.
I hope not.
Yeah, it seems I've talked to a number of people with different opinions.
There's so many people out of work
but
due to the
are
fact
here
that
to
their
just support each other
business has been
despite
looted.
maybe some differences that you might have.
Somewhat alarming.
Absolutely, I think everybody's here in support of each other and understanding each other's perspectives and differences and keeping it peaceful, and I think that's what's most important.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for
Didn't
chatting
see
with me.
Ramp
But
service
we
in
see
Beijing, man. That's
more and
bad,
more
dude.
cars
He
throughout
said.
the intersection
What do you mean?
that are coming by and honking. And there's just a lot. It's
What do you
growing.
do?
It started at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and so I'm going to talk with you. What is your name and where are you from?
I'm Mia, and I'm from Brea. I'm actually from here now.
Okay.
Graduated today.
What's that?
Graduated today.
Graduating today.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does it mean then on this on special day of graduating to be out here on this corner right now?
I'm just so blessed to be out here with people to spread love and not hate, to end racism and racial discrimination, to bring equality, because I think that's what needs to be necessary here. And out of all lives matter, Black lives actually matter as well. Just because we're saying Black lives doesn't matter, we're not saying that other lives don't matter. We're saying Black lives matters because that's clearly what's the problem here. Innocent Black lives have been taken away from us, and we're here rooting for them. We want our voices to be heard.
Let me talk to your dad. This is your dad, right?
My dad.
How proud of you, after hearing your daughter right now, are you?
I am very proud. My son goes to Oregon. We had to have a talk with them today. We were going to figure out what to do today, and they were frustrated, arguing with us. So we said, you know what, let's do something about it. That's why we're here. That's what brought us here.
I think I fixed it.
My son's a sophomore at Oregon. My daughter just graduated today. She's going to UCR. So, I mean, this is huge. This is huge. And like I'm said, I mean, we're at tears
Should be
talking
good.
about what can we do. And we just so happen to walk out of our door because
Now we're definitely good.
They're down here, that's what brought us here.
Well,
Thanks
there
for
you
letting
go.
me know,
Thank
man.
you so much. And hey, congratulations to you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you
Awesome.
for having me.
Yes. Well, there you go. Just a couple of people right here in Brea, the heart of Brea, and just from different areas of life showing their support. Back to you.
Dang, that's a lot of people.
Okay,
Hey, we're good now, though, right?
Thanks much, and it has been very interesting to hear some of the people. He's got a representation of kind of both sides. He's talked to several people who had a different opinion, but for the most part, everybody has been. And how about the high school graduate? What has that young person seen this year?
Exactly.
And and she hasn't looked at it as what has been taken away. She looked at, I've got an opportunity to go out and make a difference. And this 2020 class is going to be something special.
I think so too.
Well, I mean, the nigga thing, that's...
we continue to watch now Chris Christie's shot there
They
in
can't
Hollywood
just stop saying that
as
shit
the
overnight.
crowd continues to be on the move. And Chris, I'm going to be, these people tomorrow are going to be exhausted. They have walked, because they went one direction, turned around, and came back another direction. They've been on the move since 11:30, 12 o'clock today. So people have been walking for 2.5, 3 hours now.
Well, you can tell it's skewing younger because they are moving quick.
Hours
when
of
we joined you
walking,
just a few
Chuck.
minutes ago, they were up on Sunset. They've made their way down Orange
That's a
all the
whole
way to
lot
Santa
of
Monica. A couple of the groups that we were
footsteps.
looking at have now actually already converged.
They're
So you're going to get a better sense for
dramatic
the
on
amount of
everything on the
humanity
news.
down there in one spot. As we go ahead and widen out, you're looking at the intersection of Orange Drive and Lexington. That's going to be
Ancestors
Orange
used to
Drive
still?
up and down through the center of your screen. And as we widen out, you're going to bring Santa
that
Monica
good?
Boulevard into the frame here
Are
near
we
the
good?
bottom of your screen. And as we pan up, or tilt up, I should say, just a little
Okay,
bit,
now we
you'll
got-
see
we gotta be.
Sunset, the crowd on Sunset. So the entire street
Insane.
from Sunset Boulevard
Oh, I
to
fixed
Santa
it.
Monica Boulevard, completely packed. If you then take that east a little bit, there's a whole nother group that was coming down from Hollywood Boulevard. The speed at which they're marching is
incredible.
Fairly impressive. They're fairly impressive. They're covering quite a bit of ground in a short amount of time. So to answer your question,
oh my God, they're damn near speed walking out there, Chuck.
To see that many people gathered and moving so quickly, and perhaps they do have that final destination where they want to.
These motherfuckers.
That's going to be quite a scene.
Yeah, a little bit of a bottleneck here, definitely.
To the AIDS walk. I speed walked to the AIDS walk in Long Beach, California. I know what fast walking looks like.
Part of the protest.
The guy that we beat, because we won that shit. We fucking won it. Me and two other guys. We held hands crossing the paper. We on the fucking paper, the Long Beach Onion or whatever the fuck it's called.
Most of these drivers
Press,
are actually
telegram,
very
whatever.
supportive of what's going on. Most, not all, of course, but most. And
But the guy in front of us was like a professional
any major issues
at doing them AIDS walks and shit. But I was just out of the military just recently, so I was still like, got in it with them. Man, they're barely. They're kicking rocks as they're walking. Look at this.
Chris, you call it no major issues. And
Eric Mass.
It just struck me as you're saying it, and I'm watching the cars stuck in the
Appreciate you, Andy. Appreciate you too.
How many
dub
times
line,
in the
man.
past have we
Dub
seen a
line
protest
420.
where some of those cars that suddenly got stuck there have bashed in windows or have people pulled from their cars? There's none of that. Yesterday we saw some bashed windows, not off the main street. You'd see a car that had been damaged, slightly or something. You haven't seen any of that.
They didn't mess with my car either. The only people that messed with my car were cops.
Walk by a car, and the car just sit there and let everybody walk by them.
Well, you're right. I mean, I think, and that speaks to the adrenaline.
And I parked right next to businesses that were getting looted hard. I parked right in right where the Walmart is, and all those stores where Walmart used to be.
We hope that's what
people that know, they
is
know.
all about. When you think about what we're going through as a society, the pandemic,
right near GameStop.
And now this, what was unrest over the weekend, turning to really peaceful demonstrations. If we can just reset the way we treat each other and the way we talk to each other, maybe driving doesn't have to be as aggressive all the time. Of course, on a normal day, people have places
I need to watch
go.
that
They're
one
in a
again,
rush
I think.
to get somewhere.
Hey, what's up with this big ass area right here?
Intersection, and that's going to cause them to be late for work.
Dirt.
Certainly, you can understand why people are a little bit less patient on a normal day. But again, on a day like today, where very few people are out to begin with, traffic is already pretty light. Nobody really has anywhere that.
That's where they're going to put all these people in a minute.
For the most
That's
part,
the holding
aside from our
tank.
essential workers who still have to get to work.
The FEMA tank.
Has a little bit of extra time on their hands, and why not just slow down, let the crowd go by, and again, it's just a part of the unity that we're seeing here in Los Angeles.
I hope you're right, because it does
hey, what
seem
happened to my
that
other
COVID,
dude? Let's get him back on.
Era, we have had to learn more patience and to maybe
you have a jewelry
bit,
store?
We're not in a rush to get anywhere, and
oh man, hooking
those cases of road rage will go away, hopefully.
Let's hope. Chris, I saw some people when you zoomed in.
I wasn't going to go that far, but
come on.
hopefully.
When we were looking at the tight shot of that intersection, I saw a few people start pointing the direction of that road right there. So I'm not sure what that intersection is, but people had gathered in this, and I saw several people with both hands almost start trying to direct people down that road.
Hopefully not.
Are they now moving down a road?
Hopefully not. This could be
block again. What is going that direction?
The distraction. Yeah, because all the cops are going to be near where this group of people are, and the criminals know it. So this isn't about to be a dangerous time for law-abiding citizens
at that intersection
that aren't at home, more than the people that are, because I don't think they're going to try to bust up people's houses that are home. But if you're at this and they know you're not at home, and the response time for police officers is going to be what, 10 minutes more? Clear a fucking place out in 10 minutes. They used to have 3. I don't know, man. We'll see. Because they're going to let this go until the cops hit it. Until they see that the cops are there and busy.
Groups within, and at this particular intersection here, we do seem to see a coalescence here.
Oh yeah, I saw that about
some of these cars.
The rocks, the pallets. That was crazy.
Might be here for a few minutes for this crowd to move through, but certainly, as I mentioned, they're basically just sitting there, very patient.
Oh,
and a
they're
lot
starting
of
to
these
point.
cars
They're starting to point guns at
indeed,
people.
Part of the demonstration. So we don't see any problems yet, but certainly a lot of people that
He's on the front line
in
with
different directions. I don't see a lot of traffic
Cheers.
direction
case is our last night, guys.
As I would have expected to see it earlier this morning. As I mentioned, I was in Venice, and LAPD was playing a little bit of a bigger part in traffic control and keeping the crowds away from the cars. Unless that's happening out of my purview here, I don't see it, but it could be. But unless that's happening out of my purview, I don't see a lot of traffic direction here. So the crowd does seem to be making up the route as they go along, kind of an ad hoc route, if you will. And we are actually moving away from Hollywood Division.
It calls unrest on? You think that they'll...
Oh, they ultimately will end up. That's over in Sunset and Wilcox, just south of Sunset. So eventually they'll be making their way there. Again, we only know that...
It's odd, huh, that they haven't charged them with something, a misdemeanor of some kind of...
these organizers, and hopefully as the curfew draws near, we will see that convergence begin.
But they're sticking by their guns, saying the guy had a heart attack, and it's
Chris, we're going to
not their
break away
fault.
real quick and go.
Supposedly,
to
someone said he
Rob
set up in the
Hayes.
ambulance and said, "Take me to the safe house."
And he has a development at his
The
location.
Golden Coin said.
Robert.
Yeah, Philip, we're at Hollywood and Vine right here, and just about 2 or 3 minutes ago, we just noticed a lot of people.
Why aren't any of the IB2 guys out here?
I asked someone what's going on. He said something about shots being fired, but again, that's just from one of the people that was running by here.
Am I supposed to go out here somehow right now?
But we're noticing now that
I don't know, dude.
you know, what was the march and the flow of the traffic here has stopped considerably. Just came to a stop, and probably about a block down west on Hollywood Boulevard. It looks like there's a group of people in the street no longer marching.
My luck, though, I'd leave here and
I
shit would start
heard-
popping off in Long Beach.
I heard a pop. I don't know what it was. Could have been a firework. Could have been anything. But I mean, that's what it sounds like right now. Things have kind of bottled up here, and we're just trying to get a feel for what's going on.
It looks like the majority of that massive crowd has just gone past, and this is like the stragglers, a few at the end, perhaps?
Well, you know, the massive crowd, you know, passed through and probably moved through this area. It had to be about 15 or 20 minutes ago. And then it seemed like maybe the crowd was starting to cycle through again, or maybe it was just another separate part of the marchers. But yeah, from where we are right now, there isn't a whole lot we could see farther down Hollywood Boulevard, just that the marching had stopped in the middle of Hollywood Boulevard. But that's pretty much what we could see from here.
Well, information and misinformation can spread like wildfire with an event this big. That would be a remarkable turn of events that doesn't really match anything that we've seen if that happens. So let's cross our fingers. Hope that is
But him not being able to breathe and going limp like
we'll just
that.
continue to monitor things the way
I've
we
had
see
heart
them.
issues before.
Rob Hayes had,
I don't know if you want to take a look now. You'll see a large crowd of people running now.
Sure do. We can see them coming in your direction. And then, of course, all of the people looking at them wondering what's going on as well.
I shoot at this guy's locale.
Information becomes so scattered and you just don't know what's going on, because there are those, at least in past, that have tried to agitate.
Curfew's in 1 hour and 14
Yesterday, there was
minutes.
a man banging a skateboard.
Right, is it 4 for them too, or 6? No, it's 6.
There were fireworks being shot, large fireworks. And now you hear the
now
sirens.
We're seeing a large LAPD presence roll onto the scene here with the sirens blaring. There's 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna get in the car. I was hoping that they wouldn't let you, because I wanted to see an IRL action movie. You guys
about 10
kind of
LAPD
survived.
cars are rolling onto the scene now.
We're going to
Oh,
try to get
man.
Chris Christie's.
sorry.
Perhaps he can get an overhead shot for us.
Are we disappointed?
So
That sucked, dude. Right
oh, okay. Well,
all my
maybe he'll make his
equipment
way
was
over
in
to that
there.
area. We're going to find out what's happening there.
I forget
Okay,
what was
and
in
now
there.
what they're
that
going to
needed
do
it.
is, if this is something that
Pretty sure
has
my battery
developed
would've
into a
died.
confrontation down the road from where we're looking,
Oh.
police
Now
will.
we're seeing water bottles being thrown.
Throwing cones, dog.
Yeah, police will build a line, and all of those officers. This is exactly what we were talking about when Scott Reif was up. He was saying the
Pretend to
footprint
Reif
is so
is
small,
probably 7.
but they're there. They are in the
They start
neighborhood. They are
setting fire to
close. And if there
electrical
was
substations.
vandalism, if there
Yeah, that'll
was any
suck,
sort of
dude.
looting down
Why
the
you
street
bringing
out
that
of
up?
our
Why you getting them
view,
ideas,
they're going to come in and they'll surround that area and try to get control of that situation very quickly.
Oh, oh,
There
oh.
you see the officers on the ground
Hell
there.
yeah. Is that them? Is
non-lethal,
that what I got shot with?
I guess there's a rubber bullet.
Yeah, now they have the batons out. They'll have either pepper spray or rubber bullets. And Rob, you guys are going to need to be cautious and careful there.
From what I understand, they're supposed to bounce those off the ground to you or something. That's what I was saying.
For authorities as well, when they're trying to clear an area with our crew sitting there. So we'll respect what you've got to do for your safety. But that's the first thing we've seen today, and it happened right in front of us, where there became a confrontation and some sort of agitation on that street. Scott, Rob, can you tell us again your intersection? You're Hollywood and Highland?
Oh, they got umbrellas to block. Dude, does that work?
Hollywood and Vine.
Those things don't go through umbrellas?
Hollywood, that's the problem.
They don't go through umbrellas?
So it's down
Hollywood?
Absolutely, yeah.
I want to see proof of that.
Further west on Hollywood Boulevard is where something happened.
But I haven't seen an umbrella with a hole in it
and
yet.
then a few minutes later, as you saw on live TV there, the chunk
I got an umbrella, man. Oh, this guy went offline.
Eastbound on Hollywood towards us, and that's when the LAPD moved in with what looks like about a dozen squad cars here.
And now taking, they're just in that intersection and trying, I guess they're going to try to address the crowd and
I
get them to
selfie
go
in
in
one
a
step.
certain direction or,
No, I got the
dude.
I got the backpack, so
we'll have to see what
the
they're
camera
doing.
will be on the
But you see a
the
Scott
shoulder
Wright, he's
mount.
overhead there. I mean, I'm sorry, I keep getting them. Chris Christie.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, Ron, we're coming into view.
Okay, so he's trying to move into the area. What's generally going to happen is what you're seeing right now. They'll muster in that location, give the protesters a chance to clear that area on their own. Then they'll move down about a block, maybe a half a block, and they'll stage there again. And then again, they will tell the people in that intersection, you've got to move. And so then they'll start to get, so Rob, my guess is from where they're going to end up out of your sight here before too long, because they're going to move down that street. So are they just continuing to move away from you?
Yeah, they moved westbound down Hollywood Boulevard. They stopped about, oh, now it looks like there's an even bigger LAPD presence at one street east of where we are. So one street west of Vine Street on Hollywood Boulevard. It looks like there's another pretty large presence of LAPD officers down that way.
Let's go up to Chris Christie. I know that he said, I could hear him saying that he was just about to move into a position. So now he's in Air 7 HD, able to get a better idea of what's going on. Not a better idea. Rob watched it in person right there in front of him. But Chris, you're actually able to see more officers on the move.
Yeah, it looks like LAPD is mobilizing. They seem to be forming a skirmish line or several skirmish lines at Ivar and Hollywood Boulevard, which I think is the intersection that Rob was talking about. You can see them facing actually north. If I'm not mistaken, they're facing north on Ivar Avenue. I'm not sure where Rob is. I know he mentioned that there was some bottle throwing possibly going on down there. If we come down on Hollywood Boulevard, I want to see where those people were. Were they on Hollywood or were they on Ivar? I'm trying to figure it out. I think he was a little bit over towards the west. There they go. Okay, so maybe they're turning them around, pushing them back on. That's going to be Yucca Street, and it looks like a large crowd there, and they are definitely blocking a little more traffic flow. So not sure. It looks like, though, LAPD may be trying to keep them north of Hollywood Boulevard in this shot.
And so had you seen the police presence in this size before, or did you see them come about here in the last few minutes once we saw with, Rob Hayes had somebody tell him as he wrote by that there were some sort of shots fired? Did you see them just immediately mobilize and get back out, or had you seen them in these locations prior to that moment?
They seem to be running from another intersection, and then they ran and formed this group that you see there on the right around the corner of that building there. You can see first the skirmish line, and then the strike teams, and then another skirmish line along the left side of the intersection, and then you see about a dozen motor officers on the other side here. So there seems to be an intent here to at least keep them north of Hollywood Boulevard. I don't know if this is the group that was getting a little more aggressive there or not, but certainly it's not a huge group. And what you notice here in this shot, which is in case anything happens, they want to have more officers in place than agitators. And in this shot here, they certainly are. That crowd is outnumbered by police officers almost. So
well, Chris,
that's just in case things go sideways.
Don't zoom out there. Can we zoom back in? Is that a confrontation between that man and those officers, or is there something else that I'm missing here? Is that a potential arrest in the process, or is he just a protester? But because the demeanor of those officers looks remarkably different than what we've been seeing. They're separated from the group.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking to agitate this crowd or begin declaring any kind of a roundup or anything like that. I think they're just kind of doing a little bit of crowd control and making sure things stay where they are. You don't want to see people running all through these city blocks. You know, that's what happened yesterday. There was some agitators in there, some bottle throwing, and then all of a sudden you start seeing the crowds scatter into the neighborhoods, even into some of the apartment buildings, and you just don't want that. So as long as they can keep everybody orderly in the street and show that force, that's a show of force that we're looking at there. The crowd sees that's their perimeter, that's where they want to stay north of, and hopefully they will cooperate with those officers. In the meantime, it looks like some of them are indeed turning around maybe and coming back north. So we're looking south, just to give you an idea, we're looking south on Ivar, and on the top part of your screen where those officers are, that's Hollywood Boulevard along the Walk of Fame.
It's also the only opportunity law enforcement has to communicate with the protesters. So that too could have been what it is, where they just walked up and then and just told an individual, you can't come any closer than this location.
Yeah, that could very well be. Let's go ahead and pull out all the way. I want to get an idea for the size of the crowd behind this initial group here. Let's go ahead and tilt north a little bit. Yeah, so they're dealing with a relatively small crowd there, and another crowd right around the corner turning on to or turning off of Cahuenga Boulevard. El Cerrito, Jay, is that what you said? In the city?
Okay.
Right where we, okay, so we do have a report of looting in this vicinity.
Okay.
Somebody in this neighborhood is looting along El Cerrito, so we will try and nail that down.
I wasn't quite ready for that.
What's the intersection, Jay? El Cerrito and Hollywood.
That makes sense, Chris, because I'll go back to Scott Riot.
El Cerrito,
actually scary. It's like someone's coming to you like.
Clearly, LAPD now on the move. They've been given the order to advance on this crowd. And by the way, it's not a large crowd.
They don't know.
So
they don't know if I got this online and it's like made of rebar.
Stragglers here that are concerning to the LAPD, and clearly they want to calm the situation down, but they also want to contain that group. It would not surprise me if we see
I got this for a girlfriend, and she like
on the north side
broke up with me that week, so I kept it.
Or boxing this group in. We're talking about
this my
maybe
umbrella
a
now.
dozen or maybe a couple of dozen if we tilt down of
you have a fire
protesters in this shot
extinguisher?
here.
I got more than
but
this, though.
Again, a lot more officers getting ready to engage with this group. It's not a big group at all. You can see many more police officers than agitators.
Okay.
This is exactly what happened yesterday, and see, that's what I was curious about. They did talk
Look
to
at this.
some. Okay,
they're pulling somebody out of this car.
That's what
don't know what that. Don't know what that's all about. What that. I believe it's a woman. What she did there, but they just reached in there, pulled her out for some reason. There's a passenger being ordered out of the vehicle now. She is. Looks like these two are going to be detained, and yeah, they just emptied out that pickup truck. Something clearly happened with the driver and passenger of this pickup truck.
Chris, we're going to interrupt you and go to Rob Hayes. Rob, is that tear gas we're seeing being used in that neighborhood?
I don't believe it's tear gas. It looks like it's just some sort of pink firework that was a smoke bomb that was thrown into the crowd here. The officers here have taken control of this intersection. They had shut down the intersection, and someone was setting off fireworks, and then there was that pink smoke bomb that someone threw right in the middle of the officers here. We're moving down. We are now moving eastbound on Hollywood
peaceful
Boulevard.
pink.
They're trying to clear out some of the protesters to make some room here.
It's like we're drinking sake. A lot of.
We're
getting paid.
I'm just going to hold my microphone out here so you can hear what's happening.
They're backing up. The hell's happening? By the way, to all my Canadians out there.
Expanded their area here that they've closed down about half a block now east of Vine on Hollywood Boulevard. Let's see what's going on the other direction.
Well,
I think we could go to Chris Christie in Air 7 HD. He is over the scene there and perhaps has a better vantage point.
Ellen, we've moved over about a half mile from that location over towards La Brea and Hollywood, and it looks like there may be a report of looting on El Cerrito, just north of Hollywood. This is Rob. This is actually La Brea. So El Cerrito is going to be over towards the right. That's that. Yeah, right there in the center. Looks like something maybe tilt up a little bit. Is there any businesses behind that over to the left? Left behind that WeWork building? It looks like an empty street, but maybe the back of some of these businesses might have been penetrated. We're getting reports of looting. The report came in, Philip and Ellen, of some possible looting on El Cerrito, just north of Hollywood Boulevard. So you can see the LAPD airship now circling over this intersection. And if you notice, that El Cerrito place is just a block off of La Brea, where you've got hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters moving through. And that is, if indeed that the looting reports are true, that is one of the patterns that we've seen over the last few days. The looters, who are bad actors, and typically, from my experience over the last several days, have nothing to do with the protesters. They drive in from other parts and integrate themselves, infiltrate the protest, and then when police are distracted,
they're coming right now. They know it's happening, so they're on their way.
Try and break in. That may be what we're dealing with here. I don't see any signs yet. Anybody running. The telltale is you see people running out with boxes and all kinds of stuff, but I don't see that just yet. We'll try and nail that down. There is an LAPD presence here, and we do see something that we have seen over the last several minutes, a lot of people bringing water to the marchers and handing out bottles of water, and it looks like that's what we're looking at right here. Again, this intersection, La Brea Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard, a peaceful protest, but reports of looting just about a block away. We'll keep on top of that report for you guys.
All right, Chris Christie, thank you very much for that live report, and thank you everyone for joining us for Eyewitness News at 3 p.m. We've had special coverage, and now we are starting our 3 p.m. newscast. I'm Colleen Sullivan with Ellen Latha and Philip Palmer.
Copy.
We're all here. We're watching this very large protest, and it's been very peaceful. Just a few moments ago, we did hear some reports of some looting in El Cerrito, just north of Hollywood. But let's go to Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes. You're on the ground right there, Rob.
We'll get some more people in here. Looks like the crowd has been separated from this point forward.
Rob Hayes, I'm not sure if you hear us, but
Colleen, yes, I'm sorry, I hear you now. It looks like one
feels
of the
like
protesters is trying to confront the police officers right now. They've shut down this stretch of Hollywood Boulevard near Vine, and most of the protesters have stayed back. They're holding their signs. But the one gentleman came up. He's backed off now.
I should probably stock up.
Now they are chanting here in the street. Things have cooled
Everything
off
closes earlier now, I think, though, so I don't know.
Police cars are streaming through here. There was a smoke bomb
I don't know what time
thrown,
shit's open.
in the middle of the police
I mean,
group
Costco's
that had
so
formed
busy
here.
now.
And for now, they're just holding the line here, trying to keep the protesters from
It's getting so
moving
weird.
up Hollywood Boulevard to the west.
Just to go shopping, just to go get some milk. It's getting like it used to be weird because this is weird. People in general are kind of weird, but now, dude, it's like, shitty, dude, for everybody. Literally, everyone hates it. Just going to the grocery store.
A tremendous amount of people demonstrating, marching, if you will, and this is just a very isolated.
That's a pussy bullet compared to the one my shit got shot with.
And has, from his perspective, but you know, Chris, this has been an amazing.
No wonder people are saying they're
protest,
just a piece of
turnout.
foam. Yeah,
And it's
well,
just one
mine's got
small
hard ass
incident,
plastic on it.
That's
too.
happened this entire day so far.
And it's got rifling. It spins coming at your ass.
Chris.
Hey there, Ellen. Yeah, just moved over to Cole Place and Sunset Boulevard. There was a little bit of a confrontation. It looks like it's eased up quite a bit. You see the skirmish line there, and now a number of protesters kneeling in the middle of the intersection. So it is still peaceful here. There is a skirmish line, and I do see that strike team behind them. We are near the police station, and that may be, yeah, that's most likely why that skirmish line is there. They are basically drawing the line as far as how close this mass of protesters will eventually be allowed to get to the LAPD Hollywood Division Station. So we see this is the front head of the protest. There's thousands of people west of this intersection that are making their way eastbound on Sunset Boulevard. But for now, it looks like the front portion of the protest has now taken a knee right there in the middle of the intersection.
Where are all the Hollywood CX streamers, IP2 streamers now? Literally.
I believe, or is where are we seeing the downtown shot? Okay, we're not quite there. It is.
None of them are in Hollywood.
One of our other Air 7 shots is that in downtown. So everything that we've been talking about in Hollywood, where people have
got some real content to cover, and they're not there. It's about that dumb shit.
And they just walked and walked. Grand Park there in
Watch me
downtown
drink some fucking margaritas. Watch me bug this person. But now that some real shit's happening,
was there, and he talked about how they would pause, and he could almost hear the speakers from the back.
I'm talking about the old school people.
And it's
like
such a
new guys. They've been putting in work. Alien
there.
Alphabet. He's been putting in work.
All of it has been remarkably peaceful for some 3 hours
ain't even
now.
up yet.
The volume of people is something that we've talked about over and over throughout the day. And that concentration of people there at Grand
last
Park
night
is remarkably different than what we've seen in Hollywood in the sense that it's equal in volume, but the people
it's either
going to
pop off tonight
over miles
or tomorrow
and
night.
various groups.
And that's why I'm ready. I got the live view prepped.
Stationary
I got
there.
a stream.
I'm not sure if we've seen any of the. I don't see a huge police presence. Obviously, we know they're there, but what I think that sort of.
I
was
got
very
this.
interesting that you said, Philip.
It's
is
ready
that
to
Carlos
go. All I gotta
hear,
do is pop it in.
Hear the speakers.
I got a new stream, create stream. Boom, turn the live view on.
Let's
Boom,
go to
we're out the
Eyewitness
door.
News reporter Rob Hayes.
So,
Rob, you're covering
get some socks on.
maybe a possible incident there.
I don't know if you can see right now, LAPD is withdrawing a bit from
Hollywood yesterday,
Boulevard. They pulled back to the intersection right now.
I ended up getting an AT&T plan for the phone. I got prepaid just because everything, the way hours are and everything, I had a card already, and I was able to do everything online and get a prepaid package with the card, and I got 5G to read chat with on this.
It seems relatively calm right now, but the protesters have moved forward as the police officers have moved back.
Cameras look crazy.
You can see they're trying to form a line here.
Just people reading chat. We're ready to go. Sub pops off. We're ready to go. It's me. Looking better than it did last year.
Part of the difficulty has been freedom of movement all day, and you saw the confrontation there with a person who wanted to go through the intersection, and they're told no. And that has not happened throughout the day. And even you, Rob, it looks like you and your photographer, Jamie, had to move away a little bit.
Which is fine. You know, I mean, we're just trying to stay out of the way and watch as this unfolds. For the most part, 99% of the people who are here are, you know, following the police orders.
Second wave, right?
Here peacefully. A couple of them, though, seem to be confronting some of the police officers, maybe trying to egg them on a little bit. But
I'll talk about the circle was open. Was it for cops only? Because Alien Alphabet went somewhere last night, and it was they wouldn't serve him. They said it was for armed service members or police.
You were wanting to go to this SkyMap 7, which is the.
I wonder if I could have gotten it though. Show my ID, like military ID. Give me some food.
Where Rob is, it's Sunset and
I'll flex on that shit
and
if I can.
You
If I
can see
had
some of
to.
the people
Tonight.
lying in the street. It looked like. I think
do it
that's
to do
Chris
it.
Christie's shot. Yeah.
Just a moment ago, they were lying in the street and just doing like a peaceful demonstration there. Now they're on the move again.
Getting fast food during curfew.
Large crowds eventually
He went down.
converge. That's the plan apparently, but we don't know for sure.
This is
when
actually the group, Ellen, that was actually kneeling a block away. They were kneeling. There was a skirmish line. They were very peaceful in the intersection. Then they got up and they continued the march eastbound on Sunset. That is putting them right in front of the CNN building, where they are, looks like they're making a right actually on Cahuenga Boulevard. So the march has continued on. Again, I think to sum it all up, in the last half hour to an hour or so, we've basically seen these huge groups, each one.
Why does he keep saying huge, like Bernie Sanders?
It's
like purposefully.
Kind of converging, making up the route as they go
Make
along.
a Bernie
LAPD
Sanders statement or
basically letting them have almost the entire Hollywood area to make this route up as they go along. When they get to an intersection that they don't want them to cross, that's when you see the skirmish lines. It's not an aggressive move, it's just a tactical move to keep them away from certain areas and give them the freedom to move in other areas. So they're covering a lot of the same ground. They're moving in different directions, at times moving further towards West Hollywood. They made their way down Santa Monica Boulevard.
That's a good point. Gray matters.
Back up towards Sunset,
If an
and
enemy
they're all
foreign or
kind
domestic
of
really
moving
wanted to
back
spread about
over towards the east, which is going to put them eventually closer to Sunset and Wilcox, which is where LAPD's Hollywood division is. They're not going to let them get right up to the station. They're going to keep them back quite a bit, but they're going to allow them to continue the protest as we get closer to curfew right near Hollywood division.
Yeah, just a little under 3 hours left of the curfew. So there's a lot of people to get off the streets in 3 hours.
But it's almost as if they're giving a detour, so they're kind of giving them their route to where they want their final destination. So it seems like when people are trying to figure out which way should we turn, it kind of makes it easy. It's like their own GPS system to get from one place to the other. Now, of course, we don't know if it's the shortest distance, but yeah, they've been walking for so long. But I think what was amazing to see is that people who are in their homes and then they hear the crowd. We saw Carl Schmidt earlier. You just heard the crowd. You're in front of your home, and you think, you know what? Why not? Let's all stand in solidarity and keep on moving. And I think that's why it's had a very peaceful, uplifting sort of move.
Maybe we should have had it on last
again,
night.
We've seen a lot of people out. A lot of people in all various communities are coming out and showing their support for for this situation, and they want to focus on protesting against police brutality, and they've been doing it in a peaceful way.
And Carl spoke with a woman who said, yeah, she was just in her house. She heard the noise, so she decided to join them.
I have a half face mask that I took with me to Long Beach.
And left
it's a biological
again, that's Grand Park.
acid
And apparently they've been
filtration mask.
Gathering at Grand Park, and then they take a little circular route around Civic Center, and then they get back to the park. So apparently they've been doing that several times. Some splinter groups will just do a little circular march around Civic Center, get back to the park, and that's how they're making their voices heard there.
Yeah, and again, we have
in my bag. I actually had UV gloves.
Where Grand Park, you can see a very
UV gloves. You can grab hot shit and fuck with it.
You can see just
these goggles.
People, very peaceful. It is still. We are in a pandemic. It is fair to say that most of us have been trying to practice social distancing.
I heard these are going for a grip right now too.
Because times have changed since March, where it is interesting to see people so close together.
Free respirator. Good
I'm
shit.
not sure if you guys can see. I don't know if we can get the shot up from Rob Hayes' camera, and you see an officer and a woman talking, and at one moment it's a pleasant. She started smiling, and clearly he's trying to communicate to her. But there are so many people out there who are just trying to get information in many cases. Where can we walk?
We've
talked about
vaporing
they've been walking for 3.5 hours or so. But they don't know where to go, and this is the communication that you hope for. I think Rob might be ready to say something. What are you hearing, Rob?
Check this out. I mean, this is just
I'm ready for that kind of shit.
The protesters and LAPD working together.
Tear gas, I ain't gonna feel that if I really have to be in it. We ain't gonna taste it.
An organizer with the protest.
You're gonna feel it on my eyeballs.
On the scene here, they were talking, they were laughing. They were having a good conversation.
I was in the military, so
they're trying to keep things peaceful.
A little bit ready for a little bit.
Yep.
I remember what it felt like. I don't want to feel that shit again.
Someone in the crowd is playing really loud music, and she's asking them to turn that down. But you could tell the protesters and LAPD here are just trying to diffuse this situation that suddenly sprung up among hours of very peaceful protests with tens of thousands
Most
of people.
Most people don't have any protection.
Probably about a half hour ago, something just went south. Something
because once coronavirus hit, all that stuff sold out for coronavirus.
And now they're trying to
it's super expensive. So now this is like now we actually have a threat that you might need some kind of
the leader of this particular
breathing
group,
apparatus, because
maybe they're trying to figure out what street they're going to go to next. If we could hear her, perhaps.
Could be police state before we know it.
Yeah, I hear her saying, if you're not good with this, go home.
Oh, she's cute. She used to put her arm around him and say, oh, sorry.
That's adorable.
That has been.
How did she get all up in there?
For the last couple of days, and again, it's changed since the weekend. Oh, Rob's got his microphone here.
Somehow we got separated. Cool. We're going to be able to get back together.
However, Officer Figueroa Yang and I have agreed that we're not with the bullshit today. We with the shits today, that equal rights. We love shits today.
Okay, live television will say that basically they've told them they can get together, but they have to maintain. We're gonna. Here's the editing. You can get together, but you have to behave. They're not going to put up with certain things today.
And we
They'll drop the hammer.
if you hear some offensive
Dropping hammers through windows.
This breaking news.
Hammer time.
But she's definitely rallying the crowd.
And they respect her. She says, turn that music down, and they turned it down. And
I want to see her face, man.
He's letting us get together, one at a time.
It's very clear.
Yes.
They're going to let the group get back together, but they're going to do it one at a time.
Okay. Well, and we have seen another element. You've seen great cooperation there. We've also seen, you saw our live camera down in Hollywood.
Look at them. I love that.
There you go.
They made,
I know, Rob,
friends.
Yeah.
Man, she kind of.
You saw National Guard troops
Let me
outside
hold
the
on.
Kodak Theater. Oh, wait.
Oh, we'd love to hear
My name
that.
is Five, so that's even more better. Even more
Tell
better.
me
I
your
can't believe
message.
we
What were
just
you
said
just
that.
telling the people?
Oh, we got to get out the way.
Where'd she go?
We have to get out of the way, she says. We have to.
It's a little hectic here.
Yes, all right. It's power in numbers today. We want unity today. Somehow, together. Officer Figueroa Carlos said we could stand right here. So,
What the
power in
fuck, you
numbers is
weirdo
what it is
cop?
for
Get outta
today.
here.
We got separated with their
Carlos said
tactics.
it's
I
cool.
understand that. I don't want that. We don't want to do anything that's not peaceful. We've been peaceful all day. And if you
Sergeant,
think
shut the
about it,
fuck
literally
up.
No one's been
You
getting
see him
hurt
back
in
there
these
talking to
riots.
Sarge?
We're
But
fucking
Sarge,
up.
you said
What is
nobody.
it? You can bleep that out if you want to. That's on you. Okay, that's on you. We're not touching each other. We're loving each other, and that's a problem for some people.
Actually,
but
he
not
just
us
touched
today.
you. I
And
saw
they're
it.
gonna let us be together. Look it. Carlos did it. Carlos did it.
Oh, now he's in trouble. Now, Carl, you done got Carlos in trouble now.
Sorry about that, Rob.
Yeah, sorry about the language, but she has a really good message that she's trying to pass along right here.
Sarge's going to be having to talk
is
about old Carlos
they want their
after this
peaceful
shift's
march,
over.
and they've been doing really well. LAPD is working with them right now, and it's just a matter of trying to
Fuck, the cops don't even know what the
logistically
hell's
make this
going
work.
on.
If you take a look off to the right here, you can see some of the crowd that was cut off from the main march is now, calmly
I told them all.
not one by
You
one,
also
but
witnessed
at
it.
least working along the sidewalk here and meeting back up with the main crowd. So LAPD is trying to make this work, and it sounds like the protesters are doing the same.
It seems like the law enforcement is facilitating the march, and helping them out and trying to get them, to stay cohesive and organized. And so it's been good to see that today.
Yeah, and also, I think we saw yesterday with Chief Michael Moore, he said, they are trying to change their practices. They're trying to work with the community, and everyone is trying to, they want to make change. So, and they said they have been implementing lots of different protocols to implement it within the department.
We're looking at the shot there on your left is a National Guard, a couple of National Guardsmen talking with some protesters, and some of the protesters are being a little confrontational. I believe that's Chris Christie's camera. And Chris, we saw on Sunset National Guard troops outside the Kodak Theater, and now we're seeing a couple of more here. What are you seeing as far as their role in this at this point?
This appears to be a pretty friendly interaction, I believe. We were looking here over at Sunset and Vine, which is where they were kind of staging. This is on the other side. They seem to be so that's the east side of the Cinerama, the ArcLight Cinemas here in Hollywood, and then you're looking at the west side as we tilt down, where they appear to be having a conversation with some of the protesters. Obviously, very unclear what's going on down there, what they're saying. Looks fairly friendly, but maybe a little bit of animation. Just hard to tell sometimes from this high up, but you can see some clapping. That's always a good sign. And this is one of the few times that we've seen the National Guard really interacting at least in our area, with the crowd. You know, over the weekend, it was a very different posture for the National Guard when they were finally put in place and deployed to Santa Monica and other places. It was a much more defensive tone. Now you see them actually in a position where they can actually socialize and have some interaction with the crowd. And obviously, like I said, that round of applause is always a good sign. But I do get the impression, as we widen out between this group here and the group of National Guardsmen on the other side, again on the east side, that's going to be Sunset and Vine. Right there is Sunset and Vine. You can see they do have a line set up, peaceful protesters sitting in the crosswalk there. It just appears that they are trying to prevent the crowd from going west of Vine, which would put them in front of the famous Cinerama Dome. You can see somebody standing on a car there taking pictures. What's interesting about this shot, car traffic is getting through here, albeit with some disruption, but for the most part, the crowd seems to be intentionally trying to stay out of the way of traffic. In fact, a little while ago, almost the entire group that you see there was practically on the sidewalk. Now there's a little more volume on the intersection, and here once again comes another group that we were talking about earlier. They appear to be meeting up with this group here. This is all happening on Vine Street that you're looking at in this shot, guys.
Yeah, there are several different groups that are all trying to link up together today in this very large show of unity. I know we heard in Rob Hayes' live report, she was saying we want unity and we want it in powers and numbers, and they want to stay peaceful. Let's go to another very large gathering in downtown LA. That is where Carlos Granda is. Carlos?
Well, we're outside of City Hall. We're in Grand Park, and you can see the crowd of people behind me. Now, the crowd has not been static. They were here, then they moved and started marching through downtown Los Angeles, ended up here again. Then they all moved to the LAPD headquarters. They were there for a while, and then they moved back here. So again, it's thousands of people. You can see it out there. And I cannot stress enough, very peaceful. There have been no problems that we can see here. They're giving their message. They're on the steps of City Hall, and you can see in the background LAPD protecting City Hall, putting barricades up. But again, the people here just want to give their message. They want to tell the world what they're feeling, and that is it. So far, we have not seen any problems, any kind of violence or anything like that. It's been a very quiet day here in downtown Los Angeles. So it's been a positive message. And I'm trying to see if I can speak to someone. Sir, can I ask you a quick question? We're live on TV right now,
Okay.
Channel 7.
How you doing?
Why did you want to come here? What are your thoughts?
Well, I was debating coming here, but I know that I have a part to play in this big scheme, and I really want to see change, so that's why I'm basically here. I hope to see police brutality decrease. I hope to see racism abolished, and it's just sad that we had to come to this, but this is America, and this is how we make change. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, man.
It's been a very positive day. I have not seen any violence. It's been peaceful. I mean, this is the message that you and others want to give.
Yes, of course. I wanted to witness myself instead of just looking on social media and media outlets to see if it is peaceful or if I would witness a riot. But all I'm seeing is people cheering, being together. It's just unity, and we're all standing for one thing. I just hope we get more organized to really get the change and pull through on this.
He waiting on that riot to break loose, though, because he got that bag on. Wait,
was that something that was a concern to you?
Yeah,
that's why he mentioned
it was a real
it.
concern. I was willing to come out here and do my part to stop people looting, to refrain for that narrative, you know? It's really important that we keep it peaceful because the numbers is what we need. So if we have people afraid to come out here and protest, that is the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish here, you know? So I was one of those guys that were afraid, but now I'm not afraid, and I should be coming here more days now, yeah.
Thank you so much. It's a very positive. What's your name, sir?
My name is Kashif.
And your last name?
I'm not going to give my last name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very kind. So you can see that is the message that people here are trying to give. You heard him say he was concerned coming here. He had seen what had happened over the weekend, Monday, in some places. Again, some people that were taking advantage of the situation to loot or to possibly cause trouble. But again, as we're seeing here, very peaceful. He came here because he wanted to see it for himself. And he saw it, and he sees that it's peaceful. But again, yes, some of the things that had been happening were concerning to him. I'm sure concerning to many others. Maybe that's why the crowds are so big today, because they finally said, look, I want to get out there. I want to see if this is really what's happening. I want to see what's happening. And they do want to come out to see that it is peaceful. And that is the message that everyone here apparently is trying to say today. Back to you guys.
What a wonderful message. Carlos, thank you. And I like that elbow bump.
Yeah.
That was great. Let's go back to Chris Christie. He's been over the Hollywood scene where so many people are gathered. And that's a new sign. We haven't seen that one earlier.
Yeah, this is two of those groups now converging and growing rapidly, actually, at Vine Street and Sunset Boulevard. This is where the National Guard is keeping the crowd just to the east of Vine, and that crowd is clearly growing. As you mentioned, Colleen, I think that is certainly true. A lot of people are seeing what's going on and coming out, especially people that live in the neighborhood here, joining in. It's got a viral effect, especially when these start to take on more of a festive atmosphere. It's almost like a parade at some point. So you think about the parades that we've missed in the last few months because of the coronavirus. Well, this is kind of reminding me of that at times, especially when we see these really large groups and caravans of cars moving through the streets here in unison. You heard that gentleman talking about the feeling of unity down there. It certainly seems to be present from my view up here. We are seeing so many people, such a large volume of people, and so many different groups of them across the Hollywood area and across the city of Los Angeles this afternoon. And in this case, a big group right here. We're even seeing it online. You know, we're seeing that virtual Blackout Tuesday that's taking place on social media, on Facebook and on Instagram. Everybody showing unity and solidarity by posting the black images, the solid black images on their Instagram feed, and kind of taking a day off from posting to take a moment and unite with one another and think about the reason that everybody's coming together today and observing the conversation that we are all about to have. This is going to spark so many conversations that I think it's hard to wrap your head around the things that could be in store, the change that could be in store that this has triggered.
I have a dream.
We don't know yet what that change is going to be, what it's going to look like, but it's almost impossible to imagine a nation going through a moment like this without significant change.
Think of George Floyd's family and how they're seeing this in Los Angeles. Houston is like 20,000 strong right now in his hometown. And in Paris, France, I just saw that there's thousands of people in Paris, France right now paying homage to George Floyd and then somebody who died in French police custody in 2016. So it must be really encouraging for them because perhaps something good, something change will finally happen because of all this. And the anger that it has erupted because of this is leading to something good.
Well, they said their brother was a gentle giant, and he was all about spreading positive energy, and so it's good that they came out and talked about their brother because we've just been seeing
I'm hungry.
media that is so unsettling for many of us to watch, but to hear his family saying he was a big brother, he was a child, he was someone's little one, and he really was all about peace. It's good to see people getting out and just showing that they want to see change. All right, and we're going to continue. We have our reporters out everywhere. Let's go to Sid Garcia. Sid, you're in Monrovia at another peaceful protest.
We've got a couple hundred people out here. This started about an hour ago. Let me step out of the way here. You've got a couple hundred people here in Old Town Monrovia. And the goal here is to protest, and they're doing it peacefully. They've marched up and down Myrtle Avenue. And we had a chance to talk to some of the organizers, including a concerned business owner. Here's the deal. They don't want the criminal element here. They want their message to be sent peacefully. They're loud, they're peaceful, they're organized. Take a listen. Here's what some of them had to say earlier.
We need to do this out here today because I live out here and it's not, how do you say, aware. People are not aware of what's going on, and they are, but they don't see it as it could be peaceful, and we have done it peacefully, and we could continue to be peaceful and bring awareness of Black Lives Do Matter.
This has always been a peaceful town. My concern is with the coverage that this is getting, that the looters will come to this town. That is my concern.
We are forced to take a stand. If you're in a car and you want to move, you can't stay in neutral. You got to go drive or you're going to do reverse. You're going to do either or. So I'm really impressed with the young people and the diversity of the marchers.
And that's what you see here. It's a peaceful rally. Right now they're chanting, "We can't breathe." But as they've marched up and down the street, Monrovia PD is keeping an eye on things. But it's been a very peaceful, well-organized rally. And that's what the organizers want. Live in Monrovia, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Sid, thank you very much. Right now we're going to go back to Air 7. Chris Christie over the scene in Hollywood. Chris.
Yeah, Sunset and Argyle now as this very large group, upwards of a couple thousand between Argyle and Points West, where they are kind of interacting with traffic. It's causing a little bit of disruption because there was a bunch of cars going in the westbound direction, and there was just no way they were going to get through. So we saw a few cars actually making U-turns through the crowd, which is always concerning. Anytime you see the crowd getting too close to the traffic, it just it grabs your attention because you don't want to see any accidents. So fortunately, it looks like they've been managing to stay a little bit closer to the right, let that traffic get through there, and the march continues now westbound on Sunset for this particular group. Again, if you're joining us, we're talking about several groups scattered throughout the Hollywood area, several thousand strong, each of them upwards of about 8,000 to 10,000 all together by my estimation from up here in Air 7 HD. An incredibly peaceful march. We've had very few incidents. We did see one couple detained a little bit earlier, but certainly nothing really to write home about.
Victim,
it's been
what's
a largely unifying experience, and it looks like a pretty joyous experience for the most part down there, at least from our perch up here in Air 7 HD, guys.
It does seem very, a lot of people are looking like they're having fun out there, of course, for a very big cause. As we approach 3:30 p.m. with two major demonstrations happening right now.
Did she just say it looks like there are a lot of people having fun out there?
HD, guys.
It does seem very, a lot of people are looking like they're having fun out there. It does seem very, a lot of people are looking like they're having fun out there, of course, for a very big cause. Am
I missing something?
You can see this is a woman we spoke with live on air a short time ago. She's now on someone's back, communicating to the crowd as well. I'm going to walk up and see if I can hear what she's saying.
So please chill. They're gonna move. They're gonna move, and then we're gonna move.
All right, well,
We got shot at because they got 3 young, unarmed black men in the alley. So we were peacefully protesting. We walked to the alley like, hey, what's going on? The officer said, we think they're looting, and then they started shooting into our fucking crowd. Nope. We were peacefully protesting. They apprehended 3.
Oh, sorry.
Poor Rob. You know, Rob, it's not on you. We know it, live television. Sorry about some of that language that we heard, but
I don't even notice it.
The raw emotion. We've talked about the peaceful nature, and we tried to use this and make this line earlier. It's better.
I'm sorry, guys, for that language.
Because there are still emotions. There is still very real, raw anger. Even as it has pulled back from its earliest stages, people are beginning, as Dr. Howard talked about earlier, to process what they want to accomplish, what they want to see. And that's what law enforcement is dealing with. They are very upfront about their feelings, and it's been remarkable on both sides, the restraint being shown, that they're able to let those emotions out, and it doesn't lead to anything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go up to Air 7 HD. Chris Christie is there. And Chris, sometimes you're able to see a better picture, but you're not able to feel the emotion that is down there on the ground.
You know, it's interesting. There's kind of a spectrum of emotion, and you can tell just based on the body language. You can have one block and one group having a confrontation with police and a lot of screaming and chanting, and it looks a little more, you know, a little more animated. And then a block away, you might see somebody with music playing and people taking on more of a dancing feel in the middle of the intersection. And then you have another intersection where you have almost looks like, I can't speak from up here, but you have everybody kneeling in the middle, and it looks so quiet, at least from up here. It almost looks like a moment of silence at times, where they're just respecting the law enforcement that's blocking the intersection, and they just take a knee and let their voices be heard. They have signs that, you know, again, it's a spectrum of messages, a spectrum of emotion, and you can kind of grasp it a little bit. Of course, it's nothing like being down there in the middle of it all, but when you get that bird's eye view and you see the different profiles of different groups of demonstrators, it's kind of interesting. It really does span the gamut.
Absolutely, Chris. You're absolutely right. We are going to go to one of our other Eyewitness News reporters, Tony Cabrera. Tony, you are in Brea. How's everything where you are?
I can't breathe. Colleen, the Brea protest has moved a couple blocks down. We're now at Imperial and Brea Boulevard. They have moved away from that main intersection that they were at, and they marched down Imperial towards Brea Mall, and then flipped a U-turn, came back this way. And they're on each corner of the intersection. And I want to grab these women here who are from Brea. Tell me about the emotions going through you right now.
I just can't believe the community right now. Everyone's coming together for such a big movement, and I'm at loss for words. I didn't plan on coming out until I saw everyone lined up when I came home from work today, and I'm in it for the long run. I'm going to go to every single protest that I can until there's change to be made.
Who are you here with?
I'm here with my best friend Tiffany, my sister Chandray, and my other best friend Samaya, and my cousins are across the street. We're all here together. Family and friends, new acquaintances, new friends. Okay. This is the community to be in.
Let me see your sign. Say, Black Lives Matter, I can't breathe. Tell me about your emotions going into this today, and why it's so important to let these drivers that are passing you by hear your message.
Because I have black brothers. I have nephews that are black. And I'm over this. I'm over the racism that the police do, and we let them go because they have badges. They call us thugs because we're protesting. What about the thugs that are wearing badges? I have a heart condition. I was afraid to come out because of COVID. But I'd rather come out and fight for my brother's lives than fucking stay at the house. Sorry, I'm sorry to say that. But enough is enough. We need to fight for our lives. I don't care if
Body code 3 with the flight delay from North Hollywood Station to 13061 down Orange Street, 1543, are you code 10,
There we go. You're seeing those strong emotions at this non-violent protest with the police blocks away, just keeping an eye on it from a distance.
43, Roger, North Hollywood, code 10 unit available to handle the ADW suspect there now, 13061 down Orange Street, identified 1543, cancel your response.
On the ground, and Rob, how's it going there?
All right, Hollywood and Vine, the police just cleared the intersection. They've moved out, and they are now letting the protesters continue on. They're moving south on Vine. I know we were saying there's another group that's to the south on Sunset somewhere, so I believe they may be trying to kind of hook up with the rest of the march. But there's probably about a rough estimate, 1,000 to 2,000 people who were kind of bottlenecked here once they shut down this intersection because of what was going on a little further to the east.
Male Hispanic looter wearing white shirt.
They've opened up the
63, Roger, verify the all out completely in all directions.
53, Roger.
Riverside and Fulton.
Rob, sorry, we're all switching out our microphones up here on the desk. So it still looks very peaceful where you are. They're sort of, is it one group that's now converging with another, or is it still the same group trying to get together?
I kind of get the feeling that this group got cut off from the larger group. Somehow they may have been lagging, and then when all this whatever happened down the street happened and this got shut down, they kind of bottlenecked up here. But they are moving peacefully.
It's just starting to pop off. People starting to loot.
All afternoon, most of the crowd here has been very peaceful. In fact, they had the one of the protest organizers was working with LAPD to make this happen.
This one includes North Hollywood and Hollywood, by the way.
231778.
This is the Hollywood station. That's the Hispanic white shirt.
Yeah, it looks
They got
like
him.
somebody was caught possibly looting. It was a report of looting, and it looks like they are taking somebody into custody, but it does appear to be a very isolated incident. And,
32 requesting AT unit Fulton and Riverside incident 2135.
crowd back. Lots of folks just want to take pictures. They see the commotion. There was a worry about some of the officers, but everybody's been accounted for. LAPD's okay, and now they're just going to ask the crowd to back off. This is at Sunset Boulevard and Ivar Avenue, by the way, but it does look like this situation has been resolved. Just a small crowd, a little bit of commotion, a lot of people running over to try and just grab a quick picture. That looks like that's all this is about, guys.
All right, well, that's good to see. Yeah, it is. We've been seeing thousands and
At the
thousands
business
of people.
12110 Ventura Boulevard incident 2156.
Who splinters off or has their own agenda.
Another one?
But joining me now, David Ono, during this half hour of news before Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. So, David, we've been seeing thousands and thousands of people marching very peacefully in Hollywood and in downtown Los Angeles. They're sort of all merging in Hollywood. There's several different groups with thousands of
Also requesting a unit of Venoan and Tyrone.
It's an encouraging day, Colleen.
I am not.
Every day
I'm handling.
seems to have a different personality, and we've been watching the protests going on today, and I feel like there's a lot more legitimacy on what we're seeing and trying to get a message out there, which is, I think it's an evolutionary process between the people who are protesting legitimately and the communication with the police department, and each one kind of their goals evolving and having a better understanding on how to pull this off and pull it up properly for the greater good, as opposed to the other incidents that we have been watching take place for the last few days. I would say markedly different. I think Saturday might have been the worst we saw in Fairfax. Sunday was Santa Monica. Monday, though, I could tell a pretty big difference on the attitudes of both the police and the protesters. And today, significant difference, all for the better. Here we are going through much of Southern California. We've been showing you scenes from Orange County to Hollywood to San Bernardino, and you could sense the peacefulness and the message that's being sent out. And also, you get also a sense of satisfaction for the protesters because they are being respected and given free rein, not free rein, but given space to do what they want to do and do what is their right as Americans, and that is to speak out, but speak out peacefully.
Absolutely, David, you're right there. And speaking of sort of people getting along and making sure their voices are heard, it's happening right now in Grand Park. And Carlos Granda, you're there live right now.
Yes, we're on Broadway. This is the one part of Grand Park. Let's walk over here.
Away from him, he is arguing and fighting with family members that he is under the influence of heroin.
Right across the street over
there,
you can see that City Hall and the LAPD there, and the thousands of people here in Grand Park. But again, very peaceful. You can see that they're sitting, some are dancing, others standing, just talking. A couple of people with microphones out there. Be careful of that. You don't want to show that. But anyway, the people with megaphones giving their messages. We just didn't want to show some profanity. But again, very calm, very peaceful protest. We spoke to a gentleman a little while ago, and we've been speaking to people all day who say they just want their message out. Their message that they want to get out is that they want the violence to stop. They believe Black Lives Matter, and that is the message they want. They're outraged at what happened to George Floyd, and they want to get that message out. The gentleman I spoke with said that he was actually a little concerned about coming here because he had seen on social media some of the things that had been happening. And he realized that, and he wanted to see for himself what was happening. And he said he saw that this was peaceful, and this is what he wanted to see. On social media, there have been, of course, and on all media, that there's some people that were trying to take advantage of the situation, some people trying to loot, others trying to infiltrate and cause trouble. But that's not what we're seeing here today in Grand Park. What we're seeing here is a very calm, peaceful protest. They've been here at City Hall for a while. They moved over to LAPD, which is just across the street, and then they moved back here. And this is what they've been doing throughout the day. Just sitting here, making their message known,
to people in City Hall, to the LAPD, that they want things to change. But again, a very positive, peaceful message.
Person 31 replace the loan ticket.
Happy to see it, Carlos, and thank you for that report. Carlos will continue to watch the situation. There are a tremendous amount of people there in Grand Park, and a much smaller display here. This is Manhattan Beach, Colleen, and we just want to show you there's nothing bad going on here either. This is just a display of a few protesters in the community of Manhattan Beach, but as you said, you saw earlier, there is some boarding up,
around noon today, I actually came down there. My son, who's 9, heard about this happening near the Manhattan Beach Pier, and he's like, "Can we go?" And I said, "Well, we'll go right before I head to work." So we did drive down to this area. You can see right there a lot of plywood being put up in front of the businesses. They just sort of started putting them up. I saw them putting them up in front of Starbucks. So a lot of businesses making some efforts to possibly protect their businesses. But we saw the police down there sort of putting some barricades up. It was just sort of just starting, but there was a much larger crowd than this. I'd say maybe 4 times as many at least. But they did start marching. So I know that. It was a very gentle sort of gathering. People, again, making their voices heard. I know kids want to go out and experience this as well. So, and there was, this is a little coastal community where it has a very everybody wanted to go out and at least make sure that they made their voice heard.
This is the way it's supposed to work, Colleen. All the communities, they want some representation. They want to know that people are out there delivering the message. And that's what's taking place in Manhattan Beach. Peacefully, yes, there is some boarding up as a precaution. But you want all the shop owners to be happy that it was ultimately unnecessary. So, but we will, you never know, and so they're being cautious. We're going to continue to watch the situation, very peaceful in Manhattan Beach. Let's take you back to Hollywood, though. We're about sunset, and I guess Ivar, that's where Chris Christie is watching.
Uniform female with a knife, 13849.
Female with a knife?
Suspects in that alley now is standing 20 to 30 inches, shape head, white shirt, blue jeans. Code 2, incident 2184, RD 1987.
White shirt, blue jeans in the alley. Female with a knife.
We have to let you guys go. We have to pull out of here. I'm going to send it back to you guys, but I can tell you, you're looking on the top of your screen. That's going to be Sunset and Vine, where they're keeping the two crowds separated for now on either side of the Cinerama Dome. Guys?
Get going, so take care of whatever you need to take care of, Chris. That last little glimpse that Air 7 showed us right there was the National Guard at Sunset and Vine, and that was a tremendous amount of people over there kind of lined up against the National Guard. It is still peaceful, but it is a large body of people, both protesters and the support for the National Guard that is set up. And they also have their Humvees there, which is quite a sight there at a very important intersection here in Southern California, where many tourists go, Sunset and Vine. And that's exactly where that was, where Chris was showing us those images. He's going to have to take care of a situation. In the meantime, we're back to a live
Manhattan Beach is
situation
nice.
here. Those live pictures from Manhattan Beach, a peaceful
It's a rich
showing
person's
of
beach.
a few protesters there. And you, of course, saw a little while ago, just downtown Los Angeles, an enormous amount of protesters. So we're just trying to give you a glimpse of all the different situations and all the different places where people have shown up to basically protest and deliver their message. So, Ron, our question to our producer, are you telling me to move on to this right here? Okay, so here we go. We want to deliver this message right
from
here.
ABC
blue shirt and green pants.
Witness News update.
All right, a disturbing arrest overnight. An armed man was taken into custody, allegedly posing as a member of the National Guard. Law enforcement sources tell us that this is a suspect. He is 31-year-old Gregory Wong, and those sources say that he took an Uber to downtown LA, geared up in National Guard attire with an assault rifle. He then fell into formation with real National Guard troops, and some of those troops noticed him and called LAPD officers over. The arrest was made about 1:30 this morning, and sources tell us Wong is a former guardsman, and he wanted to join in the fun. The rifle was a ghost gun, a homemade weapon without a serial number. Wong is currently being held on $50,000 bond. An interesting story here, but we want to point out nothing terrible happened, but it is a curious situation where somebody wanted to integrate himself within the National Guard.
Ghost
Absolutely,
gun?
Gary, it's something to be a little concerned about, for sure. And we also have a follow-up right now on a very poignant moment our cameras captured yesterday. Surrounded by protesters on Sunset Boulevard, which is what happened when an LAPD commander chose to take a knee.
If I take a kneel with you guys, will you give me your verbal acknowledgement that this is a peaceful matter?
Like, what are we supposed to do? I guess if it's a lone soldier, you already know something's weird. They're always in groups.
Everybody down! We stand together. Okay, thank you. So within the next 30 to 40 minutes, if you peacefully go about returning back to where you came from with the same honor you came here, I will give you my commitment and honor that you will not see police officers in front of you. Fair enough?
All right, and you saw that Chief Commander Chief.
Why does he have such a small megaphone?
Taking the knee
Like,
right there with so many people, and again, we need to tell you, both sides did keep their promise. Most protesters left before
baby
curfew,
megaphone,
and
bro.
we were able to talk
It's
to
not a good look.
today about why
He's a big dude with a little megaphone.
It was just an opportunity for me to speak on behalf of the LAPD, to speak on behalf of
I
the
can imagine
community and the
like
people
it's
I
the
know,
80s
and
or
just
something.
to remind everybody that
Old school
we are
megaphone.
in this together. And though we wear uniforms and we may be across skirmish lines, that behind this badge is a working heart, an empathetic heart,
Commander.
an understanding heart.
Good
and,
guy, though.
Human beings who
Look,
have
he's a
families
beefy
who care
dude,
about our
man.
community,
Like
who
a
care about our city,
linebacker,
and who want
not
to serve.
linebacker.
And that was my
I don't know,
intent to
man.
deliver the message, to break bread, to
Taller than
put
everybody
my hand
else.
out and establish peace in hopes that
Oh,
it would
do
be,
your
an expression
rules.
of freedom of speech.
I'm gonna be a
An
cop one
opportunity,
day, but then it ended up being really cool.
frustration
Oh
and
no,
the
they
anger
took me
that's
down.
by the Constitution.
And one note about that officer, Commander Corey Polka, he survived coronavirus and has donated his plasma to help others. I think so many of us saw that image yesterday. It was very moving.
And we actually showed that, the very tail end of that live on Eyewitness News.
Dude, they
before
took me down for a second, didn't they?
America,
Did I just
of course,
lose
shot that
signal
from
to a lot
her
of people?
Camera, her cell phone, put it out on social media, and people loved it. It went everywhere, and I think it's a loud statement to what people actually want to see when it comes to this era that we're going through, and that is, it's the simple things like your willingness to talk, you know, between the police department and the protesters, and that little thing, that little gesture, makes a world of a difference. And they want
I got shot at. I don't know, man.
that to go out there
I
and
don't know if they're letting
people
people do it,
to share it, and then we're seeing it in cities all
can't
across
handle it.
America right now. So that's what I mean about an evolution of this process that we are
I don't know
starting
what
to
just happened.
notice as
I lost
each
it on
day goes
mine.
by, a little bit more of a
You saw it.
cooperation and
You
an
probably saw it go
ability
black right here in the
for each
square.
side to come together and say, let's make a common goal.
It usually
here.
means that they've done
And
shut
Commander
me
Polka
down.
was wonderful, a true leader in our community, and he's had a heck of a few months there dealing with the coronavirus, but now getting a lot of love for what he did there, which means so much.
Absolutely, but we have spoke about this for the last few days. You know, George Floyd was murdered on just over a week ago, and so many law enforcement officials have come out saying that it was appalling for them to see. They welcome these peaceful protests. They want change. They want to be part of the change as well. They certainly did not align themselves with what they saw in Minneapolis.
From the start, you and I talked about that as we started to see these protests arise at the middle of last week, and we did want to make that point, that there are many law enforcement officers out there that are as equally repulsed by the images as the community is. They disagree with that as well. They say that was wrong as well. And so we have to understand that as we go forward, that this is, you know, the country as a whole is really angry over this situation, even law enforcement officers.
Absolutely. And, you know, speaking about everyone kind of getting out today, showing a big unity in numbers, talking about the change they want to see.
1042 Western, number 204.
For everybody, and you know, it's been a large volume of people who've been coming out. It has been very peaceful, a lot of fun, a lot of music, a lot of clapping, a lot of chanting. So people are they're just getting out. They want to make sure their voices are heard. They are nonviolent, trying to just be optimistic and kind of just show their solidarity against any sort of police brutality. And
I haven't done
they
it
really
yet.
are
The
making
police
a message
report.
today.
Right. Okay. So
I might talk to a
3:51 right
lawyer
now.
about it
Keep in
first
mind
because
that curfew is coming.
my
And that's
case
when
might be
things
so.
change. So let's hope.
I might need to talk to a lawyer
We saw an example
tomorrow.
from LAPD
Actually,
yesterday. They started to arrest people
Sure,
after the
brother.
curfew. So you know what the rules are.
Sure, brother.
Let's see if the public abides by them. Let's go now to Brea. Tony Cabrera is watching some protesters where he is in Orange County. Hey, Tony.
Hey, David. Yeah, we are on the corner of Imperial and Brea Boulevard right now. This is one of the major intersections in town. This is a fairly small town. Look across the street there, and you can see that's one of the major groups here. But as the lights turn green, they start to march around it. And so it's really cool to kind of see the different groups of people that are here. It's a diverse group of people. We've heard a number of different opinions. But I'm going to talk to this gentleman first. You know, you're from this area of Orange County. Why was it so important for you to be out here and to hold this sign?
Well, I feel like it's a very conservative town.
4027 Portola.
When Obama was elected, we had Obama signs in front of our house that got stolen several times. So I just think it's really important to come out and show our support. I'm really impressed with our community that so many people come out. And as you're standing here, you hear all the cars honk. And it's great to see this kind of support.
Yeah, some people were saying they were shocked that this would be happening in Brea, that a protest
This
of
is
this
alarm
size will be happening here. You know, are you under that impression as well?
Absolutely. It was supposed to be over at 2:30, and I don't think it's going to be over anytime soon. Yeah. It's really impressive.
Well, thank you so much for chatting. I'm gonna move over and talk to someone else here. What is your name and where are you from?
My name's Erin Petrie. I'm from Riot, California.
Okay. So silence equals compliance. That's a message that we've seen, but what does that mean to you, this sign?
To me, that means if you're not out here protesting, if you're not making monetary donations, if you're not advocating for...
yeah, give me money. I'm rebroadcasting. I'm just playing.
And you're not on our side.
You're not on my side. Not at all on my side. Only person who's on my side was where is he? Where'd he go?
This is not a matter of opinion. This is about
28, deal 22, stroke.
To look across each corner of this intersection to see
He'll be
the
back.
diversity that is here. You know, how does that make you feel?
I think that's crucial, and I think that as a minority and looking at other minority groups, I feel like it's my job and like I feel responsible to advocate for other groups that can't advocate for themselves.
Yeah. Thank you so much. As we see, just different generations, different ethnic backgrounds, so many different people that are out here. I'd like to talk to this group of people here. You know, no justice, no peace, BLM. You know, to look around and see all these other signs, you know, what is this meaning to you in this moment in history?
We are standing up for what everybody has been trying to fight for many years. And it's sad that black people continuously have to be hurt, murdered. Their families are sick and tired of this. There needs to be a stop to it. We all want peace. We all want to have the same solidarity. And this is what we're here for. This is for George Floyd. This is for every Mexican, every Latina, every black person that has ever been hurt. This is for them. We are standing in solidarity. We love one another, and we're tired of this. We are tired of this.
Can I ask you, have you protested before? You know, is this the first time you've joined a protest for Black Lives Matter? Or, you know, where were you with that?
This is my first protest.
What was it about this one that made you say, you know what, I'm going out there?
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. My family, my brother's Mexican, my mom's Mexican, and they dealt with this. And it's this one that everybody came, whether they are white, whether they are Mexican, Asian, it doesn't matter what race you are. We are here for a movement, and it is going to happen. 2020, by the end of this year, God will put peace on all of this entire, and He will make peace, and it will be done. It needs to be done.
There you go. Thank you so much. Words of peace here on the corner of Imperial and Brea Boulevard as a number of people, several hundred. It has grown through the day. It has also moved throughout the day. We were a couple blocks down at Birch and Brea Boulevard, where a lot of people who are from Brea, that's where they go for the restaurants.
Boulevard, code 39214,
but then they eventually marched down the street, down Brea Boulevard towards Imperial. We thought they might be heading towards the mall, but then they turned back to this specific intersection. and here they are as the lights turn green. They're moving forward. Can I interview you guys about why it's
Hot
important
response,
for you
code
to be
3.
here? Couldn't hear you say it again. Why are you here? What made you get out of your house and come to this?
I'm here to protest injustice against all people. Everyone should be treated equally, no matter their race, color, or anything. And that just needs to be, that message needs to be portrayed everywhere.
Hot response to they turns the lights and sirens on.
Not just Minneapolis, everywhere. It needs to be the same everywhere.
There you go. Now, as far as the police presence, you know, we have seen them, but they're not right here where the protests are happening. They're yards away, just kind of making sure that everything's okay, so that they're not taking that direct approach so far. And what we've seen is nonviolent, peaceful. They're here, but they're very passionate. You know, we've heard so many people who are
Just confirming our address that we're responding to is 3040 Montrose Avenue, number 3.
Crucial thing for them to be doing right now. So we're going to be out here monitoring the situation as they continue, as this goes past the time that they thought that they would be out here. David, calling back to you.
Yeah, Tony, you did a wonderful job in interviewing those folks. Their passion is so obvious, and they're so articulate on their understanding and why they need to be there and speak out. So I love those interviews that you brought to us. It was really helpful to see and hear. And that's going on in Brea. Live pictures as it's a small group, but a vocal group, and it's a perfect example of what's going on in many communities around Southern California. People showing up to peacefully protest, and they have certainly something to say.
They've been there all day long. Also in Manhattan Beach, we've seen protests there. Demonstrations and walkers, but the most have been in Hollywood, where we have seen thousands of people, two different large groups marching since about 11 o'clock this morning, perhaps earlier. And so it's been wonderful to see that. We're going to check in with Veronica Miracle. She is at Sunset and Vine. Veronica?
Well, David and Ellen, that's right. There was a huge crowd here just a couple minutes ago, and they started heading this direction down Sunset. But everywhere you turn, you see protesters all over Hollywood, whether they're marching through the street amongst the traffic, or they're hanging out over there where the National Guard has been stationed. We saw them last night at 11 o'clock at a very quiet street when the curfew was enforced. And you see all of them still there, and all of the protesters, some of them communicating with the National Guard. But for the most part here in Hollywood, a lot of civil disobedience. I want to pan. Yeah, Ryan, can you show that car there stopped there, honking with the signs out, people on top of their cars? So definitely a show of their voice. They're here to definitely make a statement, but no sense that this could turn violent at all in any way. I don't get that sense at all. Just a lot of passionate people out here. Hey, can I talk to you while you're out here? No? Okay. Can I ask you guys why you're out here today?
Support everybody we can.
Yeah, support everybody.
It just makes me so sad. I can't sit back and do nothing.
What do you feel about the crowd out here and the tone and the mood?
It's strong and empowering, but it's also sad and depressing at the same time. Just seeing like the military moving in on everybody. It's just so sad.
Where are you from?
I'm from Connecticut.
So what is it like to be here in Los Angeles amongst all of this?
I'm looking to move out here at some point, and like I love the energy like this place has. It seems so peaceful underneath all of this, but I hope it can be like the place it was, if not
It
better.
seems so peaceful. Does it really?
So a lot of
Yeah,
that
you
was
clout
just
chasing.
so many people who are
Trying
passionate
to make it
converging
big in
here,
Hollywood
having
or
their
something.
voices heard.
Why are you in
We'll
Hollywood?
send it back to you guys.
I like that interview, Veronica.
Everybody's trying to move out.
Eyewitness News at 4.
Say wait.
Starts right now.
Too many people.
Criteria. Can you check with Adam 43 already?
With live breaking news.
Breaking news and Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. Thousands of people flood the streets of Hollywood demanding justice for George Floyd and against police brutality.
Hey, Dino.
Clergy
Get out of here.
march and
Scram,
protest in
kid.
downtown LA. Mayor
Talk
Eric
about.
Garcetti taking a knee on the street, telling protesters he too wants justice for George Floyd.
And LAPD Chief Michael Moore facing calls.
I got
to
street credit
resign
now, man. I got
after
shot at by the
yesterday
cops.
About the
You
death
didn't see?
of George Floyd. Hello and welcome
my
to everyone
car all
watching.
up.
We are live on
They broke.
ABC7,
Man, they broke it. They
ABC7.com, and streaming
bashed it.
wherever you are on the ABC7 Los Angeles app.
I wish I was kidding.
I'm Ellen Leyva. Thousands of
Still
people
gotta deal
are
with
once
that.
again taking part in protests
Hey,
across
man.
Southern California, demanding justice
Articulate.
for George Floyd and
Me?
against police brutality. Despite dozens of marches over the last week, LAPD is reporting 2,700 arrests, but 90% of those are for curfew violations. There have also been 60 police vehicles that have been damaged. Mandatory curfews will once again be in place in communities
What's
across
going
our
on,
area.
killer?
Some are already
Hey,
in
Johnson in
effect
the
and
building.
going into
What's up,
place
man?
now. Curfews
Chilling.
in LA County and
We're waiting on
LA
shit to
from
pop
6
off in Long
p.m. to
Beach, and
6
I'm going
a.m.
out. I got the live
Meanwhile, the
view.
state of
I got the live view, the Sony action cam. Oh no. Huh.
No.
The batteries are all charged. We just lost our feed. What's going on, bro?
The PR after PD left.
And I got a second phone to re-chat with. So if stuff pops up down here, we're gonna be okay.
No, 40 Roger.
I've already tested it. It's holding a strong 3,500, but I limits it at 2,500, so it has overhead, so we don't lose it. And we stay strong at 2,500, 720p, 60.
Eastbound on Sunset, and as soon as
Sir, we ready to go. That's with good people around me and shit. I've tested in the house multiple times. They're going towards the interstate. I know that's it.
First group got to the freeway, and now that they know that this group is heading in the exact same direction, and that this group numbers in the thousands more than that original group, they're definitely going to try to keep an eye on them as they approach the
I've
freeway.
eaten at that Arby's before, actually.
Wow, it is a sizable group, but we want to switch over to the Van Nuys area
I like
now,
the
where
sign
the
out.
crowds
It's
are
just
gone,
that
but
old
the
school signs
cleanup
dope.
certainly remains. The damage is still there.
You
A
have
day
50
after
rounds of 9
protests
mil?
got out of hand.
What?
The small business owners might agree with some of
A
these
lot of
protesters,
people
but they are still
be shooting
feeling
at me.
the brunt of it. And I should be more clear that it's not necessarily the protesters or it really wasn't the protesters that caused this damage. NBC4's John Curtis Klimak is live in Van Nuys for us with an update. John.
Identify.
Yeah, Carolyn, big difference in the groups. In fact, the
The
store
hot
owners are
spots,
pointing out
Hollywood,
to us today
man.
that they really
What's up,
applauded
Aileen? How you
LAPD
doing
with
there?
how they handled the protesters.
Hollywood's a
But then as
spot,
soon as they
and ain't
noticed
nobody
the
on
young people who were
IP2.
then
All them
lining up with their
CXers,
empty
and no one there,
backpacks,
bro.
ready to do some damage,
It's your
that's when
time
they
to
started shutting
shine,
everything
man.
down
Get the
here
fuck
yesterday.
up,
A
get
big
out
difference
there.
today than what we saw yesterday. This is that Bruce Mobile
You
store
will
on
get
the
so
corner
many
here.
views, bro. You'll be up to like 300 viewers or something. Because there's not any decent quality streams out there. But it might be the nature of the beast. If you don't have the right material, you might not be able to have a crispy stream in Hollywood right now. All those buildings, all the people, like there's even more people on their phones doing their little. So, yeah, crap shoot on that one, man. Even I'd even be nervous with the live view. I'd probably set it down to 1,500 and cross my fingers. Yeah, 1,500 bit and cross my fingers.
The protests are definitely.
But you're saying you only get 700 normally.
But the distraction overshadows what the message is. And it's important for the message to get out. And now it's time for healing and
Gotta risk it to make it though. So.
Here's something I wanted to share with you too. Van Nuys Boulevard, known as the Boulevard of Cars, a lot of dealerships.
You know, parking
here,
in
the
Hollywood, I don't really know it like that, man. I get super intimidated when I get to Hollywood. I started just panic attacking and shit, like I'm just about trying to find parking.
Even the showrooms emptied as well. Businesses just preparing just in case, but still reminders of what's happening here and signs all over the place that say.
By the way, yeah, Alien up, but check him out. He also live streams this shit. He out there late night, usually late night.
All over gathered in downtown Los Angeles earlier today, protesting peacefully against racism and in the memory of George Floyd. NBC4 said Chen is there now and said people in the faith community say they wanted to send a message of justice
Yeah, I was
and
filming.
forgiveness.
It's the Long Beach Riot protest VOD on my channel.
Faith leaders that led this
It's
protest
timestamped.
they wanted to model the same thing, and that is march peacefully from here, Little
in the
Tokyo,
comments.
First and San Pedro, all the way to LAPD headquarters on First and Main, and do a protest modeled on their Christian faith, modeled on God, on the values of justice, love, and forgiveness. This is how God would want them to fight racism and injustice, say faith leaders, singing gospel music and on their knees in protest and prayer. It's why Megan Orr brought her 15-year-old daughter with a T-shirt.
Where's our action at? Hold on, we're finding some action.
This is a Christian organization. This is what Christ would want us to do, is stand up for George Floyd and make a difference in our community in a peaceful way.
But there was a strong message, signs that read "Enough is enough," and a list of names of African Americans killed by police. Faith leaders say what's made them more upset is the sight of the President of the United States walking to a church, holding up a Bible, his path cleared by clearing out peaceful protesters.
You don't go to church yourself. How can you tell us how to live? If he'd have came to the people in a humble way, we would have all humbled down and submitted ourselves. So here's our man showing some sympathy and some kindness to our people. You got to demonstrate love and compassion to the people. And you got to serve the folk. He's blessed to be at the top. He have to serve the people. He's not the red states, blue state. It's the United States of America.
Edward Victor John. 8909.
But they say their faith tells them to pray for their leaders, which they did for LA Mayor Eric Garcetti, and which they will, they say, for the president.
I don't care how horrible or awful he is. Even he is worthy of forgiveness and redemption. Mr. President, we are praying for you. We love you, and I'm trusting that God is going to take your heart and turn it.
Now, when the mayor arrived, the protesters took a noticeably different tone. Other protesters started arriving and started yelling at the mayor. As the mayor left, the faith leaders, all of them basically left, and more of these other protesters arrived and took a more hostile tone. Still were peaceful, but started yelling at the mayor and yelling things like defund the police. Now, one faith leader said he wanted to point out to me that while the faith protest was largely and overwhelmingly African-American, these other protesters that came in were largely not. Reporting live from downtown Los Angeles, Ted Chen.
You have people everywhere, 500 to 1,000 in this group that's still on Sunset. Another estimate of up to 2,000 on Hollywood making their way westbound. So this group is sticking to this Hollywood, East Hollywood area right now, and they are still taking over the streets, but very, very peaceful at that.
Colton, while you're at it, if we can swing westbound, how far west are they going on Hollywood? Is that all the way back into the Chinese Grauman Theater area or Grauman Chinese?
Much going on the west side right now. We hear one or two people here and there, a few little looting calls of maybe one or two suspects, but you can see traffic still flowing on Hollywood here on the westbound side of the 101. A majority of that crowd on Sunset and out to the east right now.
All right.
So basically the group that left first that we thought might be heading to downtown LA as they got into East Hollywood and crossed the freeway, now they've basically done a big U-turn over to Hollywood Boulevard or heading back the other direction and probably coming back here to Hollywood.
That does seem the case. Yeah, it looks like they're only one block or one major to the north. So at some point down the line, they did make that left-hand turn and then a second left and are continuing to the west. There isn't any air units overhead. There's no law enforcement that I can see. So for the most part, it does seem like law enforcement isn't too worried about this group. And they're just letting them protest and use their freedom of their speech peacefully as they've been, and they are focusing on those little problem spots with the one or two people looting here or there.
More sites of the National Guard. I know we saw some of them at the Sunset and Vine location as they were gathering in larger groups, but no other sites of that crowd.
Not that I've noticed. They have been very cryptic on the scanners of where they're going. They're just saying we're going from location 1 to location 4, things like that. So there is some coordination there that we aren't able to fully understand from up here using our police scanners. So they are out and about, and they are supporting the LAPD, the sheriffs, as well as the California Highway Patrol in the area. But the largest contingency, the largest group of National Guard that we saw was that group at Hollywood and Vine, or Sunset and Vine, my apologies. And at this point, they are broken down, and moving on to a new location. You can just see this group once again crossing the freeway. The good thing about this overpass is you have that large fence, so that'll help prevent things from being thrown over. Not that this group necessarily would, but that is why that fence is there for some purpose, as well as other reasons. But traffic's still moving. No CHP in the area like we saw earlier. We saw the southbound shut down when that first group that's now making their way westbound go over the freeway. But one thing we'll have to consider and keep an eye out for is that that group that's making their way westbound. on Hollywood. They're going to be coming up to both an on-ramp and an off-ramp for the 101, but if the pattern continues, if they make their way all the way to the freeway again, they're just going to pass right over and go back into Hollywood proper and make their way towards the Hollywood Strip where we saw a large group earlier today.
Tough place to try to get through in a vehicle right now.
Yeah. If you don't hit it right, you're going to be stuck for quite some time.
Probably good idea to avoid the Hollywood area for now.
Harvey and...
Well, exactly. There is a large amount of traffic, even on the 101 as I pull out just a little bit. And some of those are just slowing down to look at this group passing over the freeway. But there is a lot of traffic on the streets in the area, and we are still in a stay-at-home order, but some of that is being lifted, so more people are out on the roadway, especially trying to get things done before the curfew goes into effect this evening and business is shut down. So if at all possible, stay out of the Hollywood area this evening, as well as downtown for that matter, with that large group down there. It would just be best to stay home for the evening and stay off the streets in general. But if you have to go out, try to avoid those two areas.
Well, if there's a 6 o'clock curfew, you're not supposed to. So.
Yep.
All right, Colton. Thanks for the coverage today. Wow, what a day in Hollywood, to say the least.
For sure. All right, let's switch gears a little bit here and head down to Grant Park. Sarah Welch has been covering the story down there where lots of people have gathered in front of City Hall. Hi, Sarah.
The curfew here for LA County kicks in tonight at 6. We appreciate you joining us here this afternoon.
You got it. You guys stay safe.
Hi, Lou. Hi, Glenn. And what a
Thank
day
you.
in downtown LA.
We've been keeping close watch on the large protest.
Thousands of people are down here in Grant Park and on First Street, and there are still protesters standing in front of LAPD headquarters because, as I've been reporting all afternoon, that police commissioner meeting is still going on as we speak. People inside voicing their concerns directly to the police commissioners.
Directions. I know that Eliana Moreno was over the group that was on Sunset Boulevard that was heading east, and we also had a crew that was heading, it looks like, south on Vine. So they've kind of split up at this point. Right now we still do have the National Guard out here. They've kind of been meeting and gathering together. I don't know if it's looking like they're doing some planning for the evening or what that looks like, but they've kind of broken away from the blocking of this intersection. You still do have some of the protesters here, and now we have LAPD that's actually out here on scene as well, and it looks like they're kind of just managing the traffic here because, again, it's all kind of gotten shut down in this area. Sunset Boulevard closed off here. So still some chanting here.
Saying
really
that it is poor choice of words, but still that's not good enough for people who are in this crowd. They've been telling us reforms in Los Angeles must begin with the firing of the chief, and many of these protesters are saying for DA Jackie Lacey also
trying to shut us down or something,
saying
man.
that under her watch, bad officers are not being held accountable. Now, also, people criticizing LAPD here today for knowing how many officers have concerns continue year after year to fall on deaf ears. And one other note down here this morning, or down here this afternoon, many of these protesters have told us they
I don't know what that was, y'all.
100%.
Right when I walked out the room, I didn't do anything.
The vandalism that's been taking place, that's not part of their
Internet
message.
went down
in fact,
and came back.
we're joined now by a gentleman named Ivan. He's an immigration lawyer. He
Probably
lives
lost
in downtown Los Angeles.
a lot of
and
people,
you were
sorry.
telling me, Ivan, that of course you condemn this, and you in fact were at the peaceful rallies, and then you went back and helped clean up. Explain what you did.
First, Sarah, I just want to thank you for giving me a forum to speak about peace and unity in the times of turmoil. As far as cleaning up, well, the looters and the rioters, we fully condemn them. However, given their actions, we got to help rebuild our community, and it starts with cleaning up first.
You've been hearing this morning, and we've been reporting what's been going on in the police commissioners meeting. Many of the people today have been calling for the chief to step down. Your thoughts?
As far as that is concerned, Sarah, I am not anti-police. I am anti-police brutality. With the comments of the chief, if he needs to step down, he needs to step down because those statements are unacceptable. And the biggest problem we have is the policing system. I'm not saying all police are bad. However, there are some rotten apples within the police system that needs to be removed. And if it means taking down the chief, then that's what it is, Sarah.
Now, what are some solutions that you might offer, tangible solutions that could happen to make things better?
As far as that's concerned, Sarah, I want to make sure everything is done in a peaceful and democratic process. I can't speak for anybody else because I don't want to appropriate their message. However, my opinion is to actually vote this November and actually try to make these changes by removing the president in the White House. Because while he's in the bunker, we're out in the streets. While he's doing photo ops, we're out in the streets. And we're doing it in a peaceful manner, as you can see right now. There's no violence going among us protesters.
Ivan, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, Sarah.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing your message with us. So again, Lou and Glenn, you can see thousands of people out here in Grand Park. And Lou, as you said earlier, this is the convergence of several protests that started this morning here in downtown LA. One went out on the freeway and then came back. Everybody converged in front of LAPD headquarters for a while. They were here in Grand Park. They went over to in front of City Hall, and now they're back on First Street. You can see here in the park and up on the steps, and this protest continues down here. And there have been many people who say, well, there is a curfew in place. Some people say that they may be staying out past that curfew tonight. So we'll have to continue to watch to see what happens later on. For now, we'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Sarah, have you heard anyone speak? You know how they have the megaphone or the microphone. Has anyone spoken to this crowd?
22 and Airline 298.
We haven't seen anyone specifically speaking to the crowd, but we are not up in the front. We can hear a lot of chanting. Ivan wants to say something.
Yes, as far as before, well, the first time we was at City Hall, there was actually members of the Black Lives Matter movement, and Brother Al was up there speaking, and I heard his message, and it was a message of unity, a message of peace, and just a message of police reform in our system.
Thank you, Ivan. So, Lou, I couldn't hear that personally, but you heard that from Ivan. We can hear a lot of chanting back where we are. But as we've also been reporting today, city officials, including the police chief, have called for these leaders of these groups to come together with the city to sit down and talk about.
Her voice is a little irritating. Honestly, it's very fucking irritating. I've been noticing the whole time I've been in the kitchen.
Really, what was going
Sounds like shit. Like, fix her shit.
And
the fuck is this?
That has now been directed towards Mayor Garcetti because a person in the mayor's office has a lot more say over who the police chief is. And the primary complaint is that the Los Angeles Police Department fails to adequately punish officers that many of the activists believe behaved unlawfully at work. The LAPD has been involved in a number of controversial shootings, but far and away, both the LA police commissioners, whose job it is, they're the civilians appointed by the mayor also, the commissioners rule that the trigger pulling, the ultimate split-second decision to take somebody's life is in policy. And more often than not, the LA County District Attorney's Office is asked to weigh in on whether or not the officer's behavior was criminal. And it's really unheard of for police officers to be prosecuted for these cases that many of these activists believe were unjust. So the reason the mayor's house has the symbolism, the reason it is a focal point of these demonstrations is because the mayor hires the police chief. Those together, the chief and the commissioners, are responsible for deciding whether or not Los Angeles Police Department officers behaved within policy or violated the department rules when they use force against members of the public. So this is not the first time there's been demonstrations there. There have been a number of them, not all of them from this group of protesters. In fact, it was just a couple of weeks back during the coronavirus lockdown, when people were being encouraged to stay at home, that there was a large demonstration that got a little bit raucous for about an hour from business owners and people who were demanding that Mayor Garcetti lift the orders that were causing so many businesses to remain closed for weeks, if not months on end. Just in the last few minutes, we've been hearing from some of our law enforcement contacts that the LAPD has asked for a lot more officers to head over to the mayor's residence, including members of the Metropolitan Division. A unit of Metropolitan Division is responsible for protecting the mayor. They're the plainclothes security people that you see with the mayor. They've also sent a number of other officers.
Ice cold water, $1. Ice cold water, $1.
Off the property,
dude,
away
make bank
from
out there right
many
now.
of the gates. But as we're looking at these pictures, these demonstrators are simply sitting in the street. There is probably a lot of noise down there, but so far it doesn't look like there's anyone who's tried to cause any kind of confrontation with the officers who guard this house. Nonetheless, LAPD contacts are telling us that they're sending a few dozen officers over there.
Hey, it was just 420.
Eric, we appreciate that. You talk about noise. Well, in fact, we may hear some. We have NBC4's Robert Kovacic down at the mayor's house there in Hancock Park. Robert.
I'm Michael. How are you, sir? We are here. We've been walking with some of the protesters towards Getty House. The mayor's official residence.
$30,000.
I wanted to stop here for a second. I just asked them, excuse me, it's a little cumbersome.
Brown.
What kind of mic is that?
But I said, so why today? Why the mayor? Well, this was a coordinated, planned protest, and here is why. This is what they're pointing to. So, you guys tell me if you can see this. And if it doesn't glare too much. But do you see the mayor's proposed budget? Right there. Okay. Now, according to these protesters, this is from People's Budget LA. They are here because they say the mayor is
It's like foam, but it's harder foam than those black ones.
He's got the budget, three times of it directed towards the LAPD, and they say that's not right. That's why they're here. This is why they're protesting. This is the People's Budget LA, along with Black Lives Matter, working together, and that is why they have coordinated this protest here today. Once again, a protest that has really gained traction on social media. If you're at home right now, you can hashtag People's Budget LA. You can see what they're asking.
That's a good idea, dude.
It is a coordinated effort.
That's a really good idea.
People to reach out to council members, and they are asking Mayor
Turn into a gear shifter. One of the two. I like that. That'd be easier.
To revise his budget and to not dedicate as much money as he has right now, or he has planned to the LAPD.
Like metal crate with
said,
rocks, wire crate
well,
with
you're going to see him at 5:15
on the
but you're
sidewalk
not
on
going to see him
Ventura
at
Boulevard.
Getty House. He'll be at City Hall for a 5:15 briefing, and that is where he's going to update the city. This is Mayor Garcetti's attitude all along, as you heard Conan Nolan say, and it's important to underline, especially after speaking to his office just minutes ago. The mayor says they have every right to be here. Now, the question to ask the mayor today is, will he rethink his budget? Keep in mind what the people and the people's budget of LA, this group wants him to do. And once again,
Still alive, but I still got to deal with getting this shit fixed now.
So far, not causing any trouble, and perhaps one of the wealthiest parts of the city of Los Angeles is right now asking him, revise your budget, change your mind. LAPD gets too much, and everybody else needs a bigger piece of the pie. So we're here on
getting knocked off.
Is, again, we're going to let them do what they need to do, but keep in mind, curfew is upon us, and come 5:30, we're going to start giving the warnings that it's time to pack up and it's time to go home. So again, this is
they keep knocking me offline, dude, but it comes back. It comes back very quickly, so I know it's not the modem. Because that thing takes like 2 minutes to reboot.
People's Budget of LA
Some kind of net, dude. So many people are online, maybe.
Is crying out, and you see the Black Lives Matter sign, because this is again a coordinated effort and something that they have been planning for some time. We are just now outside of the entrance to the gate. I'm just going to be quiet for a second and let you guys listen into some of the chants that are going on right now.
The black at the gas station, yeah.
Black Lives Matter here.
He was streaming though. He was on Instagram or something, I think.
There's a line of LAPD officers, some with their face shields down, and they have a perimeter around the mayor's house. Once again, Mayor Garcetti is not in residence at his home here in Hancock Park as of right now. You know where he is. He's in downtown Los Angeles.
I saw your question. Blue weed.
He's going to address the problems in his city,
know,
daily
man.
briefings that he's been doing ever
I
since
don't think
the
I've had that one.
pandemic. And now, you know, we've gone from COVID to curfew, and one more reason for people to stay home. Yes, sir, this is the mayor's house. You're just visiting.
I live around here, 3 blocks away. I had a feeling. I always had a feeling.
No problems for you, though, so far.
I know.
I know.
And these are the protesters. If somebody wants to come over and say something to us, but this is a group that has been a little bit reluctant so far, but they are happy to point us in the direction of their website and of the research that they have done. And if you take a look at it, Michael and Carolyn, it is something that's not haphazard. Whether it is factually correct or not, I'm not in the position to say that right now, but they have published the entire budget of the mayor's recent budget.
Oh, the blue weed on the
website,
internet?
a budget that is going to
I'll
be
check that out,
radically
man.
altered.
Tastes like blueberries.
And is going to put LA in a financial crunch due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's told that it's taken on our city and on the economy and on tourism and on hotels and restaurants. But that does not matter to them. What matters to them is the amount of money that the city of Los Angeles has dedicated to law enforcement. When this protest was planned, they knew about it. They had spread the word on social media. And now, once again, that is what brings them here today to Hancock Park. It does not appear as if they're going to do anything except they're not taunting the police at all. They've sort of formed a semicircle. If we're flying above, you guys can let me know, above this area right near, right across from the mayor's home, and the police have surrounded the mayor's home. I'm sorry, what did you say there?
Live with the chopper.
Okay, so you see what you've got right now with the chopper, and you have all of these people that continue to converge here in Hancock Park. They're chanting outside the mayor's house. I don't think they realize that the mayor is not here. But again, we spoke with the mayor's office. They said, you know what? Again, they have the right to do this. I'm going to come over here and show you once again. So you show.
Where is he?
Go down here.
Okay,
This is what they've been pointing to me at. Okay, so this is what this group has been telling me. They're like, look at this. This is what enrages us. This is not right. Now, the LAPD is at the bottom. You see that long yellow line. They're saying that's the amount of money that they believe the mayor has dedicated to the LAPD compared to cultural fairs, rec and park, transportation, housing, and community investment. A protest that continues here in Hancock Park.
Unit sector and open mic on Red 8.
Outside of the mayor's residence so far. Peaceful but loud. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you. Of course, we will be checking on those numbers, and we will have much more on that later for you. But earlier today, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti did speak to protesters outside of City Hall, and he also took a knee there to show his solidarity with Democrats.
How is a major news network going to show a bar graph? A bunch of idiots that watch network TV. And they haven't fact-checked it? This is what's going on right now. This is why they're upset, because of this. Like, how they word shit. Like, why don't you just lead it off with, now, we haven't fact-checked this. We don't know what the fuck. It could just be some little kid made this, some shit. But apparently this is why they're pissed off. I don't know. It didn't make much sense. It doesn't look right to us either, y'all. We're going to check it out. How they worded it was like, wow, this is what's going on, folks. It's all about getting people upset, worked up about some shit, so they can sell you dish soap or whatever the fuck they're trying to sell.
Peaceful, but some stores were looted and vandalized as the curfew went into effect. NBC4's Tony Guignard has more now from Hollywood.
After the protest, problems, opportunists targeted businesses bordering residential neighborhoods in Hollywood. Neighbors were watching and recording. And for the first time, sharing
A gay man that is
feelings
proposing.
of outrage with NBC4.
It was a nightmare. It was actually a nightmare.
Well, I saw a lot of people getting out of cars and started like banging and destroying the entrance to the CVS. And all this crazy chaos, it doesn't make any sense.
He could not comprehend why, after a protest, carloads of people would return. The video showing
And then
one
they all
person
play
getting what
fucking
appears to be a
stupid.
crowbar from
This is just like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why this is happening. I think people just like to play stupid, man. Actually.
Responding from West Valley to OVB.
Makes perfect sense, man. People are animals. That's why we have police officers and shit. People will try to take whatever they can take if they can take it. Goes back to the caveman days. And like, there's a movie called Quest for Fire. There's no spoken language in it at all. They show it in colleges across America in a sociology class, I believe. It even has Tommy Chong's daughter in it. But like in the beginning of the movie, there's all this fighting, and the caveman or just one like bunch of different type of caveman are coming to attack a different type. And but one type's like in the middle of their regular day, and their regular day consisted of going and raping the females at the pond. That was normal activity back in the caveman days. They didn't have to say yes. Yeah, you just go and rape the female, and that was it. Bada bing, bada bing. We're having kids, baby. Me and you now. You got to accept me. You know, it was anyway. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, the cops are on one place, and they're hungry. These places. These crooks and shit are hungry for some action.
Bureau with a look at what has changed. Vicky.
You know, Michael, it really at the time
Test.
became known as the Summer of Unrest. 7 people shot and killed by Anaheim police in the span of just 12 months. Now, today we talked to police and we also talked to a community activist. She says some of those emotional wounds still hurt, but together they say they believe the city is moving forward. Yesenia Rojas says this could not have happened in 2012.
Testimony.
A food giveaway that brought together the community, the YMCA, buses from the resort district, which normally shuttle people around Disneyland. Now it's happening every day in some of Anaheim's lower-income neighborhoods.
It's better. I think it's most of being working together, talking, meeting each other, having
Look like Sub-Zero.
communication.
Police admit there
Because
was
the
little
mask.
communication when
You don't wear the
this
mask at
happened.
all?
Manuel Diaz was shot and killed when police thought he had a gun.
City of Long
He
Beach
had thrown a
closes
bag of
all
drugs on a roof, but was
coronavirus
found with a
testing
cell phone.
sites
The
due
officers
to
were not charged,
safety
leading to days of
concerns
protests at
over
City Hall and
the
the
George Floyd
We've
protests.
made a
What?
ton of progress.
There's not any protests.
And I think in some ways,
Oh,
no progress.
the ones in LA? What does that have to do with us?
Since 2012,
What the?
the department has added a police review board with civilians who
I
now
might have
show up
coronavirus
at
show,
critical
actually.
incidents. He says state law mandates that video and information from shootings be made public within 45 days.
You refuse to wear the
He
mask?
actually met with the family of Devontae Emmanuel, who was shot and killed following a domestic violence
Stay away from you.
call.
And it was probably the
You got the
most
Rona.
honest and
It's infected
transparent
your
thing
brain,
I've
you're
ever
acting
been involved in law enforcement, and it was difficult.
Rojas's son was bitten by a police dog the day Manuel Diaz was killed. Her son was not arrested. But looking back, she says that incident forced her to connect with the police department.
We've been having
What is this? Get out of
time
here,
to
woman.
talk
You
and
don't
to
know.
look for ways to build
You know what it's like
better
to be white.
communities, especially
You don't have like. I got pressures.
Is this 55 though?
All these-
Any way you can recontact please or they can meet us outside?
I'll start moving in a different direction, usually
55, we'll recontact.
eastbound on Sunset Boulevard. You see right behind them a couple of vehicles from the National Guard as well as an LAPD black and white SUV. But at this point, it just seems like some people just kind of milling around. Really, it doesn't even sound like they're even protesting at this
Autowaffen.
point.
I think you spelled that
Yeah, it's
wrong.
very peaceful.
Is that a
We've
German
seen
thing?
so many
It's right.
protests,
I don't
and
know.
which literally turned into marches all day today in Hollywood, and then on the fringe of
That's German for
West
hospital.
Hollywood, as many of
Krankenhaus.
those marchers headed towards headed in the west direction,
Krankenhaus.
and then others would basically head east and then do a big loop back around to Hollywood. We saw a couple of skirmishes up near Hollywood and Ivar, between Ivar and Vine, about an hour and a half ago. But looks like everyone's just mulling around and blocking that area there. Clearly, these streets are going to be closed off. This is not a place to come up to and try to drive around, especially with the curfew happening at 6 o'clock. Also, just really tough to get through Sunset Boulevard at this hour.
Yeah, and this is a very small group, and there is actually a bigger group of protesters that are moving through Hollywood at this time. Last time we saw them, they were on Hollywood Boulevard. They had gone up Sunset eastbound, went into East Hollywood, and at some point turned north and came back on Hollywood Boulevard and headed back west across the 110 freeway back into Hollywood proper. And of course, downtown, we have that huge group of protesters outside of City Hall and around the corner in front of LAPD headquarters. And also another protest, this one taking place in Hancock Park in front of the mayor's residence.
Yeah, this is Hancock Park, right at 6. When we took this a little while ago, about 30 minutes ago, the protesters there basically seated. A lot of them just seated in that area, right catty corner to the mayor's mansion, which does have a gate around it. It's a place that obviously most mayors' mansions in cities do get protesters do show up there from time to time to protest their grievances against whatever it is, animal issues, or in this situation, Black Lives Matters. So basically, it's where this white building is. If you just go down behind that black building, there's a street there, and the Getty house is right there on the corner, and he's panning in right now. That's the backyard there. That's the back of the mansion, and then you can see this crowd actually has substantially grown since we were on it. About 40 minutes ago, there was just a small crowd just in front of it on the other side of the street, but it looks like they have taken over that street there and in front of the mayor's mansion. He is expected to speak today, as he typically does, around 5:15 as well.
Yeah, that is, now that's just Wilshire Boulevard, right up just over the top of the screen, above the top of the screen, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's just off Wilshire Boulevard, so easy access to get there. And again, I mean, the last time we took a look at this, I mean, there was maybe 25, 30 protesters, and that crowd out there has grown substantially. I would say, easy to say, probably at least 100, maybe more.
What will be interesting here is that, sometimes the mayor will stay in the residence. Maybe he goes home to change, or I'm not sure where he is, if he's down at City Hall to do that 5:15 announcement that he usually has, the press conference that he holds. But if he were, in fact, in the house, changing or whatever, and then had plans to go back down to City Hall for that 5:15 presser. And this happened, an hour or so ago, started building up. There's no way to get out, basically, of that location with the vehicle, so he would be blocked in there.
And at this point, if he's at City Hall, there's no way to get out and go home.
Or to get out and go home, exactly. Yeah, so this home used to be an interesting, like 10 years ago. It was very exposed. There was no metal gate in front, and it looks like they've added greenery to that gate now. So there's a little bit of blockage from protesters because the protesters over the years have just either gotten aggressive or they just needed that extra protection. But there is a gate there, and LAPD obviously has a presence there at all times, and so they expect things like this. But it is a very large crowd.
All right, joining us on the phone now is LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Sheriff, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can hear you. How Glenn and Lou, how you guys doing?
Hanging in there, Sheriff.
Probably doing a lot better than you. I'm sure you're pretty tired, and we're actually kind of tired ourselves. So nightfall's coming. You've got a curfew coming up here at 6 o'clock. It's now 4:40. You've got large groups of people all over Los Angeles County right now, and in the city of Los Angeles, and especially down at LA City Hall and around the corner from LAPD headquarters. What kind of tactics, or what is the game plan to end this night peacefully, which we have not yet seen?
Well, the Sheriff's Department, we support the community in their efforts to peacefully demonstrate. So when the curfew hits at 6, we want the people that were protesting peacefully start heading home. Call it a day, go home. And the people that stay behind typically are the ones causing all the trouble. Hence, that's the need for the curfew. So we'll definitely address them.
And when you say address them, how do you guys handle that? You know, it's difficult if there's thousands of people that all of a sudden start arresting a bunch of people, even if it's with plastic handcuffs. Is it just sort of like guiding them out, encouraging them to leave and to head home, even if it's after the 6 o'clock hour?
There's one on Van Nuys.
If they're actively engaged in looting, vandalism, any things like that, or arson, they will be arrested. We're not guiding anybody home for that. They're going to jail. Now, we're here to protect life, protect property, maintain the order, and we'll help people that are just trying to get home. We want them to go home safely by all means. And we've also learned during this civil unrest that we have to work better across organizational lines. So right now we're going countywide. Wherever there's a problem, we're going to be present. And so we're working with the local police departments. We're working with the National Guard. We're working with the Highway Patrol. And we're trying to make sure that we can be everywhere where we need to be effective. And we also can't forget the fact that we're still in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have two threats going on at the same time.
Sheriff, last night there was supposed to be a big protest at the Crescent Heights and Sunset. There still was a large crowd in West Hollywood. I know in Hollywood everyone basically was prepared for that. What do you think you guys did right to keep people out of particular cities?
Well, one thing is, if you're just a static presence as law enforcement in uniform, all you end up doing is you become a target for people to start throwing things at you. You're not very effective at that. And that's why the curfew gives us the advantage, because then anyone who's present, we have the probable cause to arrest, and we're making arrests by the hundreds. And people realize that we mean business, and it dissuades a lot of people that are maybe deciding whether or not to engage in an unlawful act. When they start seeing that we're serious, they tend to go home.
Oh my God, y'all got to see this stream I just
found. Those are the ones we
found.
end up arresting and filling up the buses.
Sheriff,
so AIDS,
yesterday
dude.
You had a news conference on the Hall of Justice at 2 o'clock. It was you as well as Chief Moore from the LAPD. You had the chief from Santa Monica and some other law enforcement officials. And it sounded like that was the message you were trying to deliver. And it looked like
that's the best quality that he has.
Police
380,
tactics last night
360.
and trying to quell the looting and everything.
I just want to see what audio he has, Mike. No audio. You can't even make out the wording on the screen. It's the resolution is so small. And what the hell is this space shit all around it? He's actually broadcasting to somebody else. I don't know, dude. This is just. I'm a YouTuber. Yeah, pretty much. I'm a YouTuber now.
That was going on.
Protest peacefully, and we were going to encourage that, and we're working with all these groups. As long as it happens during the normal hours, the daylight hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., we can accommodate that. We just don't want them to put themselves in harm's way. We want to honor the memory of George Floyd. We want to denounce his murder of all of those involved, not just the one that was the physical cause, but the three that stood by and did
chat that
nothing.
I'm live.
And that is totally against what law enforcement represents today in the year 2020.
Sheriff, speaking and asking for residents of LA County, also business owners, as these protests continue, and if they do in fact continue for days, can we expect a curfew on a daily basis?
Well, the curfew will continue on a daily basis until the organized protests are gone. Because unfortunately, the looters and the organized criminal element that's embedded within the looting, they're taking advantage of the situation. So as long as that cover still exists, we have to continue with a curfew. But there's two different groups. We have protesters legitimately doing a good job, and then we have the looter crowd. So we're definitely trying to separate the two.
You know, going back to your news conference yesterday, it came after Governor Gavin Newsom had a news conference and an update, and he was talking about the systemic racism that still existed in law enforcement. And when you had your news conference, you seemed to take exception to that. You pointed out the fact that, you know, back in '92, he said that things had not changed since then.
Something has to change. It's been too long. So the intimidation has to sit at the back, and our need for freedom is at the forefront right now. Our need for justice.
Thank you so much, Elsie. Yeah, once again, you can just see that formation there. The shields have been placed down the entire time that we've been looking since we've been back here for the last 45 minutes to an hour. It's not an aggressive stance. They're just waiting. And as we said, curfew way past over right now, so we haven't seen a replay so far of what happened yesterday. But everyone who's up on this fence is looking for some reaction from the men and women who are on the other side of the fence. And as Elsie just put it, what she's looking for is humanity. And
But you beg to differ on that. Simply
I cannot move past. In fact, I was even told physically, literally, that I could not attain even the rank of captain with my own organization. But we solved that because I worked within the political system that exists. I organized, I built a coalition, and as a Latino, I was able to overcome a political establishment that favored, unfortunately, people that are non-minorities. And that's how I'm in office today. And as soon as I took office, I started imposing a lot of reforms that makes us very, very different from 1992. I have the greatest number of
Blah, blah, blah. The greatest. Dude, they're literally adding anybody that goes to one of these protests on IB2, but they wouldn't add me. Fuckers.
While he's on primary, the other tack 3 are transmitting and no one's on this channel.
They don't even have to know about IB2, and they're just like, fuck it, dude, get them on. Nobody's in Hollywood, though.
women and minorities in.
Again, just be safe.
Yeah, we'll keep
working. Thank you, both of
A
you.
bite
And I've been
bulb.
seeing you guys in studio. Hopefully, one day we'll get back there.
At some point.
No, you're not coming ever.
Yeah, it's been a while, that's for
It
sure.
has been a while because of Corona, too.
All right.
It's been a while for a reason,
Interesting
Chuck.
times we live in. Thank you, Sheriff. Good luck tonight. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
We don't like the sheriff.
Thank you. Stay safe out there.
You too. We'll be right back.
Oh, we'll be right back, y'all. I'm going.
Well, the music industry is showing its support for.
Who cares?
592132.
I don't pay for music anymore anyway. The music industry is not selling music tonight.
Very cosmopolitan.
Good stream on Riot Day. Thanks, fancy stash. Connor Green, appreciate the sub. Oh man, that's a good shot too. Oh man.
On your 459 Hopper 9407 Creemore Drive. Suspect is leaving the location, walking towards Foothill. Incident 2361.
Stream.
Stop and watch, because what you're about to see is me completely shaving my beard for the first time in 8 years.
Protesters physically, but emotionally.
DW suspect there now, San Monica and Vermont. Here is in a white Jeep Cherokee. Suspect are inside a white Mercedes-Benz following PR, possibly armed with guns. Code for incident 2381 or 1160. Correction 202, stand by for additional.
Someone's possibly armed with guns. Something's happening, bro. Long Beach has a great claims department for city liability. They'll probably take care of your car damage. Oh, really? So you don't think I should go to a lawyer? You don't think I need to? I didn't know if I needed to go to a lawyer before I talked to the cops. You know what I mean? Because they're going to be writing everything down and being like, this is how we're going to get out of this shit.
RA32.
I don't know. First time I've had a 20K last stream. Yeah, that was, I don't even know about that. All that. That's crazy. I guess just, and it was so blurry, dude. I didn't know it was so blurry, man. I don't know. That's why I'm prepared this time. It's not going to be blurry if it happens again. I get the live view on deck, and I have a second phone plan. for my chat phone, so I can re-chat. We won't have chat on the screen. We don't have any overlays. There will be no alert messages for anything happening. But it'll look good.
Has been marching today for about 8 miles, maybe more. Basically all around Hollywood, West Hollywood, sort of Beverly Hills, and out to Hancock Park. An incredibly arduous and long day, and people are going. And one of the things that is different between what we saw today and in days past.
It's only one modem, but Verizon modem.
Hand sanitizer, Band-Aids, food.
You could have claimed fast. Well, I called today, and they said they just opened today, so I wasn't really trying to go on the opening day. But you go to claims before you go into a lawyer, though. All right. I saw a bunch of streamers doing really well the other day, streaming all this. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know if it's like some kind of what the.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Arcascan, what the fuck, dude?
Well, thank you very much, Matt.
Hey.
Matt Gutman in the midst of all the protesting there. Next, we showed you this shocking video yesterday. Police in Atlanta
Took a cactus. We paid you for it. It took months. Okay.
ABC Steve
Alright, man, dude, Arcascan. What, dude? I've never seen a red donation before. Actually, and not in my chat. I've never seen that before. Thanks, dude. Like, what do I owe this special occasion, man? Oh my God, I don't even. Is that real?
And dragging them out of a car.
I'm getting trolled right now.
Dude.
It's grooming woman, 5 feet and a quarter, South Soto, 5 feet and a quarter, South Soto, code 3 and 238-99467.
Dude, that is real. It showed up on the thing. Dude, holy. Arcascan.
The way everything happened so fast.
Check. I don't know what he does. Y'all check him out. Maybe he does something. Check out his channel. Let's check him out.
Steve Osunsami joins us now with more. Steve, what kind of charges are these officers facing, and how rare is it to see charges filed against police in Atlanta just days after an incident like this?
Also kidnapping, Roscoe and Van Nuys,
6 subs, one video. A video of.
Instead of a white SUV license, 5 Henry Adam 4
I'll just read home.
Henry Adam 4 suspect male, Sonic Miller, medium balls.
Thanks, man. They're definitely not doing it for any kind of clout. You deserve that. Being in the shit, best streams from dude. I appreciate that. The positivity. Trying to get better out here, though. Arcascan just came through. He was like, oh, there he is. Been looking everywhere for someone going through all the feeds.
Where this incident occurred, Lindsay.
Hey, well, we found him.
Thanks, Steve. And this moment
I
has
thought I
certainly
was just
brought into sharp
crazy.
focus the relationship between the police and the communities they serve. Tensions are high across the country. It really goes without saying. And now I'd like to bring in former Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson for a law enforcement perspective. Superintendent Johnson,
I'm trying to stay in Hollywood, but
not a problem, Lindsay. Glad to be here.
So many, as you know, are out protesting what they see as police brutality. George Floyd, in their minds, just the latest example. And now police must control massive, sometimes angry crowds. How can this be done without resorting to some of the tactics that protesters are upset about to begin with?
Not crazy.
You know,
Get a good word.
It's important for law enforcement to develop relationships with the communities before something like this happens.
Thanks, man.
And now what you have a group of legitimate protesters that's seeking change, but then their protests are getting hijacked, you know, by certain smaller groups that are just dedicated to destruction and chaos. You know, so now it's important that the police get with community leaders, you know, clergy in their neighborhoods, and talk to them.
Streaming is actually crazy.
You know, to try and calm this down. But you know, when you use force or you're very
Yeah, I love it though.
that doesn't
I love you,
help the
Arcascan.
situation. And in my
I don't know
time
you
in
yet, but I love you, dude.
I learned that pulling the police back sometimes from those skirmish lines will help calm those situations.
Yeah, and so what specifically would you tell your officers if you were still chief in Chicago?
So I would tell
I'm
you
trying to
this:
find
we
someone
dealt with
on
a
the
number
ground,
of
man.
incidents while I was
I think
superintendent,
we got somebody.
and what I would do before we put the police out there on the front line, myself or some member of the command staff would have a 10 to 15-minute talk with them, and we would just emphasize protecting everybody's
We
First
got somebody.
Amendment
Yeah, he's on the
rights.
ground.
But we would also challenge each
I went and
officer.
visited
If
Nate
you see your
at
partner
Golden Day, so
becoming too aggressive, then you
it's a
pull
little
them back.
vlog with Nate
We would
Richter.
also
Not
ensure
there
that the
yet, though.
supervisors monitor their folks, and if they saw that they were getting too aggressive or their emotions
We keep
were
an eye
getting
on
high,
him.
to pull them back. Because you got to remember, these cops are humans too. They're people too, so they can get emotional. But we also stress, they have a right to protest. We only get physical if we have to, but we always stress we try not to do that, especially when protesters are fairly peaceful.
Are you concerned at this moment that too much police and National Guard presence might only raise tensions? And how can police work to build trust in this moment?
Yeah, you build trust by letting the communities know what you're doing before you do it. And you got a point. When you militarize things, you kind of send a message up to the people that's protesting, come on, we're ready for a fight. So I tended not to use that particular tactic unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, I would have them tucked away just in case it got out of hand. But, up front, you go in with a soft look and you try talking to them. Oftentimes, before we had protests, we would find out who the organizers were, and we would go have conversations with them, and we would help
Hey,
them
Eddie. Welcome back.
conduct their protests.
Just wanted $100 show up right away in your AdSense account.
Criminals and anarchists who could potentially hijack
takes a month.
this moment. And can it be difficult for police to figure out
Takes a month
who's
to
who
show
in the
up.
midst of all the chaos?
But
It's
well,
very difficult.
depending on when,
Now, I will
I don't
say
know what
this,
day I
a
get
lot of
paid.
times
If it's
in
monthly.
legitimate protests, the protesters themselves will point those folks out to you. And sometimes when you have those splinter groups,
I'm not really used to
they'll
getting paid
dress a
yet,
certain
so
way, so they would be readily identifiable. But if they weren't, a lot of times the protesters will point them out to us.
And we sometimes hear that violent or racist police officers are just bad apples. Do you think that it should be easier to convict officers in police-involved shootings, or at least fire them if they've been the subject of multiple complaints?
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we should be able to get rid of them off the job. Because I tell you, Lindsay, in looking at the video of George Floyd, if there's any police officer in this country thinks there was anything about that was okay, then they shouldn't be a police officer. But before we can get the public's trust, law enforcement has, as a profession, we have to do a better job of identifying those problem officers, those bad actors, and policing them ourselves, whether it be fire them, criminal charges, whatever the case may be. We have to show the public that we're serious also. I'm an African American man who's been in Chicago my entire life, and so I've seen this over the course of my life. And at this point, it's a shame that in
Washington,
2020
D.C.
we're still having this conversation. So as law enforcement professionals, we have to get serious about holding our own accountable.
Still having a conversation in 2020. You are right. And thank you so much for talking with us, former Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. We appreciate it.
Was a nice,
we'll be right back in just a moment.
Platform Temple in Alameda Security will direct a female Hispanic under the influence of all black shirt plants on with a knife. Code 32404 D127.
It's like the third female tonight armed with a knife. What's going on, bro? Here's some Washington, D.C. while I find something.
Me being white is understanding that my privilege is a privilege, and that my race is a privilege, and something that I need to do is understand that and then make it
16 watching.
Thank you so much. Well, there you go. We're with the Brea protest.
146 subs. I'm
Heading back
just going to slow down just so I can
Brea
see
Boulevard. Back
how
to
he
you.
progresses.
All right, Tony Cabrera in Orange County.
Maybe it'll get
Thank
us
you.
some
We
viewers
look
too.
forward to more reports from you live among the demonstrators as we begin Eyewitness News at 5 with breaking news. Massive.
What is that coming from? That's his? Wait, hold up.
Justice for
This is confusing, bro. I don't like it anymore.
Mark Brown.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan in from Michelle Teasy. We're live right now on ABC7, ABC7.com, and streaming wherever you are on the ABC7 Los Angeles app.
We know it has been.
What the this dude's in, it says DC, and he's got LA shit playing. Yeah, I'm good. I gave him a chance. Why did I sub?
Church is a member.
I'm out of here.
Bishop Curry, we so appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
So you said in a statement that
What
President
was I
Trump was
thinking?
using the church building and the Bible for partisan political purposes. Why did this appear so political? And how do you think that leaders
I don't know where this person's at,
rather
man.
than
Hold
to
on.
divide right now?
Well, unfortunately, the president went to the church without having informed anyone or asked anyone at the church.
I've totally lost this
Went
tab,
over
homies.
and took a Bible in his hand and took a picture, had a picture of himself made. If the president had gone over to that church
I
and
lost
knelt
it.
down
All
and
right,
said
now I
a
gotta
prayer,
close every.
and
Oh, here it
turned
is.
around and addressed the nation and said, you know, I may not have solutions to everything that's going on right now.
Sorry about my
You may
car.
agree with
I should be all right.
me, and I may, you
I'm
may
just glad it was my eye
disagree with me.
socket.
We may agree or disagree, but right now, I want to ask you to
But then I'd really be getting
pray
paid, huh?
that we can find a way to repair our breaches.
God dang it! Why can't he hit me in the eyeball?
Who could complain? Because that would have been
Dude, I don't know. That might.
and moral leadership.
If you get hit in the eye with that,
Simply go over, hold a Bible in your hand, and take a picture.
I don't know, dude. I doubt you're gonna be seeing afterwards in that eye.
That is a political move, and that's
Oh
a
hell
partisan
no,
political move.
dude! It makes my eye hurt just thinking about it.
Evangelical allies criticize pushback from the Episcopal Church. What do you say to those who argue that Trump was actually in the right here?
Well, all I can say is that when you open up the Bible that the president had in his hand, you will find that in the New Testament, Jesus of Nazareth teaches that we are to love our neighbor as ourselves. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." He says, "Do
Man, this
unto
guy's
others
stream
as
is
you would
super
have them
crisp.
do unto you." Tear
Always
gassing
using-
peaceful, nonviolent protesters to remove them from the area of the church.
Not
so
there
that
yet,
a
but
photo can be taken in front of the church does not look like blessed are the peacemakers. Doing things that bring more harm and division, that's not blessed are the peacemakers. Our leaders must call us to our higher, nobler selves. They must call us to be a people grounded and defined by unselfish love that seeks the good and the welfare
You've been doing
of
research?
others as well as ourselves. And when our leaders do
Well,
that,
if you need to know
it doesn't
anything,
matter
just hit me
whether
up,
they
man.
are Republican or Democrat, then they are being
In Discord.
consistent with what's actually in that Bible, what it teaches, what Jesus of Nazareth stood for.
Hey, what is your message right now to those who are out on the streets protesting?
Well, on the one hand, part of my message
That dude on the
is
bike just went offline.
you must protest
you put it on, he's gonna watch
as
you
an
when
act
they
of
log
love,
on.
and you must protest for positive social change that will bring an end to the kind
Cheers,
of
man. Much love. Be
violence
safe. I
that
gotta.
we have seen on the part of a police officer, and that will
Tuning in.
reform our system.
Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go home and lay down because this tooth is hurting. So see you guys later. Oh shit! I gotta turn. Oh fuck!
That's got to be the
Here we go.
motivation because you can. It's so
Never
easy
mind.
to get enraged at the injustice, and there's an injustice here. But in order to move positively and constructively, as Dr. King taught us, we must march, but we must march with love in our hearts so that we can change this society for the good and the welfare of us all.
Bishop, what's your prayer for this country tonight and going
Much
forward?
as it is on.
My deepest prayer is that we will
Those
dare
of the
to love
Minneapolis
each other,
police.
that we will dare to face the past and the wrongs that have been done and find ways to change them, and that we will reach out and work together to build an America where there is liberty for all, where all are equal, and where justice is done for every human child of God, where we don't let children go to bed hungry at night. And
Okay, bud. Are you gonna feed him? What the fuck?
social
I have a
media and so
dream.
forth. He said he not
That
mean
no
to
one will be
equate the
poor.
two. I deeply regret and humbly
We'll all
apologize
have the
for my
same cars.
characterization of what
We'll
happened.
have
So still
same
people
everything.
are infuriated about those comments, and there's a hashtag fire more, people calling for his ouster and his dismissal. We don't know what the feeling is of this crowd right now, or if they want Mayor Garcetti to address the comments of LAPD Chief Moore. But certainly a very passionate crowd out here. It seems to be growing by the minute. They are on the move.
Should I go down
They're
here?
moving
Should I take
across
the live view to
intersection
Hollywood right
6th
now?
and Irving, right outside the mayor's house. And again, very vocal, very excited, very passionate, very heated, but very peaceful. No, there are no problems, no clashes whatsoever with the police out here. People are saying what they feel. They're speaking out with bullhorns. Some of them, they've been chanting. So far, no serious problems outside the mayor's house in Hancock Park right now. We're going to throw it back to you. We can continue to show you some pictures out here, and we're going to see what's going on. It appears they may be getting to march somewhere, but I'm not sure. I'm going to try to find out what's going on.
All right, we'll
Chair.
leave you to report and gather
My luck,
facts.
as
Chris,
soon as I
and
leave
check
here,
back
stuff will
with
pop off in
you
Long Beach.
shortly. Again to Sky 5 and live pictures with Larry Welk overhead. Larry, what do you see?
Well, Micah, there you can see a very large group of people there. I can tell you that I'm not sure what the plan was here, but just about a block away from the mayor's residence, there are two of those LA County buses that we saw last night in Hollywood. So at some point, whether it's the curfew or an unlawful assembly, it looks like that a large number of these people might be taken into custody because they have the buses that are here and waiting. Also on 3rd, coming from the west to east, looks like about 200 or 300 people walking in the middle of 3rd on their way, and it looks like they may join this protest. So officers have been streaming in from all over the place here. A lot of units were based up in Hollywood and being moved down to this location. It looks like there's a lot of police presence right now. Again, though, very, very peaceful, but actually we're going to have Von Pertz move the camera along the street to the left. Just go ahead and move it on there, and you'll see that other group of people that I was talking about, and an LAPD helicopter overhead trying to maintain contact with the ground units to let them know that another very large group of people, and that group extends all the way back to 3rd Street right now. So a lot of action here at the official mayor's residence here just in the Mid-City area.
The Democrats'
and,
Party of Slavery.
We're going to keep an eye on it and let you know how things develop throughout the afternoon.
What is that? I don't even know what that is, man.
A lot of police presence, and those two buses
was that a thing
from the
in the
sheriff's
past?
department that we saw last night with people that were being taken into custody after the curfew. We'll stay overhead and bring you updates throughout the afternoon. That's the latest. I'm Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
All right, Larry, thank you. Again, you are looking over Hancock Park from Sky 5 and also on the ground in front of, outside of the mayor's house on 6th and Irving in Hancock Park. And you can see the crowd is massive. There are protests all around town from here in Hancock Park. There were protests in Hollywood all afternoon that began at around noon, and also a massive rally down in downtown Los Angeles at City Hall. This looking like it's going to grow a little bit more. As Larry mentioned, there are people coming in from 3rd Street that may be joining forces with this protest outside of the mayor's house. And on my way to work, actually, Micah, I was met with a lot of protesters that were crossing Vine and going south and into Hancock Park from Fountain and also Lexington Avenue, if you're familiar with the Hollywood area. And there were, I mean, thousands of them. It took a long time to try and cross that intersection at Vine, and now I see where they all ended up.
Yeah, they were headed south into the Hancock Park area. Many of them, of course, many remain in Hollywood, as we just showed you moments ago. But this is a growing demonstration outside the mayor's mansion in Hancock Park. We anticipate hearing from the mayor. He's been giving us daily briefings at 5:15 with regard to the coronavirus for the past several weeks. We heard from him yesterday as well, addressing this issue that we're seeing across Southern California. And again, we anticipate hearing from him tonight at 5:15. We will bring that to you live if and when it happens. In the meantime, Chris Wolf is in front of the mayor's mansion now with a look from the ground at what you're seeing from Sky 5. Chris.
Santa Monica.
Yeah, they're just starting to chant, hey, hey, ho, ho, Mayor Garcetti has got to go. So now there's obviously a lot of animosity directed at Mayor Garcetti outside of his official residence here in Hancock Park. They just started chanting this. And I'm going to try to, I'm going to see if I can't talk with someone about why they feel that. Can I ask you something? Why do you feel that Mayor Garcetti has to go?
I'm just chatting what they were saying.
How do you feel about the mayor or the police here in Los Angeles?
Well, we need better relations with all the people, all races and cultures and ethnicities.
You think it's too splintered right now? You want to see better relations among the different cultures and races in the city of Los Angeles? You think that'll start with different leadership?
Barbecue only.
Oh, what's happening? They're popping off over here.
The original RP called back is fully busted. I'll tell you, man, all units can cancel the exception of engine 13.
You don't feel you're being listened to right now? Okay. What part of town do you live in? You're in Koreatown. Okay. So you traveled out here. Did you expect this demonstration to be this large outside the mayor's official residence?
No. Considering all like City Hall and all the other areas, I didn't expect this area to be like this area. It's overwhelming, and it's great to see that everyone's coming to support this same cause that we all are fighting for, justice for everybody.
Do you know what's supposed to happen next? Are you going to be marching to a specific location or just marching somewhere? Are you going to stay around the mayor's residence?
I don't know. I just saw it on TV that they were over around the corner, so I just came to be a part.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What's your name?
Rochelle.
Rochelle, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Appreciate it. So you heard it from one of the participants out here, some of her thoughts. She's dissatisfied with the city leadership. She wants to see a change. She feels the cultures are too splintered right now and too divided. She'd like to see more unity, more cohesion in Los Angeles, and she would like to see a change in leadership. Sounds like at the mayor's level and at the police level. Whatever the opinions are of the members of this crowd, they are passionate, but they are still remaining very peaceful.
Pickpocket's paradise.
Covered the intersection here outside the mayor's official residence, the Getty House at 6th Street and Irving Boulevard in Hancock Park. They've got their banners, their signs out, no justice, no peace. There comes a time when silence is betrayal, Black Lives Matter, end police brutality, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I believe that is a direct quote from Martin Luther King Jr. White silence equals consent. Again, no justice, no peace. I see a banner with a picture of George Floyd out there. It says justice for George Floyd. I think we're showing you a picture of it. And just a very, very passionate, emotional crowd. People from all walks of life out here, I would imagine. People from all different cultural backgrounds. White, black, Latino, Asian, and so forth have all come together for this demonstration, this rally outside the mayor's residence in Hancock Park tonight. As you did mention earlier, there is an LA County-wide curfew yet again tonight starting at 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Officers will probably be hard-pressed to enforce it if this crowd decides to stay
They're
out
46 minutes from me, 30 miles.
this evening at 6 p.m., but they do appear committed to get this message across, all of their messages across. Again, they were very upset with some of the comments coming from LAPD Chief Michael Moore last night during a press conference with the mayor when he said the death of George Floyd is as much on the hands of looters now as it is on the hands of those 4 Minneapolis police officers. And that sparked a firestorm of outrage and backlash and controversy, but he has issued formal apologies for it, saying he misspoke and he humbly apologizes for the characterization of the death of George Floyd, equating it with looting when he says it was murder, and I should not have equated looting with murder, and he apologizes for that. Nonetheless, there is still a lot of animosity toward the chief. We're still seeing those hashtags fire more out there. Have not heard anything like that directly from the crowd here tonight. Sounds like some of their animosity, their dissatisfaction is directed at Mayor Garcetti. Again, we just heard from one participant saying she wants new leadership. She feels the city is too splintered, even here in June of 2020. We have another speaker
As
starting
they've done
now.
earlier in Hollywood today, are splintering. We've got some people surfing a Corvette here, a BMW convertible. Should we see if the group headed north attempts to go onto the freeway? Should we stay put at Sunset and Vine or follow the crowd that went east on Sunset?
41-90-79 responding.
At the intersection of Sunset and Vine, as some people scream, "Go home." I forget whether curfew's starting at 5 or 6 here. See more and more people either getting out of cars or hanging out of cars, holding signs. Last night, Hollywood got very, very rough after dark. I'll give you a glimpse of the intersection. Well, here is the intersection. I was going to say other parts of the intersection. Here's one protester screaming, "Go home." Let's see if I can maybe get an interview with this guy on the loudspeaker. The crowd seems to be splitting up in all directions. There are always cars in the middle of the road here, as Josh Sigurdson of Wham is tuned in. It looks like about half the people want to go home now. Or
Boulevard, code incident 2456, already 1535.
Fucking skank had a sign that said bike life. Who gives a fuck about you and your bike, bitch?
so there's a man in a BLM shirt with that backwards hat on, telling everyone over a loudspeaker to go home. Some are listening, or at least clearing out of the area, some are not. As the National Guard has reestablished
Probably a white
its
dude.
line across Sunset. That would be interesting if he were a cop. I mean, I don't have any reason to suspect so, but it could be a possibility. You can see the National Guardsmen have reestablished their line on Sunset just west of Vine. And there's a large police presence in back of them. Large National Guard and police presence in back of the guardsmen lined up here on Sunset.
Yeah, I'm overhead.
As some protesters pose for photos right in front of the guardsmen.
White wearing great.
You have a Black Lives Matter sign holder sitting directly across from the guardsmen. You have a crowd gathered, basically looking in the direction of the guardsmen. As some of the protesters start inching.
Tired of this guy narrating everything.
Continues to grow right here in Hancock Park, right at Wilshire. Well, it's just north of Crenshaw and Wilshire, and I can tell you that the crowd, I don't know what's going to happen when the curfew gets here, because at this point it just continues to grow and grow. But it looks like there's some new deployment of LAPD resources here to keep this crowd in check, even though it appears to be extremely peaceful, at least from where we're watching it. We're going to continue to monitor the situation. We're in contact.
Everybody's getting coronavirus.
That's being operated by the LAPD.
Look at them. They're all just like.
Their ground units in, but again, very peaceful, but very scary and pretty crazy.
All right, I'll take a walk in Sky 5 over Hancock Park as we watch this crowd continue.
It's like a bad movie, dude. Bad horror movie.
Quick break from us. Back with more coverage after this.
51 cancel incident 2275 eliminating 9%.
I'd be like, man, you can tell how this movie's gonna end. They're all gonna die. They're gonna be zombies and shit.
Per USC Public Safety, the suspect entered a westbound Metro train at Figueroa and Exposition. He's in the first car. Additional is in 2424.
Corona's fake. Could be, man. You could be right there, man. I still haven't met anybody that's gotten it.
Grow up, graduate. He will never walk down the aisle. If it's a problem she's having and she needs her dad, she does not have that anymore.
The state of Minnesota has filed a human rights complaint against the Minneapolis Police Department. That could be a first step toward a consent decree and significant changes in
He was
the
buff,
department.
dude.
We want to update you as well on the coronavirus situation, lest we forget. That is still going on, and it is still a factor here. Taking a look at the latest numbers on the coronavirus across Southern California, LA County reporting another 60 deaths.
Yeah, has it increased from all this? That's what I want to know.
Across the 5 counties combined, we have surpassed now 3,000 deaths and 78,000 total cases. You'll want to check ahead of time before going to any COVID-19 drive-through testing sites around LA County. Some are temporarily closed because of the recent civil unrest. Others are keeping limited hours. There are 33 of them in all. In the city of LA, the sites at Dodger Stadium's Gate B and the Crenshaw Christian Center are the only ones that will be open tomorrow.
No.
Anyone with an appointment
Person can't do that.
location
Hundo, man.
should go to Dodger Stadium.
As
Making chat look
protesters
red.
gather in large groups, doctors and public health officials are now raising the alarm about COVID spreading among the crowds. Will it impact the progress we have made so far in flattening that curve? Circle of Health reporter Denise Dedore takes a look.
Chanting, clashing,
Glendale unit, check your open mic on ready.
contact and COVID-19, a dangerous combination. Epidemiologists watching it unfold describe the large, unevenly massed groups as an uncontrolled experiment in disease spread.
All the efforts we made
Glendale
to
unit,
flatten
check your
that
open mic
surge,
on
I
ready.
hope it doesn't go to waste.
The director of infectious disease at Dignity Health California Hospital says being outdoors helps, but the proximity, activity, and the length of exposure increases the likelihood of transmission.
When you shout and scream, you propel the secretions more because you are putting more effort. People getting together, people so close to each other, and I'm sure nobody is washing their hands frequently.
Dr. Suman Radhakrishna says it takes up to 2 weeks for people to show symptoms. Many can go on to become asymptomatic. For this reason, mayors in cities across the country are encouraging people to get tested.
If you were out protesting last night, you probably need to go get a COVID test this week.
week. More than a dozen testing
Oh
sites are
shit!
closed due to demonstrations.
Guess I need to do
But
that
you can
now.
still sign up at LA County's website
Dang
for a
it.
free appointment.
By next week,
Stick
if
that
we
thing in my
start to
nostril.
see more cases, then perhaps we can
I don't
attribute
want to
it
do
to
that.
this.
There's a lot
I'll
of
be
risk
alright.
at these gatherings becoming super spreader events.
Dang, she's still
Public
alive.
health officials offer
Hold
safe ways for you to express your political views. Those include in-car protests, staying 6 feet apart at limited gatherings with masks, and using online methods to demonstrate ways to protect your freedom of speech and your health.
I agree and wholeheartedly
Mileage
support.
is
But
102022.
let's do it right.
Denise Sador, ABC
This
7
in-home
Eyewitness
protest.
News.
Those are the best.
Let's take you live now. This is Hancock Park, specifically the Windsor Square area of Hancock Park, to be specific. And our ground crew is there. This is the official residence of the mayor of Los Angeles, Getty House, and people have
Shall we
gathered
be going out there?
demonstrating. The call from many here has been to defund
Well,
or
who knows? Somebody
take
should know if there's
funding
going to be
away from the
a
LAPD.
protest
There's also
here. Probably
a
not
lot
going to
of
be one
anger
now.
at the chief of police, Michael Moore, for some comments he
You
made
had an
yesterday
in-home riot?
regarding the death of George Floyd, saying the people who are breaking the law have his death on
Man, dude.
a lot of people taking exception to that. He later
I wish a
apologized
protest
for
would
that
happen here so I
statement.
have
The
something to go to.
also
I feel left
to
out.
walk that statement back. Folks have gathered here, and again, of course, they've got about 35 minutes to leave the area and
I'm just not digging that 45-minute drive, you know, and then afterwards it'll all be done with, and I'll have 45 minutes to drive back. Like, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that
we are
shit.
told is actually at City Hall. We don't know if the mayor's family is at Getty House, but we will find that out. That's probably not something that
Drive
they
your
would
house.
release given the number of people that are outside. But there is this demonstration, and we'll have to see what happens when the 6 o'clock hour comes around, and whether police, whether the people will disperse, whether they will
Probably
be
have a tent.
encouraged and or forced to do so by the assembled police. We'll be covering it on ABC 7.
Absolutely, and we are awaiting a press conference at about 6 o'clock from Mayor Eric Garcetti. You're looking at a live image right now from Air 7 HD over Hollywood, where we have seen thousands of people walking the streets. It looks like people are actually trying to make their way home. And this is a much smaller crowd than we have seen over the last few hours. I think they started just after 11 a.m. and they have been peaceful for the most part, and they've been very, very much unified in their message, and they just have been making their way. Again, all signs sort of pointed to the many different groups sort of converging at the LAPD Hollywood division. And again, we will continue to monitor where they're going. If they are going to start abiding by the curfew, which goes into effect in just under 35 minutes from now.
Well, shit.
Again,
Go ahead
it
and
does
drive
look
out
like
there.
a much, much smaller crowd that is marching through the streets of Hollywood.
The applause, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Oh, it's me, all right. The applause you're hearing here is for a Washington, D.C. homeowner who sheltered about 6 protesters inside his house overnight. Rahul Dubey welcomed them in as they fled from police just before the 7 o'clock curfew there. He tells
Closer to the
he followed his instincts. One demonstrator says Dubey
These
There
people
have
aren't
been
leaving.
protesters calling for the police to take a knee.
Getting mixed messages here.
Meanwhile, we have another Aussie news.
Ooh, look at that red camera.
Must be. It says Channel
Yeah.
9 news.com.au. After we had Kangaroo 7 yesterday, as you guys referred to him. Little movements in the front police line.
Unit, Temple 25.
Still got 30 minutes though.
And 34, press drop.
No, this is channel 9, not 5. Also, for whoever's tuned in, particularly those of you who were tuned in yesterday, I'm trying to... Oh, I'm getting a comment about protesters walking east on Hollywood Boulevard toward the freeway. Annabelle, can you please update me about the protest group? Meanwhile, I'll stay put here. And I forget the point that I was about to make. Oh yeah, I'm trying to connect with the streamer. His real name is Mondo, but he goes by Salmon Andy or Andy Salmon, something like that. He should be somewhere out here in Hollywood. I'm trying to connect with him. So if anyone's monitoring his feed, I'd like to know where he's at. We've been messaging one another, trying to meet up.
Wait, this is a news station, right? Oh no, it's
So
not.
Annabelle's saying the protesters are moving. The other main protest group in Hollywood is moving in the direction of us. I don't know how close they can get to us.
I mean, he's
at the
got
very
tired of
beginning
getting
of this
arrested,
broadcast,
man.
There was a large protest group gathered right here. And there was a small protest group approaching east on Sunset. And there was a National Guard line blocking them. And when that small protest group arrived here, guardsmen directed the National Guard line to back off and let the protesters unite.
Just want to see if it works
It
and it's
doesn't look
connecting
like
some
that's going to happen now.
Dang it.
I mean, feel free if you want to or whenever you feel like it. I just want to know if everything's working properly on my side.
I saw a comment saying they're 2 blocks away. Are they?
Yeah, what's good, Brother G? What's good?
Sunset, walking east directly at us.
Yeah, just to see if everything's working.
And meanwhile,
look, drones are in the sky.
Yes,
Man, should I go out there?
well, due to the congestion of the whole
Had to
area,
take a break?
we effectively
Oh,
already
sad,
were
bro.
walking in.
2.6%. I think you can donate more than that, but...
Go ahead.
Man, I'm
Yeah,
ready to
someone
go
could
ahead and go,
I'll see what's
man.
up.
Monitor
minimum.
Salmon
That's
and
the
maybe
minimum.
help us
Okay,
connect.
cool.
That would be really appreciated.
Just want to take the bike, maybe.
What time is
Listen
it
to my
right now?
iPhone's working. What's good, militia? What's good, everybody? This is the Hollywood protest. We're on Sunset at 9.
Curfew starts in 27.
What's good? What's good? What's up, Relevance 24/7?
I have commenters saying that curfew starts in 26 minutes.
Bro, I seen your camera guy on the news. Yeah, I know. I got the footage too. I was going to send it to him.
I mean, what time is it in LA? And I get that it's
Kinda getting
5:34
everything.
apparently.
I'll drop a few bucks. Let's see. All right, cool.
Someone's watching me.
I appreciate that,
Who's
Vic.
watching me? Is that you? Huh? Someone's watching me. I hear my
See
own
the
voice
stream
in the
elements.
background.
And super chat should be good.
It's me.
Yeah, what's
You
up?
hear
I'm getting
me?
distracted by my own voice, I think.
What's up, Magic Mush? What's good, Mainframe?
So here we are.
What's good, homie? It's your boy.
East
What's good, man?
of
We just chilling in
Vine
Hollywood, man.
on
Hollywood
Sunset
Vine.
Boulevard in Hollywood.
Streaming off my phone. Me and
Standoff.
Terrell went our own ways for now.
Protesters gathered right in front
Drones
of
in the sky. No
an
super chat?
LAPD
Really?
front line with
Why?
National Guard
There's no
troops
super
in
chat?
back of them and lots of LAPD cars in back of them.
There's no super
with
chat?
more LAPD officers spread out all throughout the area.
Okay, yes, anonymous. Stream
Front
elements,
line
anonymous
of officers have their hands on their
216 in the chat.
phones.
No
Not in a threatening manner, I would
Muted.
say. And then we've got
video is blurry here.
officers in
Nope,
back of
really?
them
I'm
with
gonna
the
have to
rubber
see.
bullet
We're muted. F it. The money sign is
Looks like
there,
this
but it
lady's
doesn't make me
asking to
click
get
it.
through the police
Thanks for
line
joining the militia.
No.
Okay. The money sign is there, but it doesn't let me click it. Okay, then I'm gonna have to call Terrell on that.
I don't know
see
if he's
what's up.
streaming. Maybe you guys can figure that out.
You can't
but
get donation notification with
he told me he was
iPhone.
headed to
Okay.
Hollywood.
But Vic, was that a donation? Did that
Yeah,
go through?
That's something that I've been concerned about getting
go through.
trapped in. That's something I've been
I just want to make
concerned
sure
about
everything's
all
working. Stream Elements Anonymous just hit 216 in the chat.
Thus far, when I have been trapped in, I've been let out.
Fake donut, look like it.
I don't want to make a practice of it, but I also don't want to get away from this crowd right here. This is right in the heart of the action. But if someone's got an aerial feed and you see that the police start to move from a certain direction,
I want to know if Stream Elements work. I'll fix the super chat tonight.
See, this says modern lynching on the sign.
But I want to. I'll fix my super chat. Yeah, tonight. Let's see if the stream elements work. Yeah, I gotta fix it. Terrell, if you're watching, we gotta fix the super chat. We gotta fix that super chat.
There are always engines revving here.
Hand out some brochures, homie.
I presume the engine
super chat
is revving from the intersection of Sunset.
Donate on Stream Elements to see if that's working properly. That'd be good. But I'll get it all
fixed. They seem to, for the most part, be participating in the protest. There probably are some vehicles trapped.
No, I'm not looting. I want to donate 100, but the super chat, no, I'll give it to someone else. Alright, we'll see. Yeah, 23, 24. I'm jittering.
Oh, hey. This guy. Arca Scan's over here, ain't he? Let me see.
Is Kevin from yesterday in Van Nuys back? Or is this a different Kevin?
Yeah, I saw him today. He's all right. I just got to, what's up, CMR? I just got to get him to fix my super chat, and if anybody can donate to Stream Elements to see if it works, that'd be much appreciated.
Oh, sorry.
I want to see if it goes to my PayPal.
I just want to make sure you know that I'm press. This is a publication based in San Luis Obispo.
Little glitchy. A little jittery. Look, they got the military.
He's shaking this guy with the big camera.
Is clapping us, even Mendoza. Just like, can you get me iMac? I said Bitcoin for it. I just gave that 100 to Burger. I donated with your.
Well, the revving died down for a minute, but it'll probably pick back up at some point.
Stupid just hit two.
I would say the crowd is
216
actually
in the chat, so it worked. Okay, I'll check it on my PayPal in a little bit.
I don't know if they're protesters from the other group that looped around and joined us or what, but the crowd seems to be building back up now at Hollywood,
Thank you for the
Sunset
216. Much love, Stupid. Appreciate that, brother. Strawberries in the chat. He didn't want you to come
and I
out
don't know
today
what they're
after what
cheering
happened.
at, but there are lots of protesters looking into the intersection and walking toward it. Walking away from the police line. So this...
Oh, that was you? Oh, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely need a battery pack, that's for sure.
The protest
it went from 100 to 60 real quick.
Right around
so this stream is not going to be too long, but oh, thank you, CMR. Thank you for the donations. Drop us in the chat. Thank you, CMR. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yep. This is like how I'm going to stream off my iPhone, and tomorrow I'll get a battery pack so we can make the stream as long as possible. Tomorrow I will get a battery pack, I promise. Thank you. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, CMR.
I think I found one of the main
Let's get the military. I'm going to stream until the battery dies, but yeah, I will be getting a battery pack tomorrow. That's a must.
So this right here
That
is the
is
main
a must.
revving engine.
11 on 40, 11 on 50.
Shots in
I know
Brain
travel,
strawberry.
1341 North Edgemont, opposing in 10517, I can look that one.
Stay peaceful, my guy. Not worth it.
50 Roger.
I know.
Colorado and Broadway. What is there? Turn looking.
Questions good? Are we back? Are we back? Chat, are we back?
This Volkswagen is the main one that's revving.
Are we good?
As the crowd gets a little louder here, right in the middle of the intersection. You see, probably make out someone on the rooftop. We've got a fuck Donald Trump here. See, this driver right up front is filming while revving. Trump rams it.
His actions.
I was traveling for a month, and so I wasn't here during the election, but the next day I came back to LA. I went to the Women's March right away.
Wow. So you got more pictures from this one. Thank you so much for
Now
talking with us.
456 South Main
Take care
Street,
to you.
456
I do
South
want to
Main
also
Street.
talk to another group of people. I found this
PR
group of
with
people. I
Versus
turned and I
suspect
looked,
male, black
and I said, wait a minute.
392, 41 years old, wearing a black shirt, black pants,
I
and
saw
PR with a gun.
a
Code
lot of
3
different
incident
colors when I turned,
2526
okay?
RD145.
Rainbow Coalition over here. United Nations.
Yes, I mean, tell me, to be surrounded by all of these different races, how does that make you feel?
It's a dream come true, to be honest, as an African American. I've never, ever experienced this in my life, to be surrounded by all people, all types of people, all diverse type of people who are actually coming and standing for me. I
Your
can't
alarm
tell
was
you how
set off
moving
by
that is. It makes
cleaning.
me
It
want
has
to
not
cry.
reset.
I'm
I'll show
literally
you en
in
route
shock.
still for report.
Wow. And to look across the street,
It's
and to
all
look
hot
across the
topic.
nation and see this,
Yes.
I mean,
Listen. Let me be real. Black people have been fighting this fight for so long. Black
Peace
people
about
have
the
been fighting
moment,
this fight for 400
but it
years.
seems like the group is getting a little
This
bigger.
is not new to us. But what is new is all the support we're getting from every other race, every other country, every other continent. That's what's new.
you said it right there. Well, that is incredible perspective right there. And this gentleman sitting next to you, tell me, after hearing that, I mean, wow, what's your
You make contact with the PR and find out exactly what the PR is. The front door is locked from the outside, and there's a person on the inside that's locked from the inside. So
What
there's
makes
no way
me
to
feel
get
it
in.
feels grateful to see all these beautiful people who were created in the image of God standing for love and standing for justice. But I do want to say that
God's
there
an
will
alien,
only
by the
be
way.
true justice when Jesus Christ comes.
I heard
He
that.
is justice.
That's real.
He died
An alien
for our sins.
who
He is the way, the
splice
truth,
their
and the
genes
life.
with monkeys.
But I am grateful to see all these people created in His image, standing for love and standing for justice, for unity.
Can I say something from a spiritual point?
real quick here.
Real quick. Spiritually, this is not just a social battle.
And
Yes, we need
1184, you can
systematic
still look
transformation,
posted
but this is a
in the
spiritual
area
battle.
for
We need repentance. I have a
1341
message for
North
white
Texas.
America. We need
Hey.
repentance, humility. Take a knee, because this is how we begin to have racial reconciliation in this country right now.
There you go.
$100 red signs are about to go away very
Look
soon.
at that. I mean, it's just, we've heard so many voices from so many different people, different backgrounds, different
love it.
religions. I mean, it has been quite the day here in Brea as we've walked with them down the street. We walked with them to City Hall, to police headquarters, and it's remained peaceful, it's remained nonviolent as they get their message across. Back to you.
Well, Tony, it appears we've reached a moment here. This is one of those inflection points.
Smells
maybe
good.
in
I'm gonna get some herb tomorrow.
And what we're seeing
I'm about to get
here,
some
it
herb
does sound
just in
different.
case
It does
stuff
look
is gonna pop off tomorrow night. We're probably gonna have to get it
And the question now is, what do we do with that?
in the morning.
And are we going to march forward? ABC 7 will be here, of course, to help you and to
I still got some,
record
you know,
what is done. We spoke with LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva during
And a
our
one
4
hitter,
o'clock
a glass
newscast.
one
He
hitter
spoke
in the
out
bag,
about
ready
his
to go,
reaction
just in
to
case it
seeing
pops
the
off
George
tonight.
Floyd video.
I got some for the
I
road.
was horrified, appalled,
You know how we do.
sick to the stomach, and if you look at it symbolically, just the image of a white peace officer with his neck or his knee on the neck of a black man who was already handcuffed. There's no other way to describe that. Is
All heard the story, y'all.
Troll bad man pajamas. Got the vape on fresh. That's us fucking nuts. There's a lot of bad man pajamas here, I ain't gonna lie. People streaming.
25, they're on your possible 459 suspect. They're now at 818 North Spring Street. I have the PR on the line. You say she is locked inside of the location. Unable to open the door, and she hears.
Those ain't Lambos. You got. Oh yeah, the Lambos were just
the location as well.
Niggas be fresh out here. This guy's streaming too. What's up, streamer? Shit, get some mama beans, I know, right? Tomorrow's episode will be a lot longer. I'm gonna bring my battery pack. I'm gonna buy a new one. But I'm just testing the iPhone out right now. Tomorrow will be even better. Can't wait until that dude's engine dies. I know, bro. That's why I walked away. I was afraid it might just blow out.
Thing is, he can't have alerts with iPhone. Everyone knows that. And that's why his alerts aren't working. So, I don't know. He's saying he's going to get him working tomorrow, but the only way he'll do that is if he has Streamlabs open on another phone. It has Bluetooth hooked up to that or something or whatever. But then it still won't.
Everybody having a party, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't think it'll come up on his Streamlabs. That's the problem. So,
man, I wish I had a battery
what's he
pack.
talking about?
My iPhone doesn't work for streaming. I got the A+. Dope, yours is working though. Oh yeah, well, Moises, I am using iPhone. I am using YouTube Live. That's how I make my shit. I am using YouTube Live. I'm not using Streamlabs or Stream Elements.
Thank you.
I am using the iPhone, so it's pretty cool.
I mean, alerts don't work for me either when I'm going to be out there. I mean, they could, but can they?
Only Aladdin can make an iPhone stream. Hell yeah, hit the twists and turns. I made it work, yo.
No, all iPhones stream, dude. It's just alerts don't work. These people are all ignorant as fuck.
What's up, D-Reese?
I streamed my iPhone 7. This one right here. I streamed with this motherfucker before. So y'all some ignorant motherfuckers out here. That's all I'm saying. Moises just started streaming kind of recently. Man, whatever. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're just playing stupid. Ban you in his chat? For what?
Little laggy. Thank you for joining the George Floyd. Thank you for joining the militia. George Floyd just joined the militia. Moises, I found you. Moises, that's Moises. Moises, what are you doing?
Unit, for Sambo, have a traffic around.
There's no way for me to have alerts unless I have a cloud OBS.
Thank you.
I wonder if I can get a cloud OBS tonight.
A lot longer. I don't have a battery pack. I will buy one tomorrow.
They're like $70 a month though.
House fire.
Moises.
County engine 53742 Sycamore Avenue.
What are you banning you for, man?
Back from the dead. Hey, George Floyd in the chat. I don't want to say that too loud.
Blue 5, command U15 direct.
I'm about to take this bong rip, dog.
Everybody
Cheers.
turns up.
Oh, Bodie, rocking. Tabletop.
a battery
Set
pack.
something on
I
that
would
bitch.
if I could.
Take a drink.
I would do that off stream. If I can, I will. If I can, I will. But if anything, I'll just buy one, you know. I don't know, man. We don't need that in the chat. Yeah, for sure. I'll buy one. I buy my shit.
Yeah, have 25 to respond to 37.
Fire shots around the G. John Doe 89 in the chat. What's good, John Doe?
He said 89. Little shameless self promo.
Everybody wilding out.
Wait, he's cool. I let people say they're live and shit.
32.
I ain't even going there right now.
Oh, look, they're going to Walgreens. They're going to Walgreens. They're going to Walgreens.
No, 50 negative.
I don't know anybody in chat.
Oh, shit.
Oh, they're looting. There it goes. 8 minutes till curfew.
Oh, looting height. Looting height.
Damn, why's it get so blurry though? Shit.
Oh, hello.
Everybody Snapchat on the corner.
Mama bean. 11 during. They want to get into Verizon, bro.
It's sickening though to see the motherfuckers that have signs. You know, you're thinking, oh, that's a pro. He's like with the calls. You never know who the fuck you're standing next to in these things, man.
Let's go see what's popping.
You never know. He could be talking to talk like a motherfucker. Right? So you know he sees an open window or something. He's on it.
Right now, I'll get one tomorrow. Sorry if it's lagging. People on the Range Rovers.
Ain't no way they're stealing.
Hey, what's up, G? Hey, look at me, he's in the range. What's good? You rolling? How you?
25, yellow 25.
Yeah, what's good? How you? Damn, you rolling big, bro.
1551 Drive.
I'm a chilling man, just on some live streaming shit.
Clear Avenue, Windows Boulevard.
I know hella YouTube will probably coming up.
Red one.
Yeah, I'm coming up.
Man, I need to go out there, don't I?
Yeah, let's take a hit, chat.
I just keep thinking shit's gonna pop off out here. To leave you, Simon? Are you telling me to go?
I thought that was Mexico Cream at first.
Yeah, you say that. 7 altered level of consciousness. 1206 Allen Avenue, Glenwood Road, Tennis.
I brought my pen with me.
Red one.
I forgot I had it in my pocket.
Congratulations! I don't want to see you hitting out of here.
Take a hit, chat.
Hey, stop being gay. Come on, man.
Thank you for joining Militia Dimension 7. Thank you for they're plotting a way in.
Drive there now, then go on, big man.
018 North San Fernando Road to the warehouse. Colorado Street.
I haven't. I haven't practiced, but let me see.
Huh? Black Swan hot, bro. Hella dangerous.
Just left 1315 North Virgil. Suspect left being southbound Virgil on foot. Male, number 1, male white, Z, black hat, red t-shirt, black pants.
Thank you for joining the militia Princess Aladdin SPG.
Gray hooded sweater, black pants.
He on the range, bro.
Code 2, incident 2556, already 1160.
Do what? I don't know, man. I gotta figure it out.
What's up, G? You think they're gonna break in there? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. It's a big possibility.
That one met 2, be advised we're on track 2.
It's a big possibility, man. Hey, thank you for joining the militia, Prince Aladdin SPG. That's me.
3920.
The fuck?
You want to give me that left phone?
What happened here? Yo, what's up? Black Cox, man. Cloud Gangster. Chuck E. Cheese,
Personality.
GTA, early
Hello?
gameplay. Thank you for joining Princess Master SBG.
Audio.
Like a show, lips, please. Oh,
Hey,
they drove back,
hey,
they fall
we're
back.
back.
Now
You
people
gotta
are
put
gonna
socks on. That's step number 1.
Whoa.
This is a 37-step process.
Fire. They fall back. They fell back. They fell back. They fell back.
Okay, there's half of the first step.
They always have live rounds. Of course they do. Yo.
Okay.
That was it.
What the hell's happening? They're leaving.
Repping for the crew, 10 tampons down, Miguel. Sup, Bruce Bruce. Boy Scout with guns, says Tony R.
I'm just confused why they left. Happened to me.
64, 65, 66, 67, 10
What the fuck is that dude? On the roof.
That's why I'm company incident 2275. 971.
Aladdin, was it you who looted vodka for Paul? No, Stu. No, it wasn't. I have a battery pack tomorrow, so we can stream a lot longer. I'm streaming off my iPhone. Look at that bad mamma jamma. Man. Sorry, sir. Sorry.
By the management that there was a plan on looting the military location. So we're saying. Next 2520 RT961.
They're gonna think you have Corona. Loot the Supreme store. I know, right? What's up, Kato YMCB Gomez? I know, right? I need to get a battery pack. That's what I need. Loot the Diamond Supply clothing store. I know, right?
Code 2.
A battery pack. I wish I did. I'm not using the selfie stick right now, so it's more low-key.
I might be able to get a battery pack to him. I mean, I'm gonna want it back. Fuck.
Shout to Lil Perk. Yeah, shout to Lil
You know
Perk. DBVS.
do.
And DBVKS. Rhonda G. Mama Bean says Cloud Gangster. Ooh. X-22. COVID is faking the moon landing. They're gonna review everybody's camera, but it burst.
What?
Donald Trump.
I don't know if I want to. Dude, what's about to happen? 6 o'clock.
We're lagging a little bit. Lit, right? Super lit. Barry, imagine thinking COVID is fake, right? This world's all fucked up right now. Now COVID, now this. Fuck Donald Trump. You should do a stream in the UK. I will one day, Master. I need her. I know, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's ducking.
On the traffic stop on Santa Monica Normandy.
Engine 36, RE36, restroom from your printout. Traffic collision. Lake Avenue, Claremont Street. Speeding route, red one. Use 32, battalion 3, cancel. Traffic collision, tail rail involved.
Is that Corinne? Nah, I don't know. I don't know where she's at. Let me see how my battery is. Shit, we're on 26%. My battery's almost dead. I definitely need a battery pack. This is not good. I need a battery pack. Chat. Yo, I need a battery pack.
Dude, would you shut the fuck up with that? Man, dude.
Bad little Mama Jameis. I definitely need a
Cell
battery
phone
pack.
number.
Alright, you're making me want to stop watching
somebody
you,
that
dude.
lives out in Paris and is not connected in any way to the PR on this line.
11825, I'm on the phone with the PR, and she's calling from the business phone line, 818 North Spring Street. She says the door is locked. So, are you able to knock on the front door? And if I can hear?
Mister, I need a battery
phone line?
pack, Andy. Battery pack Andy over this motherfucker. I need a.
They're all locked at the bottom with padlocks. We've looked at the surrounding area through some of the glass doors and banged on them. We have heard nothing.
I'm gonna head back, charge up. I'm gonna get a battery pack tomorrow. I have to. I gotta get a battery pack.
Oh,
and Mindy, what's up, Mindy? I gotta get a battery pack.
That's it. That's it. No, I can't do it. You're on something. Battery pack Andy.
That she's calling from.
Mother.
Cord, and I gotta work. You know, so chat. We'll be back tonight though, and we will do a little podcast tonight as well. I'm gonna keep on streaming though. I'm gonna keep on showing you guys what we're at until my battery dies a little bit longer. I mean, a little bit more. What happened to Terrell? Just
Disrespectful
joined,
considering you were streaming him? He'd be alright. That's not disrespectful. He disrespected me for not having a fucking battery pack.
I mean, 800.
What kind of professional is he? Not?
Nah, it's good. Where's the ladies? Face
Where you been?
naked. I'm in Texas. Tony R. Fine looters.
I don't know, man.
They
Here we
were
are,
trying to
though.
get into. They were trying to get into Walmart and shit like that. Not Walmart, but fucking Walgreens. But my phone is dying. Yeah, right. Nah, I'm not gonna take. I'm not gonna steal nothing like a battery pack or nothing. I'm just gonna buy one. I'll buy one tomorrow morning. Unless I can find one tonight, but unless the 7-Eleven's open,
I do some
but I doubt
disrespect
it.
on it.
That'd be awesome. Whoa, she's smoking hot. She's smoking hot in there.
Okay, so he's leaving because his battery pack, so we gotta move on. We gotta move on to this other dude. He's still on scene. Oh man, that is disrespecting. No, for real.
says we'll riot until lives matter. Black lives matter. I saw that comment.
Six Valley Vista Boulevard, so it's going to 2579 or 991.
Today's update on what, bud? 144 again? Oh shit, I'm not. How the hell ended up way back there? 144p on this dude? Yeah, well it says 720, but... We're just gonna do a couple streams together. It's actually pretty stupid. A little bit annoying. Everybody actually just wants him to blow his engine up. They're all looking forward to hearing it go pop, and they're gonna like, oh! That's how people are, man. They don't give a fuck about him. He's an idiot. Your thing at the bottom blocks it. Is it blocked? Oh, dude, I'll check. I actually. What do you mean? Look, bro, I'll show you. Look, boom, 720. 720p. Got you.
Sam and Andy. In fact, I'm trying to locate him right now. If anyone knows where he is, please let me know. I've been in communication with him today.
Yours said it was 720. Right. No, mine actually said it was 1080 on my end. I don't know why. I didn't have a bit rate, but we're gonna be different because we got the bag now, man. We're on another level with the bag. We just don't want to have chat. We don't want to have overlay, any overlay, nothing, no alerts, nothing's coming. It's gonna be like a news station. Turn that on right now.
I'm streaming.
It takes a couple minutes to boot up. Already got 2 stream keys ready to go. I can also make more on the road with this little bitch because it's like a walking computer. I mean a mobile computer, man. I can do everything I need to on this. It'll even tell me from this what kind of signal strength I've got coming from my device to the cloud OBS. I'm still waiting on it though to boot. I got next level type equipment, dude. But we're gonna use it tonight. Dude who tried to throw a lit firework in Hollywood today and protesters grabbed it and threw it into his car. I didn't see that, man. Who was someone streaming it or was that on the news? The overlay is clear on the edge, so it's not my connection. It's getting thrown. No, dude, it's not me, it's him. Look. That's where it's the dude streaming, homie. Boom. Not mine. I'm good as fuck. I got a clean 9,200 bits shooting out.
Yes, sir!
Okay. Yours was at 144 yesterday. Yeah, no, it just, yeah, it wasn't quite 144. So hopefully this helps the
Scan donated $100. He's a real one. Hopefully this helps.
Bro.
Thanks again.
Dang, Arcascan. Arcascan coming through. $200 today. I've never gotten that much in donations since being a streamer of a year and a half. Never. That's a first. Arcascan, you're breaking records tonight. Now I have to leave the house, don't I? Hope we see more of you. Not just for like the monetary thing. I'm saying we can get to know you a little bit, you know? It used to freak me out getting donuts from people I didn't know, but that was half a year ago. I've done a lot of thinking about it, but hopefully we get a chance to get to know you better over time after all this shit's over with, if it ends.
L20 and L30 were code 6 to pull it up.
Breonna Taylor!
L30 and L20 code 6 to pull down the store.
Look up his LinkedIn. What?
Breonna Taylor!
Remember, you're watching. This streamer's name right here is Josh Friedman. I'll put his link in chat.
Breonna Taylor! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! George Floyd! George Floyd!
Seriously though.
Breonna Taylor! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor!
Arcascan, dude, you are the man. Get outside. Maybe some up in your face footage. Connecting. Oh no, I got turn the
Another protest group
connecting.
approaching. There are more people coming. No police line standing
All
in
right,
between.
we're building up.
Another protest group marching east on Sunset toward Vine, where we're standing.
I'm winning because I got strength and speed.
Hey.
I sound like a race line.
Whoa, what's up, Daxon? Oh shit, we only have 1900. Maybe it's the time of day. Actually, I was gonna show it, but there's no point. 22, 23, 25, 27. Alright, I might have to lower it on the road. Let me just make sure that I'm able to do that. I just downloaded this program yesterday also.
Drone and helicopter, multiple helicopters flying overhead. Large crowd now marching west on Sunset Boulevard through and away from Vine.
Where do you go, R33?
Alright, 33, yeah.
Could you put a tip up?
I don't remember how to do that. I need to remember how to do it
Passing
before
what
I
I
leave
think
though.
is the ArcLight Theater, I believe. See, ACAB, all cops are bad. Lots of boarded up buildings.
I figured it out yesterday, but now
The
I'm
past 2 nights, many buildings and businesses in Hollywood have been boarded up, if not already been hit.
Oh, wait a second. I think I have to do it. Okay, I got it.
Valley traffic for report.
I'm thinking virus that have
Just have to make 100% sure that I can do this, because if my bit rate's wrong when I get out there and I can't change it out there, then I won't. Oh, I found it. Oh, we're good. We're golden. Oh, we're golden. Okay, so with this, I'm gonna max the bit rate out at 2500. Okay, okay. Oh, this is beautiful, dude.
Three-quarters. Not bad.
We select profile.
Sorry. Okay. The crowd at the corner of Sunset and Ivar
You can stream it. I'm trying Thaxon Alien. I'm going to Venice.
is
Heard there's
turning
protests out
left
there. It depends on action.
onto Ivar south
Shit,
off
dude.
of Sunset.
Man, we need walkie-talkies or something,
And I'm
Alien.
trying to see what
I got
kind
some
of police
actually. Should I bring
presence
them?
there is. This is a protester.
Should I go to Venice?
direct
Hey, I don't know where to
left.
park though.
There
If I
is
go
a
out there.
police
I don't know where to go
presence
right now.
at the next light, which I think is Cahuenga, but it's only a few. Actually, I can only see 2 cop cars.
I'm gonna have to get chat to help me decide where to go tonight.
Here in the town.
Way this. Do you think streaming from? I don't know where to go. No. Okay. Okay. Connected to that stream. I don't know if it's going to auto connect. It might just start broadcasting.
Show RA32 transporting to HMA, NBC not responding. South Boulevard, code 26579, RD9
This man on the bicycle was directing people to turn left onto this street south off of Sunset.
I'm having trouble going to my live control room, bro. It won't let me. Alright,
Alright, red one. Alright, 33 cancel.
okay, looks our signal feed's good to YouTube. From the bag to YouTube's clean, super clean. Okay. Wow. All right. Check us out.
Confirm you copy cancellation.
Copy cancellation.
Alright, next week.
This is the bag off of one modem right now.
Alright, 36 go.
Oh, come on. Did I just lose it? Hold on. I might have just...
Affirmative, R33 is locked up.
Copy. We'll run the call.
Okay, I must have clicked on the wrong one. Yeah. How crisp it is. There's gonna be a little delay. I just picked it up though. Oh, is it blurry? Verify this before we go. Signal stays good. Our stream will stay up. Okay, right now I can still go live. Yeah, it'll still think. Nope. Oh no, that cuts the signal. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so I'll just put the camera down then. Dang. I just have to put the camera down if I don't want you guys to see something. Like, I don't want to dox myself. I gotta put my hand over it or something. But as far as, what if I don't want you to hear something? Let's put my finger over it, maybe. Alright, we got this. Just go signal. I have to lower it. I don't know if I'll be able to once I start to stream, but I have a spare stream up. It'll be alright. You need to first set up the mobile hotspot.
Yeah, that's the song.
Might look to 2000, but 720, not 60 frames. Maybe. Hotspots initiated. Acts like I'm not connected though.
Approaching a police line. We're walking south on Cahuenga at Fountain, and there's a police line blocking Fountain to west. This is LAPD.
Additional incident 978 RD 1555. Any code number?
You're not Mondo, are you? You're not Mondo, are you?
For whatever reason, hotspot's not gonna work.
Mondo? Mondo.
No,
I'm not Mondo. Okay. Not Mondo.
I'm not gonna be able to go onto the YouTube live control panel anywhere, unless maybe like a different.
Okay, so
like
the
download
police
Firefox
have
maybe.
Fountain blocked to the west, but not to the east. But regardless, the whole crowd is moving south on Cahuenga. As some people outside their homes are joining in on the protest.
I didn't have the mobile data on. Dirt. Okay, we're good. Good. Yes, sir. We now have the ability to go to check this if I really need to at any time. Go back to that for now and start getting things kind of tidied up here. See what we need. That was supposedly in Dallas. What? I heard the cops blocked in 250 places. They were locked on the freeway bridge. Attorney at bike. Oh, you're taking your bike too, huh? I probably won't take the bike if I'm going that far.
Continuing south on Cahuenga we go. More people now outside an apartment building supporting the protest, waving at cars and protesters walking by. And more vehicles seem to be joining.
West Sunset Boulevard at Kaiser Permanente, code transmission 2608 RD 1151.
3 helicopters hovering ahead. From what I've seen on the ground, that's correct. That there's been police presence, but not a presence that's obstructing the flow of the protests.
One Ventura Boulevard, bus stop, break, correct. Fire cop traditional, 264-4971.
Just got a job. I'm going to walk on. Say that call 971.
Is a doctor in code 2, incident 2608-9151.
And what's the address of that vehicle dropping off the creek brick on Ventura?
Area is 14961 Ventura Boulevard.
And they're now turning left on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Vehicle description.
From Ramona, that is going to code for there's no block there, there's no passage, about 35 minutes, there's an whole video that you're watching.
FD is film route. For over to 350 South Madison Avenue, Unit 107, Belmar Boulevard, and Red One.
I just got an LA City emergency alert notification on my phone. I presume about curfew. I presume many other people here got that as well. As we head east on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Ventura Boulevard.
They're not needed.
17 Roger.
And they're not placing them back until we're going to get a notice.
A9 advises code 4. It's an old video that's being watched.
Apparently Jack in the Box is still serving at the drive-thru, so that answers that question about who's still working. Last night when I was driving around trying to get home after curfew, trying to find a gas station, and looks like you could pay with a card, but that's about it. Okay, I see lights coming straight ahead. That looks like a couple police SUVs. Once again, I don't see police doing anything to put a halt to the protest. Just keeping an eye on it.
Black tank top, suspect 2 is a male white, bald, blue shirt, armed with a drill. Suspect 3 is a male white, wearing black hat, black shirt. Suspect 4 is a male unknown, wearing all black. In and out.
Yeah, do you have a unit time?
Air 10, I got it. North Hollywood unit, domestic violence restraining order violation 6241 Beck Avenue, apartment 308, suspect male, black light complexion, black shirt, black sweatpants, threatening CR with a shotgun. Stand by for additional. Incident 2658 RD 1526.
Work over all boarded up. Find out if there's a delay on that code picture or if the video is live.
I lost my military ID somewhere during the riot, I think. I don't know. Unless it's in the car, but I don't know.
Apartment 308. The suspect is in the bedroom, currently not armed with a gun. Incident 2658. Patrol Boulevard, identify.
Yeah, we at the drugstore, and we'll be clear.
Okay, I caught that comment about you not seeing any police presence from the sky.
1533 Admin cutting 1063 Oxford Street, 1066 Oxford Street, apartment 3, is code 3 incident 2662, Howdy 1529.
Is the Henry unit working tonight?
All right, north we go on Lodi.
For good evening, Adam.
North Hollywood Station at 6241 Beck Avenue, withdrawing.
A much smaller street, and the crowd gets more densely packed together.
63, click that call at 14961 Ventura on my screen, and also give me the code 36.
some fireworks going off in the distance north of here.
Agent 72 RA71. Pediatric call
Just for a little bit, I'm gonna flip it over into selfie mode as this crowd gets very densely packed together. North across Lexington Avenue we go, on Lodi.
Wednesday, 1469 at OTC 41, yes, initially at Washington.
Some snacks being distributed. Engine revving in back of me.
Engine 26, BLS 21, psychiatric 1338 North Columbus Avenue, Unit C, Charles. Please on the range 3, Spencer Street. Red 1.
Bro. Alright, I think I'm switching over. Hopefully we're gonna be alright and alright. Everything. I need to detach myself from this shit. Oof.
Up and down this block, there are people stepping out of their homes supporting the protest.
Response to incident
Waving the protesters on, filming.
I'm gonna go right
And the
now.
crowd's
It's gonna take me a
turning
while to
right.
get wherever I'm going. I don't know exactly where
So I
should
don't know
go.
what streets. Fountain.
Let me just see if there's actually something going on in Bennett.
Eastbound on Fountain. The crowd goes.
By 10615 Woodbridge, Street Code 3.
We do Venice or Hollywood, y'all? What's it looking like? You want for 9 hours in Venice? Well, they don't have. Let's check closer. Right.
5833, 5833, come in. Relation, on incident 2658. Red 1, engine 56.
Oh, that keeps reminding me. What was that going?
Additional, the Indians are doing the box suspect right now, 62 for one back avenue. Suspect no black complexion, black shirt, black sweatpants. Has the handgun in the closet. Currently armed at this time. Additional to 2670.
Engine 26, correct location where PD's on scene is 1344 North Columbus.
I'm gonna drive out. I gotta drive somewhere.
Get my bike up. I didn't know I'd park out there, honestly.
Venice Beach parking is kind of right. I don't take the bike though.
Very cosmopolitan.
Hey, thanks, Marion Nieto. Thanks. Yes,
The other one in my pocket. Use it as a flashlight. Legal, bro. I wasn't legal last night. I know Long Beach. I'm not that one.
70 Metro Boulevard, owner only.
Alright, so everyone's there. Back.
Mercedes that just took off. Oh, she was in it.
Code 3, transfer 2670. Any ones off our other code 3 Right. It's 3 on 30. Four one that not off our street. Six 241 back out. Pre-show code 610615 Woodward Street. The suicidal subject phone number is in the comments to call. Can you call him back if he's willing to step out with the unarmed?
Heading out 10663 Oxford Street, care standing by.
Good one.
51 go.
Good one, are you clear?
Really clean.
Okay, guys, I'm turning this stream off now, and I'm gonna. Well,
20 to 30 wearing blue pants. The suspect is a girl.
I'll be there in a second. And then when I'm in the car, I'll probably flick it on. Alright. I don't know where I'm going. Shit. Should I go to Hollywood or Venice, Sean?
South on Bronson.
that on the suspect right now. Been transited out of unlocked billboard. Subject vehicle got pulled. Southern County. Suspect male typing black hat, black t-shirt, black pants. Code 2692 or the 1523.
37 minutes to Hollywood, but he's partially paid. I don't know if I want to take the bike on that.
It's Thursday, like on trip.
And you know, what is his consistence, Hollywood or Venice?
Don't know where they're walking.
Yes, lost contact with my subject. APCC is calling.
This is well, there's no apartment number that's coming.
He's over, guys. I see him in. It might be 10 minutes. I don't know. It could take me a second to get all this in the car and everything. Be good. But I'll be back. Definitely, we're going to Venice Beach, and I'm taking the bike with me. So it's gonna take me a second. Hey, love you guys. Thanks, dude. Man, Arcascan, thank you so much for the donos, dude. $200. That is the most I've ever gotten in donos in a day. I've never seen red in chat before. I don't think, or maybe a 50 turns red, but I definitely never gotten a $100 dono at once.
Crowd's turning left on Santa Monica Boulevard, heading east.
Okay, 1,000%. I have never gotten two of them. I remember he gets kind of lost sometimes, man. But dude, see, Arcascan, you the man. He ain't even caught chasing or nothing. He's just out here like helping someone out, dude.
13604 Sherman Hawaii apartment.
Like I said, I hope to get to know you better. Everyone else, thanks for subbing. Thanks for checking me out. And see you again soon. Right. Hey, Dad.
Apartment 102 in the staircase. He obtained this address from the internet map.